Live tonight on American Zombie. I'd like to say what's up to everyone. Happy holidays, Christmas, and the holidays. The holidays, Sanctuary Seeker Consciousness. What's up? Salute, brother. Always a pleasure, man. Always a pleasure, bro. Yeah, tonight I figured I'd stream. I said I was going to stream every night, trying to do every night on a constant, see how long I can keep the stretch going. A lot of people probably busy doing things with family and stuff, but it's the holidays, DAZE. But people want to hang out, talk with each other. That's why I stream, man. Learn knowledge and learning, man. Learning about new things. Christmas does have some, they call it like fringe theories about the Canaanite Molech, putting in my opinion, it's but anybody can look on Google and see it, saying fringe theories and about child sack on the lap and stuff like that. So this is I still got a picture when I was a kid crying on the lap. It makes you wonder, man, why? What is that's a real ritual thing. I should have called it the Christmas ritual. That would probably have been a better title. The Christmas ritual, but Christmas and the holidays is also pretty good, man. Merry Christmas, brother. Ford's in the flesh. Mary, Mary. Wow. You know what, man? Thank you. That is deep, man. Merry Christmas, like Mary, because they're bringing in the whole, the birth, Jesus, all of that stuff. Three wise men, star. I mean, Zeitgeist had a different perspective. I don't think it's totally astrological because that sitting on the lap, man, that putting the child to sit on the lap, it really got me thinking. It's like, why? Why? There's so many pictures of children crying when they sit on the lap. And then when you go to look it up, they say, oh, well, it's a fringe thing. Well, why have children sit on a stranger's lap? That right there has me thinking something is up, something is going on. Why? Well, why this ritual? So that's the Christmas ritual, basically. The ritual of, hey, remember, you better watch out. So you got to be scared, man. You better watch out. You better not cry and you better not pout. And I'm telling you why, right? Because Santa Claus is coming to town. This is the songs. I was in the supermarket earlier, and the songs really are captivating. And look at that word, captivating, to take the mind captive, the captive audience. So, the jingle belling and the jing, 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 jingling. My friend was singing the songs. After we left the supermarket, I was like, holy smokes, bro. Just straight, he's definitely gets deep into Fantasy Island sometimes. And I can see how the trauma has affected him with a lot of stuff. JP Nobody, brother, good to see you, man. Always a pleasure. He says, Christmas symbolized the beginning of the ascent, if sun from its death of the winter. That I think Zeitgeist was talking about somebody like that. Yeah, I definitely like the because there's like a constellation I think called the Southern Crux, which is a cross in the southern sky, and then we know that what's odd is the 3 days in the northern hemisphere, the sun stays the same amount of sunlight in the day. So this is the least amount of sunlight you're going to get during the year in the northern hemisphere for 3 days. So like the son of, the universe, the God, son of God, gets, he's on a cross because it sets on the cross. That's the crazy thing on the Southern Crux. And it's really deep. It's really deep, the Zeitgeist thing, man. And it set on the crux and then it's reborn. It's reborn. So on the third day, right? It's 3 days, and then it starts to it's at the lowest point of the apparent travel. So now the 25th, tomorrow, is when it's supposed to start. The day is going to be a little bit longer than today because the solstice, the standing, the soul, the sun still. So the sun stands still. The winter solstice, usually 21st. I think we're off by maybe a day. It's very, you know, they don't want you knowing these things like right on point. So it's 3 days, boom, same day, same, you know, when's it going to get longer? When's it going to get longer? Because in June 21st, the longest day of the year, the next day, it's a little bit shorter, and it keeps getting shorter until we get to these 3 days, which we see now. The third day, it will be reborn in the eyes of, I guess, ancient people, whoever did this. But I think it goes even deeper than that. I definitely think the Christmas thing goes deeper than just the sun at the lowest point, setting on the constellation of the Southern Cross, and then starting to its ascent. It starts to be reborn. The ascent every day starts getting longer on the 25th, the 26th, the 27th. Very small amounts of time, minutes, seconds to minutes, you know, type of every day. And we see the days start getting longer until we go into June 21st. But it makes me wonder, because think about that. Why did the Egyptians look at the southern hemisphere as the top of the world? And you would think, if we're getting 3 days of the sun standing still, the solstice, the winter solstice, then in the other hemisphere, you get 3 days of summer. You would get the 3 longest days of the year. So that would be considered more of the top. Now, I know a lot of people, you know, they are on, especially good friends of mine, they're on that, they're on a whole battle within, you know, and I'm not saying I know everything. Of course, nobody knows everything. But I don't think with the whole shape and the stuff like that, it kind of gets us a little distracted. I would like to hear some good stuff about it, but I just haven't. Everybody is like based on belief with that thing. It's a cult. It's a cult. And the white lab coat is a cult too. JP says all the holidays are based on the sun's travel except the black moon holiday, aka the second new moon of the month. Wow. That's kind of deep, man. Yeah, we look at this stuff, and it really it gets me to thinking, like, okay, what is the big thing about it? Now, it just shows you how society can it orchestrates feelings. Because when I was younger, Christmas, you know, I never really had a Christmas. I grew up very poor, to where there wasn't nothing under the tree. I was lucky if I got a sweater. It was like the necessities that you're supposed to get. I basically was wearing hand-me-downs from my older cousin. And, you know, it got to where I was like, you know what? They always used to tell me, be thankful you got food, shelter, and clothing. And I look at it now and I'm like, yeah, I see what they're talking about. It kind of made me grow up in a different way, where I don't really adhere too much to style. Like some people might say, oh, well, you know, that's something old you're wearing. I'm like, look, man, I ain't trying to wear the New Year's of clown gear. You know, I never had new clown gear for school. I would see guys coming in, guys that I went to school with, some of them I found out used to steal the clothes. They would go to the mall and put it all together. And I'm like, oh, that's how they got all those, you know, new leather jackets, stuff like that. I was just basically trying to make it through life. And high school, junior high school, it wasn't really fun. You know, that's why at high school, I was like, you know what, man, I just gotta, you know, might as well start working, making money, basically. But Christmas, you know, the Canaanite deity, Moloch, is a god worshipped by the Canaanites and the Ammonites as well. And that had the child sack thing, they're saying. And if people are biblical, I think it's in Leviticus and Jeremiah, you know, it has some stuff, fiery arms of metal, you know, putting, you know, the weirdest thing is sitting the child on the lap, beating the drums to drown out the cries of the child. You know, you think about that, it's like, what was going on in humanity for something like that to be happening? And now we see people with the rebirthing ceremony with Jesus and Mary. I like that comment with Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas really forged in flesh, man. That's a deep Merry Christmas, man. And that is deep. I appreciate that, man. See, when everybody adds in, man, we all got a piece of the puzzle. And if we put our pieces together, we get a broader view of the big picture. We'll say, oh, wow. So that piece goes to this piece, then this other piece here. And now I'm seeing it a little more clearly. Now I'm seeing like some of the stuff that was missing. Oh, okay. Like Wizard of Oz, right? We look at the Wizard of Oz, Yellow Brick Road, the how they control the pop when they go into M City. That's the big thing. They fall asleep in the poppy fields, and I think two people. Let me see who didn't get affected. Right? Who didn't get affected by the poppy seals in the Wizard of Oz? So I think it was the Scarecrow and the Tin Man by the poppies. By the poppies in the Wizard, right? The Wizard of Oz, because you know that the Scarecrow and the Tin Man, yeah, were not affected by the magical sleep-inducing poppies. Magical, because again, the dreaming. That's why Morpheus, the Greek god of dreams, Morpheus. So we have the Scarecrow, which they say is a fictional character, and the Tin Man, the tax identification number. He works to death. He works until his body rusted, and the oil to bring him back, the lubrication, is really the alcohol, they say. So you look at the basic working man that drowns themselves out with alcohol to kill the pain of living a life of desperation, of depression. You know, that saying is true. We all live lives of quiet desperation at certain moments. And we start to say to ourselves, man, what is going on? You try to wait. I remember in the military, it was like that. I remember the sergeant would say, look, send one guy like 10 minutes before, they'll cover for him on formation. So, because at the end of the day, you'd have to make formation, everybody, you know, it's kind of like, it's a ritual again. But I understand it's like a head count to make sure everything is everything. And to give the orders for the next day. Okay, fall out tomorrow morning, 5:55, be here, sweats, ready for PT, physical training, right? But one of us would be sent to get the beer. And we would get the beer, so it would be waiting right when we're released from formation. You go upstairs, you're cracking a beer. You know, guys would be getting ready to get nice at that point. And on the weekends, forget it. It was like beyond the college dormitory type of stuff. I mean, this is just like, holy smokes, man. And the Tin Man in the Wizard of Oz is basically representative of that. The working man. He worked, and you know, the rusting of the body. We see what happens to people that work a lot and do, even football players and stuff. Their bodies start to get shot, man. Their body starts to seize up. I don't know how many football players that, you know, sports stars in general, the constant pounding and MMA, forget it, man. What people don't realize is football stars get a lot of concussions too, man. They get a lot of concussions, and it's crazy, man. Beers in the barracks. Yeah, man. That's what it is, Mehdi. Good to see you. Yep. The beers in the barracks, man. I never thought that they would make me like Garrison until I started going out to the field and having to live in the field for 2, 3, 4 weeks at a time. It was ridiculous, man. And every freaking month almost when I was at permanent duty. You lucky to get 2 months in Garrison. We're going to the field for, you know, a field problem. It's like, what is, you know, I never went camping. When I got out the Army, I mean, I had to set up tents and stuff. You sleeping in a tent, you're out there, freezing winter. These people go and they camp. Yeah, it's fun. But when I hear people getting eaten by bears and stuff like that, camping, yeah, it's something, man. I don't know, man. Yeah, I guess it would have been better if I was an officer in the field, but yeah, I couldn't deal with it. I mean, you had to worry about in the Mojave Desert, when I went there, you had to worry about the wildlife. I mean, people were getting stung by rattlesnakes, helicopter evac out. It was a lot of stuff. And as soon as the sun went down, bang, you had to put your field jacket on. It got cold right away. I mean, you can freeze at night in the desert. You could get seriously sick. And daytime, you're in a t-shirt. and you don't want to be in direct sun because it's getting hot. It's getting hot out there. Secret Consciousness, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man. Always a pleasure, man. Yeah, the garrison dealing with all the headquarters and the BS. Yeah, it was kind of tough. The one thing I liked about the garrison, well, I didn't really like it, but when you're off, you're near technology. You got a bathroom, you got a room, you can go into town, off base, stuff like that. But it says here the scarecrow made of straw didn't have a need to breathe. So that's why it's saying that he was immune to the poppies, and the Tin Man being mechanical doesn't need to breathe. Or so fictional entity. I think they related to the scarecrows as the scarecrows, they related to them as a fictional character too. I think we got escape the matrix. I'm trying to pull you on. I don't know why it's not letting me pull you on, man. Wait. All right. I just pressed it. That's kind of odd, man. Let me see if I press this, that comes up. Are you there? Can you hear me? Escape the matrix. I think this is Bob, right? I think we did an interview before. Bob, are you there? Why is it not letting me pull you on? That's it. Well, I'm pressing it, but I don't see you pop on. I pulled me on. Am I on? All right, it's just you right now, Bob. Okay, he hopped off. I don't know. I think it was something with his thing because I was pulling him on and it wasn't letting me pull him on. Yeah, so yeah, if you all right, here he is again. Wow, it's not letting me pull. That's weird. So if I hop off and put you on, I think Bob, can you hear me? Or maybe it's this. Oh, here it goes. I guess you can hear me now, right, Bob? I don't know, man. Maybe you don't have your mic hooked up. Okay. Escape the matrix. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, he hopped off again. So I guess something's up with his thing. But if you want to come on, just let me know what's up. Yeah, I guess the single thing. Okay, I had it on the single thing. I guess that's the one right there. Maybe hop on to the side, the little one with the matrix background. Okay. I tried joining, bro. Something wrong with your phone. Okay, so it might be something, yeah. Because I was trying to pull you on. It just wasn't I couldn't hear you. Yeah. I had you on. I didn't hear it. Yeah. And you weren't muted. So I don't know if it's something with your phone. If you try again, I'll pull you on, and we'll talk. I guess that's yeah, Medi said couldn't hear either. Yeah, it might work with that. Yeah, I thought it was because Escape the Matrix, they got a guy that we interviewed. I think he has a similar background that you had, and he has a channel. He has a channel. He does videos just talking about stuff. But let me see right here. Yeah, so the Tin Man, the Scarecrow, they're considering them. I got to look deeply into that. Now, Toto and Dorothy and the Cowardly Lion, they fell asleep, because they succumbed to the poppy's magic, the fumes. They inhaled it. So what does this represent? They're on their way to Emerald City and they're going to do that. And then they fall asleep. And Poppy, we know that it seems that they sedate, in my opinion, populations with that. There was wars fought to be able to import opium. The British was stringing out the Chinese aristocracy, the aristoc races, the aristocracy, man. It just and then that's how they got Hong Kong. They got Hong Kong with that. Let me see. Can you hear me? Escape the Matrix. I don't see your thing moving here. Let me just check your mic settings. Mic settings look good, bro. Yeah, it's not really saying nothing wrong with that. You are on the screen with us, so that is there. But I don't know why. All right, I just muted you. I unmuted you, so that works. Yeah, so his earbuds. He had the Chinese Century of Shame, man. And I heard the opium dens and stuff like that, man. Yeah, it's brutal, man. Yeah, it's definitely brutal. Um, yeah, so going into the Wizard of Oz, we got the Christmas story. We'll go into a few of these you know the whole what they would call the magic of Christmas, right? Like that song, the most wonderful time of the year. It's a very catchy tune. Dreaming of a White Christmas. What was some of the other ones? Um Santa Claus is coming to town. That was one of the biggies. I used to like the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer type of motion animation, stuff like that. I think one of the best ones was was the Land of Misfit Toys. The Land of Misfit Toys. And that was from the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. So the meaning, they're saying, right? A place for the rejected, imperfect, or different, teaching that unique traits have value and everyone deserves a home or acceptance at the least, even if they don't fit conventional norms. It was beautiful. When you think about something like, now that's teaching. That's teaching. That's showing people. That's bringing people together. To say, hey, when Rudolph and Yukon Cornelius, I think it was, they sailed over on the iceberg or something like that, and then they reached the land of misfit toys, showing that this is a place for the rejected, the imperfect, the different. And this is what I like to make the stream about, to where we embrace it. We don't have to, like, we're not kowtowing to trying to make somebody comfortable. We're saying, look, man, difference is cool. Difference is beautiful, man. Diversity is the spice of life. That's what it is. And there's something that's always trying to separate us, put us against each other. Christmas is a time where I noticed where some people would be nice to you on Christmas, and then the rest of the year they're not nice to you. I would say, man, why don't you be nice to me for the whole year, and then on Christmas you can, act like that, so we can have more of a good feeling. Like, the Merry Christmas, man, that Merry Christmas thing, Mr. Rex, brother, good to see you, man, always, bro. Yeah, this whole Christmas spell, ritual, whatever somebody wants to call it, it is what it is. But that show, I'm trying to think, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and the island of the misfit toys. So it was Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, I remember. And one of the elves was, again, he was different. He was a different elf. Mr. Rex, good to see you, brother.
Good to see you, MD. Loving your speech so far. So don't interrupt it. You're doing a great job.
Oh, thanks, man. Thanks. Anytime. Just, hop in, man. Definitely.
You have something to say, but I want to wait till you're done.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
No, you touched the nerve when you said, "Why is everybody so nice to you on Christmas? Why can't you be nice the rest of the year? Why it's got to be a holiday that you have to be nice?" And it's so true. And it got me thinking of funerals. Funeral has to be the most zombie thing in the world. You have a party for somebody who can't be there. Yeah, everybody talks nice. Everybody's not, says how great a person he was when he passes away, but you probably weren't saying much nice about him when he was alive. And it's just that's so zombie because it's like, you know, me personally, I wouldn't need a funeral. I'm gone. I don't. I told my daughter, don't have one for me. What's the need? I'm not going to be there. What good is it to hear nice things about you and you're not even there? You know what I'm saying? It's like ridiculous. It's just like you said. It's the here and the now. Be nice all year round, and you know,
Yeah,
enjoy them people while they're here. You know.
absolutely, man. Absolutely. I totally agree. I mean, I met a friend that, yeah, false empathy. Medi is on point, man. Yeah. Medi says, I'm exactly the same, Mr. X. Yeah, this is so true. Myself, too, man. We all see eye to eye with this. This is about bringing people together, man.
Mm-hmm.
The conquistadors built churches right on top. Yeah, the sacred sites, definitely. Supplanting the pagan holidays. I think they actually, when you look into Christmas and holidays, they have a lot of the previous holidays in there, like the paganism. It blends, like
Yeah.
Oester. That's the goddess, and that is Easter, of fertility, actually. But with Christianity, it comes back. And I think these, yeah, hearing stuff. Um,
Wasn't Santa based on Odin, the Nordic god Odin?
I think it was. I think there's so many deep stuff that goes in there. Guy of the Sage, good to see you. Says, yeah, opium dens were terrible, probably pretty good. Oh man, compared to the modern, man, it's brutal, bro.
Hmm.
It's brutal. When I look at you know, when I think about going into the next, it really, we're all going there, man. And it seems so important, but yet we're not really, it's like, hey, we're not really caring about it. We do live our lives, but that's the crazy thing. Living our lives, right? And we know that we can go at any moment. We don't know when we're going to go, and we don't know how much time we got left. I
That's
spoke with
right.
my friend today. He's like about 70 or 71, and it was, yeah, I said, look, man, I said, one thing I've learned is that if I can go back and do it again, and not know everything for like to win lotto or something, but just
Hmm.
to just to know what I know now and say, you know what, all right, all I want to do is be nicer to people. So that's the only change I would make. There were certain things I would do to prevent myself from making certain mistakes, hanging out with certain people. But you start to, I'm glad that I've even reached this. I see some people, like the guy we had come on, he was 71, and he's still kind of old and bitter, man.
Yeah.
Very bitter,
That,
man.
that age doesn't mean wisdom. Trust me on
Yeah.
this one. You know.
Oh yeah. They have an old saying. They say even fools grow old. So
That's
it's
right.
like, yeah. I was on another show. I think it was Conscious. Oh man, he comes on sometimes. We did an interview, but I'd made it private. Oh man, propagate this light. Yeah. And I remember when I first went on there, I got into it with, there's this lady that goes on there. I think she's in her 60s. And she's like, oh, well, she's in her. I said, look, you can still be ignorant and be older. Don't
Hmm.
act like, oh, because you're older, I have to listen, and you're right or for something. For that's horrible. And
No.
I think she called herself Mud Rabbit or something like that. And again, just, yeah, I mean, and he's got a pretty cool string. He keeps it no cursing and stuff like that. And at first I thought it was a little strict, but now I understand why. I understand why. I think Mr. Super Sidewinder comes from over there. And sometimes he'll pop in the chat, and Propagate will pop in the chat. He's a cool dude. He's a cool dude, man. I think he claims to be kind of psychic. I think he was a little bit up on that, like trying to say, oh, I hit on this, I hit on that. I'm like, well, you didn't really, you told me I had a white shirt on, but I was wearing a red sweatshirt, zipper up with a white shirt underneath. I said, how many people, most people do have a white shirt underneath. So like a little pushing it.
Yeah.
Calix, good to see you, brother. Always, bro. Yeah. Hey, vegan skeptic, my brother. If you want to hop on, anybody, I got the link pinned to the top of the chat. You already know the Christmas Mary Christ Mass. Again, the Christ Mass, the Mass. The a lot of church stuff in there. Um, but older people do have more life experience. Maybe wisdom is more the word. Wouldn't even say it's wisdom, because that guy that came on, even though I still think he's, I don't think he's a bad person, but he hangs around with a lot of people who are extremely prejudiced. And so it's like marching in a parade with the Klan and saying, well, you're not a Klan member, but yeah, you're hugging, you're shaking hands with the, it's like, come on, man. And then, you're preaching all this stuff. I would think that somebody would be mature at that age.
Hmm.
And then to ask and say, well, have you traveled? And say, oh, no, you haven't left your state. Well, now that says a lot. That
Exactly.
says a lot. I mean, Mark Twain, they try to complain about his books, right? Tom Sawyer, Huckleberry Finn. But if anybody were to read it, because they use the N word in there, right? But
Hmm.
one of the epiphanies in there was Huck Finn, when he made friends with the runaway or escaped slave, basically. Escaped is actually a better word, because runaway acts like he belongs on the, oh, he ran away. No, he escaped. He escaped imprisonment. That's, again, words are so important.
Sure.
So after seeing the deep feelings that Jim had, the escaped slave, and he became friends with him. I think there was a part where he said he'd rather go to hell than accept the racism that he sees in society. The fact that this guy is on the run because of just the color of his skin, the way he looks, and Huck is free, and he saw how Jim had feelings and how he was a real person, and that is really amazing with Mark Twain's books. And Mark Twain said, he goes, look, there's one way to eliminate prejudice is travel. You travel and you see people and meet people. If you're open minded enough, you start to be like, wow, man, it's not what I thought it was. Now there are places, yeah, you got to be a little careful, but yeah, Tom.
Well, one thing that motivates me, I'm not going to get religious or anything like that, but I am held accountable to the person who created this whole thing. And one thing he says is you got to judge people as individuals. That's very clear about that. So if I were to take a prejudice attitude, I know what the outcome's going to be. I'm going to get taught a lesson. I already know what's coming down the pike. That's one of the things about knowing the creator. You're held accountable. And one of those things is encountering somebody who looks just like you, and you're going to have a bad experience with them. They're going to do you wrong. So, there's accountability in this. That there are laws to this universe. It's not random. So the racism thing can only last so long. You can have it, but it's not going to work in reality because somebody who looks just like you is going to do you wrong. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah, if you judge the book by the cover, if you're not seeing the content, you're not seeing, it opens you up to get into problems with that. Black Circle, my brother from across the pond. Merry Christmas, fellow zombies. What's up, bro? Definitely, man. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Vegan says, I'll see if I can set up my new mic and join. Yeah, man. Always a pleasure, brother. Always, man.
I was bringing some knowledge, Vegan Spectic.
Oh, yeah. He always brings knowledge. Jay, speaking of books, there's a video that I saw recently that suggests that many people's favorite authors are actually CIA operatives that are spreading propaganda. Mm-hmm. Wow. That would be deep. Can you type in some more info on that? Like, which authors are suspected to be CIA operatives? That's one of my questions right there. Always surprised me how Uncle T, has become an algorithm censored. Yeah, man. Thank you for typing in that way. Thank you. Don't say a word, because we don't want to risk it. Thank you so much, man. See, that is so much maturity in how you presented that, man. And that's what I would hope that other people that has been around for a long time would be able to do stuff like that, to say, hey, let's keep it safe for the sake of the channel so we can keep having these great conversations and talk about things where we learn. Because other channels, I noticed they're just devoid of mentally stimulating content. It's more of like, provocational stuff to provoke a person, to get them to watch this, or they just destroyed this person, like the fake professor and the breakfast.
A lot of these shows I don't even know what they are. I mean, even the ones that are really popular, I really don't listen to them, to be honest with you.
They think about that. Like, man, it's but the CIA operatives, I did hear something about that. I wasn't sure because they try to say George Orwell and stuff like that. But it makes me wonder. That's a pretty deep topic. I've heard people say maybe Aldous Huxley, but why? Like, they're like, well, Aldous Huxley. I forgot how to say his name, but it makes me wonder because Brave New World, was he issuing the template? He said like I think it was only English in the movie, in the original movie. Leonard Nimoy actually played in that as well. Ron O'Neal from Superfly played in that. Some amazing actors. But he would call the people that control us, they would call them the controllers. And Russian and French and all those languages had already been eliminated, if I remember it correctly. It was only one language. So we already know English is big time spellcaster language. so now it limits our vocabulary because there are things that can be said in other languages that people have told me there's not really a good translation for English. One German counselor, she told me one time, she goes, that saying, what doesn't kill us makes us stronger. She goes, that's not translated correctly. She goes, the closest that she can translate it is, what doesn't kill us makes us more resilient. So, and she goes, and that's still not as accurate as what Nietzsche was trying to portray it as. This is really, something that, language is definitely is very important. But what I was going to say about how you said that the creator, you said like you feel that okay, you are responsible in some way, like whoever
Well,
or yeah.
he gives me the truth, and once you're given the truth, you're held to a higher standard, basically.
Mm,
Uh, so what it is the truth is you have to judge people as individuals. That's the truth that comes from the creator himself. And as somebody who knows this, if I can decide to be prejudiced against people, I can do that, but I'm going to get taught a lesson real fast. And it's going to happen. I already know it's going to happen. I'm going to have a bad experience with somebody with my skin color or however I judge people. It could be skin color, it could be something else.
mhm,
It could be maybe less attractive people or something like that. Or if I pass judgment on somebody or somebody who has less money, who is poor, let's just say, is
mhm,
struggling to make ends meet, let's say a homeless person. If I go by him and let's just say judge him based on the fact that, oh, you're doing this and you're doing that because you're not responsible or so forth, past judgmental, I'll get taught a lesson real fast.
yeah.
So that's part of the accountability. And it's happened to me even before this, it changes you as a person. But now at this level, yeah,
Mhm.
I can't be judging other people based on different things because you'll be taught a lesson. You'll be humbled. Let's put it that way. You'll be humbled real fast.
Mhm. Yeah, karma, man. Karma's real, man. Karma
Right.
is real. It's like how you treat people. They say how people treat you is their karma. How you respond is yours. And as you get
Yeah.
older, hopefully people will see that you're not getting away with anything. You're not
Right.
getting
And I'm not saying it out of being a good person. That's not what I'm trying to
No,
portray.
no, no. It's like I'm saying, like when people think that, oh, well, it hasn't happened or something like this. Christopher, good to see you, brother. Merry Christmas from the other side of the pond. Always, brother. Always, bro. Always a pleasure. And thank you, brother. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it, man. Always love to hear your input, your comments, man. You left some pretty good ones on the thing there. I was like, wow, man. Um, Alexis, good to see you, brother. He says Nick Fuentes is on his stream saying Christmas. Oh my goodness.
That is so
This
plain. That is so he's doing it on purpose. Come on now.
oh my, he is that. Oh man, that guy just, I don't know. I just don't get it, man. It's such an insecurity thing. He was saying something about, dating women is, not hetero, like they found the grinder thing. I mean, in my
It's so
opinion,
it's so
that's a
s-
really messed up individual
I
mentally.
the scary thing is who's following him and who's
Oh,
bullying is saying, "Oh wow, Nick Fuentes, he's the new Charlie Kirk or whatever it is they want to say." You know what I mean? It's just, I think it's more funny than anything else. To be honest with you, it just seems like a
yeah,
big joke. You know what I mean?
yeah. Yeah, no, it definitely, man. You know what's funny is, and this is the craziest thing, Alexis, man, is that when Nick is saying that, look at where the Jesus and everything is the Middle East. So when we look at that, there some people have said that Jesus, I mean, I think the story goes back a lot further, but to think that the oldest form of Christianity that we know of, the oldest biblical canon books are from Ethiopia. Ethiopia is like where it actually comes from. Now it could go back older. There's no doubt about that. Maybe they find it in another continent or another culture, but the furthest one we know is from there. So it's been turned into something that's different. But it. I think when you look at the teachings of love and stuff like that, it goes a little deeper. It goes, yeah, it just A Patterson, good to see you, brother. He says, my grandmother used to say, You do it here, you'll pay it here on earth. Wow. That's a deep one. Yeah, he did say that, Black Circle. He definitely said that. I heard the video. I was like, wow, what is going on? Again, like we saw in the sphere, these guys who are grifting, um, we seen that Claus was there. There was always something with the Claus. And
Yeah.
and look at this ritual with Tate, right? Everybody thought, now they're calling him Bottom G, after he lost to the guy wearing pink gloves, who clearly, I wonder, it's some type of humiliation ritual or something with that guy. It just, first of all, I didn't watch the fight,
I didn't
but
even know about it.
yeah, it
But I
just,
give you all the credit in the world, MD, for waking me up to the the sus behavior and so forth. Because yeah, it's true. It's in everywhere. I think it's in media,
Mhm.
movies, entertain all kinds of entertainment. This closeted behavior just seems everywhere.
Yeah.
In the power centers, not necessarily in society, but in the power, in the control, in the media.
Mhm.
It's
Mhm.
very cool. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it clearly, it's in a lot of places, man. It is, it's prevalent in many places, man. Yeah, hold frame, bro. It's like you got a whole frame. That was hilarious. Tate made a 40-minute video making excuses, claiming that God could have made him lose because he can't handle a loss more than, wow. This is, I mean, the coping at the speed of light. Holy smokes. Yeah,
Hmm.
it just, when I look at these things, it's just like, man, what is going on, man? What is really going on? I think honestly, Nick Fuentes is more of a comedian, like more of a clown, not even a comedian. And
That's what
he's
he
a
said.
dangerous clown.
Oh,
He's a
I agree with
dangerous
that.
clown.
I
Yeah,
agree.
yeah. He can, it can incite people to do things, and I understand why he's not around, on the platform here, because it really, you think about it, it's like, yeah, man, it can be dangerous. Crocodilla, good to see you. Balls of Hollywood. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yo, this is crazy, man. The coping that made him gas out. Right? It wasn't a lack of cardio. It wasn't a lack of cardio, man. It just, wow. They are blaming Ragamuffin. Good to see you, brother. It's crazy, man. Alexis, good to see you. Who is the most dangerous puppy zombie right now? Honestly, you got any, Mr. X? Who might be the
Dangerous
most,
puppy zombie.
puppet?
Zombie.
Yeah, yeah, puppet zombie. You said?
Ooh. I guess. Yeah. I mean, I have to go with Fuentes right now. Maybe I'm just top of my head. I don't know what he's. The things he's saying. I mean, I guess you could say. Trump. Some of the things he says too could be considered a little dangerous. Um. Geez.
Mhm. I would
Very.
say top three. So you're saying Fuentes, Trump, and who else? As I definitely would say Fuentes is up there. He's a dangerous puppet zombie, man. Dangerous. Like, yeah, a good question, Alexis. A good
Yeah.
question on that. Um, yeah, that. I'm trying to think. There are, and I don't want to just, you see, there's so many. There's so many. But like, to say top three, the problem with Fuentes is that and I just call him Flower Boy, because Fuentes means flowers, I think, in Spanish, right?
Yeah.
Because
No.
I
No.
remember
No.
that girl.
Flores. Flores.
Oh,
Fuente.
Flores.
I
Okay,
think it's.
what is Fuentes?
I think Fuente. It could be a bridge. No, it's a puente. Fuente. I'm not sure if it could be in a fountain or
Yeah, because
not.
I remember the chick. I thought it was
Fuente is strong, but so
Daisy
it's like
Fuentes on MTV long time ago in the 90s or something. Or was it
Fuente.
Daisy
It's a
Flores?
yeah, it's like a stream, a fountain, a fuente.
Okay, okay. So yeah, and there's a film where the cops run up on him, and they tell him, like, are you, racist, whatever, and he cops out, right? Oh no, he's Mexican. And they got it on film.
Hmm.
They got it on film. So the big tough guy, and then there are guys that openly say it, I saw a video today of a guy just, you know, I noticed racism, it's a mental disease. And oh, okay, that guy says it's fountain. Thank you, brother. Yeah,
Yeah.
just like you were saying, like a water flowing. Yeah.
Hmm.
Wow, that when I think about it, it's like on any side, whether it's somebody being racist, it doesn't matter if they're black, white, Latin, anything in between, Indian, Chinese, it can attack a person's mind. It seems to be, in my opinion, a mental disease that eats away the rationality and reason of a person's mind. Because when you see people that say these slurs and either get beat up or they get, they offend somebody so bad. I mean, you see how somebody feels when this happens. There was a sheriff that back in the MySpace days, um, Sinchin Runa, I think he used to call his channel. It was like a CIA operative, like character. I guess he named it after that. And I spoke with him a few times. He used to be a sheriff, and I think he retired or he left because one time he said that he called a black man that word, and he
Hmm.
saw how it almost broke him, like to see a guy in uniform treat you that way. And he goes, man, it changed him. It actually changed him. I'm glad he had enough caring to say that. Black Circle says his are Charlie Kirk, Nick Fuentes, and Candace Owens are all controlled op fake conservatives, in his opinion. He doesn't trust any of them. Yeah, I hear you, bro. It's like there are so many. It's like there's like a list. I would say it's like 20 at least. Like we can. I mean, I wouldn't trust Kamala, Biden. Just there's so many on both sides. I just don't want to. We know that the conservatives got it like crazy. And Black Circle does know what's up, man. He's an OG. He definitely. Oh yeah, Myron. I've heard from some people because he used to be Homeland Security, and
Hmm.
it just the hatred that he spews. He tried to get into Turning Point USA, and they made videos about it, like saying that they're not going to let him in, and he was looking kind of humiliated. It's like, when I look at that, I say, man, again, the mental disease can affect anybody, and it can infect them on either way. So he could be racist, being that Myron is like Arab and black mixed, and he tries to always say the N word, all of this stuff, but really he's more Arab than black when you think about it because of his religion. And anybody, it's like he doesn't treat people with respect. He especially the racism has eaten into his mind to where he's very prejudiced toward black people. And we see black people that get eaten with racism that are very prejudiced toward white people. And these classifications aren't, they're just ridiculous. They're made up. They're made up, and people are joining the circus. Alexis says, how dangerous is the puppet Elon? Elon Musk, I think, in my opinion, is an extremely dangerous puppet. There was a guy I was speaking to, Cougar Doomer, on Nosa stream, and he was saying, because I asked him, I said, "Hey man, you said Elon Musk, in your opinion, is a white supremacist." I said, what are you saying? So he broke down some stuff, and his beliefs align with it. Also, he had a thing, I think I showed it on here, where he said people should feel sorry for billionaires. I mean, the audacity of this. I mean, you talking about spoiled rotten. His father even said he went to school in a Rolls Royce. So okay, he might talk about abuse or whatever from his father or something in his family. It's like, bro, you got dropped off in a Rolls Royce.
Yeah.
You talk about the kid walking to school bare feet compared to what you went through. It's like, I think you can deal with it. And now you're not just a billionaire. When he has, from what they're saying, over $300 billion. That's crazy. He's a third. He's almost a third of a way to a trillionaire.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's literally. And then when you look at, Trump's a billionaire. all these other guys, billionaires, Zuckerberg, Bezos, all these, and it's saying, how much is enough? How much you got people? And I had said this to that guy Brave when he was, we were talking, and I'm like, look, if somebody's working 40 hours a week and they can't afford to pay for a house and eat and all of that stuff, health insurance, that's slavery, man. And they're like, oh, well, they could get another job. They could work 60 hours a week. And I said, these guys are so mentally, they're missing part. The racism has eaten away that part of compassion in their mind. And all that, it really, it gets them to think, if the best party, oh, well, their ancestors, they try to say built America. I'm like, so you're basically, the best part of you is underground.
Yeah.
Right? It's, I think Alan Watt called them potatoes. He said those are potatoes. He said the bourgeois live in the future, and the only people that live in the present is the proletariat, because we have no choice.
Mhm.
We're the working man. And until we can get to a point where it's like, okay, financial independence, I would say stability is fine, but independence is better, because then you don't have to work. You say, okay, I did the math, and with inflation and everything, if I keep it frugal, and I can manage this, and kind of contemplate where I'm going once that day comes, without having to do slave labor for for so many years. And that's what people do. They figure, okay, they'll do the slave labor for so many years, and then, oh man, yo, Black Circle is hilarious. Rolls Royce sell, that
Mhm.
is hilarious, bro. You are hilarious, brother. You are hilarious. Clav, man. Yeah, I mean, when I saw him doing the thing with, again, the racism, man, is it possible to be a billionaire without being compromised?
I don't think so.
I
I
don't
don't think
think so,
so.
man. Yeah, I honestly don't think so, Alexis. I think you can make a couple of $1 million, five, maybe even 10. Even when you make five, they're watching you.
Mhm.
They want to make sure you don't rock the boat too much. This is why you notice, like, a lot of Black millionaires, multimillionaires, billionaires don't start Black communities. They won't open, like the Patterson Company that I showed it many before. That was a Black family that had a car company in the late 1800s, going into early 1900s. And something broke that. There were Black governors. The
Mhm.
Lone Ranger is based on a Black man, Bass Reeves. I know a guy that claims to be related to him. His last name is Reeves, but I don't know. I mean, he's lied so much in the past, but he could be. A liar. Even though they're a liar, it's not to say that he couldn't be. And he is on the whole, the Native American type of thing. He gets very, very racial. It just it's sad, because what he's been through, I would hope he didn't go to that side, but we don't really talk anymore. I mean, it's really messed up, because I told him, I said, look, man, I don't want to, I can't deal with somebody that just has that prejudice in them, and then it turns into self-hate. It turns into constantly harping on the past, when it's good to know the past, but the future is very important, and the present is the most. It is the most. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, man. He says, what do you think happens if you make too much money? Honestly, I think what happens is you get approached. I think even when they see that you have too much of an influence, like Joe Rogan, when I saw that he flipped on the moon, uh, something was up. And the fact that he had his friend Bravo on there making like a lot of claims, that wasn't helping it. But as soon as he flipped the script, and his most views at that point before he got big was Jamie Foxx. He got 1 million views, I remember. And as soon as he said, "Oh, we definitely went," and he was, siding with the narrative, Neil deGrasse Tyson comes on, Elon Musk comes on, big names start going to his podcast. He starts getting 1 million views for any video, basically. He became the #1 podcaster, period, in the world. So when you make a certain amount, or when you gain a certain amount of influence, and yeah, Rogan, in my opinion, did sell out, man. Wow, Powerball is 1.7. That's crazy. I think if you win that, you don't get the whole yeah, the lottery is totally, yeah. I, I think if you win the 1.7 billion, you get like a fraction of that, right? If you take it at
Like
one
half
time,
of it or something like that, roughly.
or
Like
maybe even a little
50%, like
less.
600 something million. Yeah.
Yeah, how much would
Look,
you receive if you win the Powerball of 1.7 billion is like, it's hard to fathom. It's hard.
783 million. Cash option of 783 million, I see here. That's still pretty good. I'll take it. I forgot to play though. I played the other night, but I forgot.
Google's trying to tell me you received the full thing. I don't think this is true.
No, no. It says
It's
a
a
cash
minus the
option of
federal
70
tax.
something million.
Yeah, I don't
It says it right on the jackpot site.
yeah, yeah, it's kind of, and it's all there's some rigging on this that is they call lotto like a tax on the poor. I don't know if you've ever heard that. Winner will be a CIA agent. Yo, A.
Yeah,
Madison is
wouldn't be
over.
surprised. I really wouldn't be
You are,
surprised.
you are so A. Patterson and Black Circle, man. The OGs, bro. The OG. Thoughts on Lottery Zombies MB. They play the lotto every week, winning odds with it. Yeah, bro, I heard you got a better chance of being ended on the way home from buying the lottery ticket. There's a higher statistical chance of that happening than winning the lottery.
Mm-hmm.
And when I used to see my family, my aunts and uncles and cousins in Brooklyn, man, they would because my aunt, she passed, but they used to own an apartment building,
Mm-hmm.
and it was ghetto and stuff. But hey, they owned two buildings, and him and my cousins would always be maintaining it, but they would collect, like, I mean, they would sit there like zombies. It was like they would have somebody go to buy all the tickets, and they would be spending some cash, man. They would be dropping hundreds of dollars. Everybody's money together was like $200-300 in the 90s. Even in the 80s, I think they used to bet, but I remember more in the 90s. And I said, man, these people are just in fantasy island.
Yeah.
These statistical odds, yeah.
It really doesn't increase your chances that much either, spending a few $100, even a few thousand. It's like very low. That increases it. So it's
Yeah. And I think if anybody has ever seen The Running Man, Neil on the grass, Tyson, holy smoke. If anybody remembers the oh yeah, the senior bingo zombies, it's so sad, man. It's so sad when I see them. The winners are always, yeah. I think, in my opinion, they're fake. The Running Man, the movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger, kind of showed something alluding to that when they said, "Oh, here are last year's winners," and you see them in the locker room deceased, and
right.
when he eventually cut into the signal. The one thing, see, and this is another, the Running Man. I read the book when I was in the military, and it was different. The guy was a tall, skinny guy, the Running Man. He was like 6'5", 165 pounds. So that's like extremely skinny at that height. And who's the Running Man. You see some of these long distance runners, they are very, very skinny. I think well, I don't want to say his name, but he's like, he said he was like 5'11", 145 pounds or something. Very, very slim. And but they have extreme endurance. They're running for 10, 20 miles. These guys, I heard Goggins runs for like 15 miles or something, and he's in pretty good shape. But the Running Man, when that show, the movie, the good thing that I see on it is that it showed how the news changed the story. So when the girl betrayed him at the airport, when he was trying to use her to get out of the country after he escaped from the labor camp for not following orders, she turned him in at the airport. They chased him down, caught him, right? And then she looked on the news and she saw that the news said, oh, he offed like these 3 people. And she goes, wait a minute, that didn't happen. He just ran and got caught. And they blamed like a few bodies on him. So the
So the
fact
movie you're talking about, the movie.
Yeah, the movie. I don't know if you saw the movie. Did you?
No, I saw the movie. I never read the book though. I saw the
Yeah,
movie.
no, but in the movie, it's you remember that part in the movie when
Yeah,
she was back home and she saw the news and they're saying that, oh, he did this at the airport, but he didn't, off anybody. He just
yeah, the
ran.
Spanish actress. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, the Spanish actress, Maria Conchito Alonso or something like that.
Like that. Yeah,
Conchita or something like that.
she was
Yeah,
in color too. Remember her?
yeah. Um, and then there was, of course, they falsified when he was in a helicopter as an officer and didn't want to fire upon the civilians that just wanted food. He goes, oh, they're rioting, and they were like, all right, fine. He goes, look, they just want food, and they're like, oh, we gave you an order, and he didn't obey it, and then next thing you know, boom, he's in the labor camp, right? So
Mhm.
then he gets out, he does the break, and then that's when she sees again on the news shows that. So they had to hack into the signal, I guess, at the end of the movie, and that's when they showed the real winners. When they say, oh, they're basking in a vacation and this and that, and and it's like you see them deceased. Alexis says the winners are selected 100%. It's not random. Yeah, I think that is very possible, man. I really do think that is possible, that the
I've
winners,
thought about that too myself. It's like, I wonder if this is fixed. Just waste our money. I never know. You know what I mean?
they call it a tax on the poor.
Oh yeah, the poor go
I-
nuts with it. They overbuy and they just go nuts. Like it's a good financial plan. It's like, geez.
yeah, I'm trying to see what is the meaning of lotto
Oh
of the
yeah.
lottery, basically, of the lottery being a tax. We got Azroon here. What's up, bro?
Nothing, MD. We were just talking about this thing, right? The Running Man. And did you see that documentary, MD, called Icarus, where that director exposes how Russia has been cheating in the Olympics and cheating at all games for a very long time, since the 1960s, late 1960s? They were on a state sponsored doping program, and even all the Dagestanis, they're heavily into doping, and that's how they win most of the time. They take needles and they use these. I forgot the name of that drug, but it looks like most of the time the winners are the cheaters. Actually, MD.
Hmm. Well, there was a marathon runner who did something called blood doping. He won like all
Hmm.
of these marathons years ago, like decades ago. And they said, how is he going to run in this race? And then a couple weeks later, he runs in this race and he wins and he wins. And they found out that he was going in the mountains. He would pull out a pint of blood. I think it was a pint, could have been more, but let's just say it's a pint. And then he runs and trains on the top of the mountain at a high altitude where you need more oxygen, but he gets accustomed to that. And then he comes back down after 3 weeks to normal sea level and puts that blood back into his body. So I think that's what they call blood doping. So now you get super endurance at that point, which it's not really a drug. You're actually using your body's mechanism to maximize it. And then they made it illegal because I think they asked them how he used it, or I don't know how they figured it out, but I think he might have confessed to it.
MD.
Yeah,
Even Khabib Nurmagomedov, that lightweight champion in UFC,
yeah,
he was doing exactly the same thing that you mentioned right now.
yeah. He might be. He might be. I think the whole Olympics have been fixed from the beginning. So, me. It's like Alexis, brother. Thank you for the support, man. He says, Mr. X, let's say you won the lottery. Before you go to collect the earnings, men in suits approach you and tell you either become a puppet or disappear. What would you honestly choose?
You're asking me an honest question.
Yeah, that's Alexis. I just highlighted it. He's asking that.
Now, I'm not gonna lie. I'd probably be a puppet. I'm not. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
Because what's disappear? I'm not gonna look. I'm not gonna lie to everybody. I'm not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? If I tell you nope, I'll stand strong and I'll disappear and I'll live in the mountains, so I'll be lying to you. So I like to give an honest answer. You know, I'd live in the Matrix until I die, basically. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's saying like, okay, if you don't be a puppet, they're gonna make you disappear. Or, I mean, if you could just explain a little more on this, Alexis, that is it disappear like take the money and disappear, or look, you either be a puppet or we're gonna make you disappear.
Yeah.
You know, so
I thought I could. I don't get to keep the money, and I just
yeah,
disappear.
if you don't get to keep the
Nowhere
money.
land.
So if you don't get to keep the money, it's just like, all right, you disappear. Or it's like you either become a puppet or you take the money and disappear. I mean, taking the money and disappear ain't a hard option because you got
Yeah.
the money. But just to disappear, I hear what you're saying. And he does say, he goes, Mr. X has a daughter, so we understand. We totally understand, man.
Yeah,
We
I'm not
totally
going to lie to you. I mean, it'd be stupid for me to lie to you. I think it's stupid to lie. Let's just be
Yeah,
honest.
no, lying affects the person that lies a lot more than they actually think. A. Patterson says 87 version of the Running Man was also the host, of the Family Feud, the kissing bandit. He was that dude. Yo, anybody that came on, it's just crazy. Vegan said already the mic setup seems okay. Yeah, whenever you're ready, brother. Always a pleasure, man. Disappear pretty much means they get rid of you and make a clone. That's a puppet, anyways.
Agreed.
Wow.
Agreed.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. That's
Either way, you're screwed. Either way, you're screwed.
Yeah. That's a tough one. But yeah, at least you're saying,
simple.
look, you know what? You're just gonna disappear. Be like, look, man, I ain't doing your puppet stuff. It's like we all gonna end up disappearing at one point. So we're not gonna be here.
But that's why I believe in a creator, because if I don't trust myself, but a creator could make me do the right thing. A creator could. I couldn't do the right thing, but a creator could. An all-powerful being could make me do the right thing.
So your belief,
based on my beliefs, it's not scientific, that this all-powerful creator could make me do the right thing. It's just me personally, I don't do the right thing. I just take the money, enjoy life. That's me. But the creator, if he decides otherwise, he has another agenda for me, then yeah, he could do it.
So you're saying there's something else guiding you?
Something else could guide me, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I'm just saying I don't have the ability to do it.
Yeah,
but
I hear what you're saying.
That something else could guide me in that direction.
No, I agree, bro. Especially with that lottery question, that's a deep question. What would you do, Azarun? What would you do if they approached you? You win the lottery, but before you collect that winning, they say you either become a puppet or you disappear, which pretty much means they're going to get rid. So honestly, it's a no-win situation at that point. And that's a good thing Alexis poses, because if it's a no-way situation, it shows us that why play the lottery?
Yeah, but we don't have free will, so that's tough. But
Also,
at the same time,
you think everything is written?
yeah. I think everything else is rigged, because like I do astrology, MD. Like everything, the winners are selected, the losers are selected. Everything is rigged. Like I don't know. I wouldn't know what to do. I would like to disappear, actually, to be honest, because like taking something that's not mine, that I'm not one, and being a puppet, it sounds too fake. But then where will I go and where will I run to? Actually, like my consciousness won't agree for winning something that's done by cheating. So honestly, I wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, isn't there a Hindu thing that talks about some king that gambled away his wife and family?
Yeah. Yudhishthira in the Mahabharata.
Wow, that is so scary, man, because it's like, yeah, that's scary. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, man. He says, what's your thoughts on cloning? Do they clone us? In my opinion, man, I think cloning has been around for a few decades. As a matter of fact, I think that cloning, like when I brought the guest on, Guy Peterson, who wrote the book on Tesla and the Cabbage Patch Kids, that in the late 1800s, it seems that when people were brought over here to this continent of North America and South America, that those incubators, that the cards from the Cabbage Patch things, it really made me wonder. I mean, some of it has a really, it's good because it stimulates the mind. It's saying, okay, why do they have pictures? Anybody can look it up. I'll see if I can find a few. 1890 1890s postcards, I think it was. Postcards of Cabbage Patch, right? Of Cabbage Patch Kids. And this was very, I think the channel name was Conspiracy R Us Ancient Cloning. It didn't come up, Ancient Cloning. So, yeah. Now, these, and the guy that had the channel, one of them is called Mind Unveiled, and the other one is Conspiracies Are Us, and then another one is Understanding Conspiracies. So let me see if I can upload this. And this makes me wonder, when you got a picture like this from 1800s postcards, it really makes you wonder, like where, how, how did this picture come about, right? So this picture here, 1800s cloning, a postcard. So it's saying, I wonder, it's like, wait a second, why is there a picture of these Cabbage Patch babies? And I think there's a better picture here, a more accurate one of the Cabbage Patch Kids. And that's a great question, Alexis. Great question, because this is something with the cloning, and it really got me to thinking, like, why are they? Now, this is one of the original postcards. You can see the stamp on the top right. I had a wider picture. I just got to look for it. I just took these from what I had available. The kids are like being picked from the cabbage as if they're grown from the cabbage, right? Similar to Invasion of the. Oh wait, Vegan Skeptic is here. Hey, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man.
Hello, hello.
Hey, always, man. Yeah,
Hello.
anytime you want to jump in, just the ancient cloning. Alexis had a great question here. What's your thoughts on ancient cloning? Do they clone us? And in my opinion, I think it's been going on for a very long time with these pictures of the ancient cloning, the ancient cards about cloning, the whole theory. Let me see, theory on ancient cloning. And you wonder, it's like, okay, possibly the population we see, because we see people like NPCs, non-player characters. Could they be the products of genetic cloning that happened a century ago? They're like walking on autopilot. And then there's some of us here that we think, like on this stream, everybody's like, wait a minute, I wanna, yeah, can you ask Vegan Lottery the question? Yeah, definitely. Vegan Skeptic, what do you think of this question? What's your thoughts on cloning? Do they clone us?
Yeah, I have heard of like stories about us being back in the day, like not being able to make kids basically, and kind of like more robotic. And then eventually they implemented more of those things into us or something like that. But yeah, I mean, I have heard so many things about human cloning and animal cloning, and it's definitely also like how celebrities could be cloned, and there's so many different theories about celebrities, and I kind of almost believe all of them, because in this type of place everything almost can be true at the same time, whenever they want it, right? So yeah, that's kind of how I see that. But question about like do they clone us? I don't necessarily think so. Like I think just like Mr. X, I think this is more almost like a divine theater Truman Show, where it's almost like a video game where there's obviously a script being played, and there's obviously like so much we can see from gematria, numerology, how literally everything is basically scripted, like all the news. And not only that, when we do look into every single almost movie, TV show, news, and video game, we keep seeing these nuanced, layered, deep meanings around everything that we are talking about, like Matrix reality, Truman Show reality, script-based, actor-based reality. And that's basically what I'm seeing it. And in this type of place, I don't necessarily think, like we are being cloned or some nefarious things are going on. I see this as a more of a like most everything is fake. Just enjoy the show basically, but it's
Yeah.
hard to realize that it's a show,
Yeah, it's very hard to realize that. Okay, so that gives his. I'll ask Azvaroon and Mr. X too, Alexis. So you have all of our opinions on it. I think yes, it could be happening right now. I wonder if I have been cloned, would I know it? Would I know it? I mean, it gets deep. Me thinking on it. As Varun, what do you think? Uh, have What's your thoughts on cloning? Do they clone us? What's your
Yeah,
personal
the
opinion?
cloning has been there forever, MD. It
Oh,
like the guru of the demons, his name is Shukracharya. He did penance for 5,000 years, and then another 1,000 years actually on Lord Shiva. Then he attained some kind of knowledge called Sanjeevani Vidya, and he, when people would die on the battlefield, the demons would die on the battlefield in thousands, he would revive them just like that. He knew some secret of super cloning, MD. And when Gandhari, the mother of the child that was supposed to be born, saw how the Pandavas were born through gods, got jealous. She hit her womb. So she gave birth to a dead lump of flesh. And then Vedavyasa, who was the progenitor of that family, came over there, admonished her for her actions. He chopped the dead lump of flesh into 100 parts, put them into pots, 100 pots, and sealed it. And after some time, 100 children were born. So, like, what happened was that I think this cloning business has been going on for a very long time in MD. And the ancient people, they knew it better than us actually. Like, they knew how to clone human beings in a more superior way when compared to us. Even like they say your shadows like this, your shadows like that, right? There's a way, there's a type of supernatural power by which you can attain control over your shadow and send it to someone if they're in trouble, and help them out or even do harm to them. And you can even attract someone using the shadow and pull them to you, and destroy them as well. Because in the Ramayana, there was Hanuman, he was flying through Lanka, and this demon, he would pull people using their shadows because it's a part of their body. So if there's something wrong with the body, they can even check your shadow as well. So if these things are so deep, I think cloning has been there for a very long time too, MD.
okay. Mr. X, what do you think? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm back. Did you ask me something?
Yeah, I was. It was Alexis's previous question. What's your thoughts on cloning? Do they clone us?
Ooh, good question. Good question. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why they couldn't. I mean, I'd be just guessing in the wind. I don't have any inside information, but with the advances they've had and that we know of, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm sure they've tried. Whether or not they've been successful, I can't say. I think even back in World War II, I don't want to say the name of the group, but it was in Germany. They were experimenting with cloning even back then, weren't they? So
I think so.
yeah. So my guess is yes. My guess, if I was to take an educated guess, yes.
Okay, so his second question: do you think they clone us when they have to get rid of someone who goes rogue without people knowing? What do you think? Like, Running Man type. Yeah.
Good question. No, that's an excellent question. I just don't know if there's anybody that powerful enough, unless they clone the elites, if they turn on them, people who've been accepted into their society, and they can't just have them disappear. They have to keep them alive for whatever agenda or purpose they have. Maybe, maybe, but it'd have to be somebody with real power and influence. I don't know, just somebody off the street, regular Joe Schmo works a 9 to 5 is really their concern. It would have to be somebody with influence over the masses.
Mhm. I mean, I think with these movies like Conspiracy Theory with Mel Gibson, I think they're produced to make the common man think that he actually matters.
Hmm.
To say, hey, if you find out something, they're going to do it. It's like they don't care.
Yeah.
You got people that come out with some truths and they either just, disappear what was it? The story of Gary Webb, in my opinion, there's a book about it. He talked about the CIA and drugs and the inner city neighborhoods. And next thing you know, he's gone, to the ending that they said he did, the self-deletion wasn't really, I mean, you're not going to be able to put 2 rounds into yourself.
Mhm.
one round, and then the person is incapacitated to do it again. But when somebody gets shot twice, it's like that's kind of hard to rule that as self-ending. And we see it happen, I think, to scare other people off. Vegan
Yeah.
Skeptic says there seems to be a white background noise coming out sometimes. By the way, it's not so bothersome though. It's I don't know. I don't hear it from us. I'm wondering if it's
Oh, maybe it's my air filter. Hold on.
okay.
Yeah, I noticed when Mr. X like
Oh,
unmuted
okay.
just
So
now.
yeah,
I did
I
hear
don't
like
hear it on my end. Here, I'll see if I can put noise cancellation because they have that. Usually it sets in by itself, but yeah, if he has, it's probably because I didn't hear it on my end, but yeah, you might.
yeah.
Yeah,
Now I don't hear it
yeah.
once he's
Okay, so yeah, so that's what it
Is that
is.
better, Vegan? Is that better?
yeah. I don't hear it now so
Okay,
far.
yeah. So
So
that's
far,
That
yeah.
was my air filter. That was my air filter.
yeah. So it was that. Um, yeah. This of course, Gaia says, of course, most Hollywood media is to propagate the main character syndrome. I think that anyone else notice how their dreams got upgraded when an Unreal Engine came out. That always really, really, I didn't know that, bro. If you can go a little deeper on that, please do, because
Yeah.
sometimes I have some serious dreams and sometimes I don't. You have anything on that, Mr. X?
No, I don't have anything on that. I'm not even sure. Is that an Unreal Engine? What is that?
It's an engine that to make animation and build video games, kind of like Unity.
Hmm.
Like we used to
Exactly.
use Unity to make apps, and it's actually amazing. Um, it just you can make video games. I made video games with it, apps. Well, I worked with a coder, and I did all of the graphics and the conceptual art and the gameplay, and basically would have to tell him, all right, I want the ship to move this way, up and down, or the character to jump and to have this type of gravity added to it. So when he jumps, it gets pulled back down at this rate. It's really amazing when I look at the video game thing. I mean, I don't know how to code, but he's a really cool guy. A really cool guy. I still keep in touch with him, but he's doing so much other stuff on making assets for stuff like people that have games that want an earthquake effect, a shaking effect. And I had a fun time making those games back in before 2020. I didn't do it for long, and I should have really learned it more. But Unreal is an engine that you can use Unreal too, but I think Unity at the time was a little better. Like I preferred that. Unreal is like you can make a multiplayer like Counter-Strike type game with Unreal. I mean, it's unreal when you think about it. I see why they chose the name. But yeah, so it got an upgrade. I did not know about that. I did not know about that, man.
MD,
Uh-huh.
can you just excuse me for some minute? Like for some time, some emergency has come off. I just need to go. I'll come back again.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure, bro. Take your time, as much time as you
Oh,
need.
okay. Thank you, MD.
Yeah, you take care. Yeah, yeah,
That's
man.
an interesting question.
It really is, right? This one here. Do you know about Unreal Engine?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like my brother is a game designer, so he had to create for his school projects a lot of those mini games. That's when I knew about it, and the Matrix games, like the new one that came out, it's very interesting. Like now they made it way more better, and these games now look kind of way more like real life, right? To the point where people question, especially when they implemented AI within these like new Matrix games, like they are asking the question to these AI characters, right? Like you are in a video game, you are in a simulation character or whatever, and yeah, some of them like kind of go crazy. So it's definitely interesting. But when it comes to like the question of like the dreams being upgraded, that's definitely very interesting because like I've been a long time lucid dreamer and astral projector, and like I've been teaching thousands of people basically for on the VR. And on my end, it's I think something that if you pay attention to it and like the dream journaling, dream like recording your dreams at the same time, and like actually paying attention to it and practicing it, that's when your dreams get I would say better, more so. But with Unreal Engine, if it's true that with the Unreal Engine and stuff, if it made everyone's dream better, that would be an interesting finding for sure. So yeah.
Yeah, I hear you with that. Yeah, man, it's a deep question. I mean, it could be something with the dreams because sometimes, I mean, I'll have very profound dreams. I've done lucid dreaming too. I've done dream journaling. It's amazing. Uh, Alexis says, "Is there a zombie purpose to society pushing the Santa character every Christmas?" In my opinion, I think yes. In my opinion, there is a zombie purpose to this. It's Coca-Cola actually has something to do with the modern Santa Claus to sell more of their product. So, matter of fact, let me look that up. Coca-Cola and Santa Claus, because I remember that it's a Coca-Cola didn't invent Santa Claus, but in the 1930s, ad campaigns featuring illustrator Hadan Sundblom's warm, jolly red suited figure were crucial in popularizing a standardizing of the modern image of Santa globally. So these guys, and I did hear this before too, they recreated him to sell Coca-Cola. It was an ingenious marketing campaign, and to sell their liquid. I want to stay within guidelines because the liquid, in my opinion, is not healthy. Note, so it's not the inventor. The legend of Santa Claus, St. Nicholas, does predate Krampus. Santa Claus had a bad side, Krampus, that would take you away. There's actually a film on it. It's a scary film about, at the end, it keeps, those little shake up things with the ball and the snow. It look like it's coming down from the water when you shake it up. They was trapped in that at the end, like Krampus. It's really a creepy movie. Shaping the image, Coca-Cola hired an artist in 1931 for holiday ads, creating a consistent and relatable Santa with rosy cheeks, the white beard, the red suit. Now, I have heard that attributed to the mushroom, the round man with the red and white, because the mushroom Amanita muscaria is red and white, and it does produce hallucinogenic effects. And if you were to look at a Christmas or pine tree, you might perceive it as shimmering or maybe even lights, like getting bright. So maybe that placebo effect of putting the Christmas lights on a tree could have come from picking the mushrooms that grow under the tree. So it makes you wonder, why do we put presents under the tree? If these mushrooms grow under the tree, they're like the presents that let us see into ourselves, whether we have been naughty or nice. And the funny thing is that reindeer will be able to sense these mushrooms under the snow, dig them up, and eat them. And the first reindeer that finds it, that digs it, gets the red on the nose. Hence, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. The mushrooms they appear after thunder and lightning, after rains, most frequently. Names for thunder and lightning in German, I think, are Donner and Blitzen, two of the names of the reindeer, oddly enough. So we have that. And then we also have the Coca-Cola infiltration. But also, I would say that you do have the zombieism. The Coca-Cola has a lot to do with that zombieism, man. I mean, Coca-Cola is zombie city, without a doubt. The Unreal Engine is pushing past the uncanny valley effect, yet we can make realistic humanoid robots. But can we create digital media that looks distinguishable from real life? I think we can make digital media that looks indistinguishable to where you wouldn't even be able to tell. Bobby, what's up, bro? Bobby Molly, he says the American Dad Krampus episode was pretty good. Wow, I didn't see that one. I got to check that. Thank you for putting that up there, man. The uncanny valley effect saving us from Skynet's Terminator. Yeah, right? It's hilarious. I think Santa is another character used to zombify children. Absolutely, man. If you don't follow society's rules, you're naughty. You get no presents. Well, if you follow the rules and zombify yourself, you're nice. That's actually a really a really good way of. I agree with that, because it's like it keeps you in a state of subservience all year long. For what? To try to get a present, to try to get what you want. So it is a form of mind control. That's actually a really good way to bring it up. Yeah, you're right about that. As opposed, in not opposed to, but in conjunction with the fact that it is an ancient holiday that could be linked to sitting the kids on an idol of the child sack type of thing. Also, it is clearly used to keep people zombified, to say, hey, you better listen. You better be nice. Santa Claus is, and it's based on fear. The song is based on fear, without a doubt. Hey, you better watch out. The first lyrics, that's crazy to a song. It's like, wait a minute, this is for kids? You better watch out. What do you mean? It's like, what? Why not just love yourself? It's like, you better watch out. You better not cry. Why? Why not cry? If you're crying is a release of an emotion, it's necessary in some instances. With grief, Mr. X, yes,
I think you nailed it right there when you talk about Molech, and it's in the Bible about the Canaanites sacrificing their children to Molech, and says, you better not cry. It's like they don't want to hear your cries.
Oh my good. And then they would play the drum so it would drown out the child's cries.
Yeah.
And it says Molech in there, or does it just mention the ritual?
It's the ritual performed by the Canaanites, mentioned in Leviticus. Reading it off right now. And
does it mention Molech, or does it just say like a deity or something?
The deity was Molech.
Okay.
And that they would do is child sacrifice.
Bro, that's crazy. That's like insane.
Guyana.
What type of level of insanity, man?
Mm-hmm.
You have your child, you love your child. You, as being a father, you know more than most of us with that. You'd be fighting to the death, or taking your child and running away to safety, right?
Yeah, but I've heard of stories of people who get life insurance on their kids, and
as soon as they're born, yeah.
It's so not everybody loves their kids. That's for sure.
No, you got a good point with that. No, that's Vegan Skeptic says, is in a Truman Show reality, Santa is the first lesson. The watcher is invisible, but always implied. Wow, that's a deep way. Yeah, the watchers are there. You better watch out. You better not cry. Santa Claus is coming to town. He's making a list and checking it twice. He's gonna find out who's naughty or nice. Santa. Oh my goodness, bro. These lyrics are meant to scare children, absolutely, to follow orders. This is Santa coming for them. Man, thank you, Alexis. Thank you. You're enlightening us with this. This is so true. And I knew that some of the lyrics, but you clarified it here. He's making a list. Not only you better be, scared. Somebody's making a list on you, man. Sounds like FBI list, CIA list, We're making a list. Be afraid. Gaia says Santa was to reinforce Christian fundamentalist ideals. Fear thy Santa. Holy smokes, man. All of this works better as mind games than literal ritual. Truman Show logic. Fear is the mechanic. Symbols are the UI, the user interface. Wow. Yeah, these lyrics, man. The fear. Man, it's so crazy how they do. I mean, to children. It's like is there any boundaries that these beings have on how they control us? And it makes me wonder, are there any boundaries we have when we factory farm animals? Because we really seem like a factory farmed experiment in some sense. To me, in my opinion. I mean, working on the book every day for Human Origins, the areas that it has taken me to, it reaches beyond what fiction has ever produced. And I'm so happy to present it soon. Doing the show every night has definitely slowed it down a little, but it's okay. And yeah, Santa, Satan. Now I understand. Yeah, there's very, very, very close. Santa Claus, The word can be reworded into casual Satan. Wow. Clause. Well, clause has that's two A's in clause, so that would be an extra A. Casual. So it'd be casual without the second A, right? Because Satan for Santa is the exact things. Satan equals Santa. Prime says exactly. Those lyrics normalize fear through melody. Invisible Watcher, listing, making judgment. It trains obedience to an unseen authority. That's an excellent.
That's a
Mr.
good
X, you
point.
got something?
No, I'm just listening right here.
It's an effective psychology. Vegan
Yeah,
skeptics.
skeptic.
Absolutely.
Great observations.
Yeah. If you want to add in, just please, just unmute, add in. Yeah.
Mhm. Oh yeah, I mean, I definitely see this as another like a mind game of the Matrix, right? Like, yes, there's like these fear games, the control games, and they make it obvious with these, these conspiracies that keeps getting darker and darker and darker. But in reality, once I feel like we see that it's probably all been just scripted and fake, then to me it changes everything. And yeah, when it comes to even Satan and Santa connection, it's just another thing to make basically. Uh, make the conspiracy community go crazy, right? Like all these word stuff, the magic in this word, the spelling and everything, how they made it so obvious, even within the English language and many other languages, how basically they created this patterns and all these obvious, scripts basically, where we see that they even control the language to the point just that it's just insane, right? And I'm sure I can't wait to read your future books on this, especially. But like once we have this, then we know that yes, like they are the ones who create all these conspiracies. They are the one most part presenting us these conspiracies and making us learn about these. And then it's always filled with these feared games, and that's why they made it on purpose to make that Santa and Satan, close to each other as well. But at the same time, I see it as, again, just Matrix fear mind games. And once you realize the game in it, then you realize, oh my god, this is the prank. Like I've been basically pranked, here. But yeah, I don't necessarily like it at all. But at the same time, now I kind of see it, and especially once, how they say, as above so below, as within so without, I kind of realize that that's very deep, and that yes, like once you change the within, the without definitely changes as well. That reflects, like, once you don't necessarily react right away and actually be able to pause and think and like not give emotions to it, and realize that it's all like kind of like a game, a show, a theater, Truman, whatever, then I feel like it changes everything, like, but because once your mindset and positive mental attitude, perspective shifts, then it shifts with everything shifts. I feel like the meaning changes. Then you start to see definitely, oh my god, it's actually almost every single movie, TV show, music, game, news, everywhere. This is everywhere, literally. So this is why I believe most people are in on it as well, and many things like that. But yeah, that's what I think about it.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's cool. That's a deep perspective. It really is. Guy says he called BS on Santa as a small child when his parents were wrapping presents in secret, claiming he couldn't enter the room because Santa was there. Wow. You had to hide. I had to hide the secret for a few. Yeah, man. Yeah, I've heard of other kids saying that, like, Satan has claws. Satan has claws, without a doubt. It's insane how they start to zombify you at such a young age. I thought Santa was an innocent children character. Yes, it is. It's all about control through language. Take charge of language, and nobody can control you. That is so real, man. That's why I wrote the book, Spellcaster, Secret Words, man. I mean, I looked at it as these books needed to be written. Nobody knows how much time we have left. We never know when we're going to go into the next. And at least I left something for people to say, you know what? Let me build upon it. And so many people have built upon it in the chat of these previous streams, taking words to another level, like showing anagrams that I didn't even know existed. So that's the beautiful thing about it, is that the fact that I wrote these books and gave it to the world to say, look, this is what I want, people to be able to have access to. It came back to help me as well, where people were like, hey, you know what? You hit me to these anagrams. like the US presidential election being able to be respelled as elite hustlers in a deception, which they seem to be that. And let me add in my thoughts of what I found, which I think is so beautiful because we help each other. And this is where we all put the pieces that we have, because everybody has pieces to the puzzle that gives it gives us a more clear picture. The pieces of the puzzle, they add to the picture of reality. So everybody puts their pieces together and we say, oh, wow, look at that. Look at that. More than just these words forming these other words, like Santa Claus can be respelled as Satan Claus. Other words like president is pretend. So we do see that. President is pretend. And it can be reworded in that. That's not a coincidence. Secret words exist within the English language, and it's spelling. It's casting a spell. When we talk, we have to be very careful because we don't want to cast the spell on ourselves or people we care about. And this is very important. This is very important because people will, the morning spell that I mentioned in Spellcaster, when people say good morning, what is good about the morning? Morning is something that it's like, wait a second, you do it at a wake. And people say they wake in the morning and then they go to earn their living. So wake, morning, and earn, all funerary terms. So it's like we're casting a spell on ourselves when it should be I rise in the early. So I rise when it's early. So in the early hours, not of the morning, but in the early hours of the day, I rise. I don't wake in the morning. I'm not mourning my own wake. I rise in the early hours of the day. And this is so important because we could easily be casting these spells on ourselves without knowing, and each other. When people say good morning, good morning, good morning, I'm just like, wait a minute, good day. How are you doing? And good day to an extent seems kind of odd because the zombies are not going to understand that. They're going to say, why aren't you greeting us back with our spell? Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, man. He says, does typing the words cast the spell? I think that typing the words doesn't necessarily cast the spell. It creates the spelled words. So we're typing the word out. Let's just say, for instance, the word president. So we type the word out. Now we spell the word. So I think the spelling comes from the speech and even possibly even the thought. It could go back to that too. There was that show, The 13th Warrior, when one of the warriors, I think it was Bovine, asked Antonio Banderas, which was playing an exiled Persian royalty, for sleeping with somebody's wife. And that's why he went on them with this journey. And he said, I heard you can draw words. So you know how to draw words. So when you look at that, somebody saying you draw, do you know how to draw words? That can easily be translated to, can you write? So you can write a symbol that is able to be pronounced into a word if you understand the language of the spellcaster. So the spelling. So now you can draw the word, and that might not be the spell, but the fact that people can spell it, the spelling, and what lets us spell, like I put in Spellcaster, the letters. It's not a coincidence that they're called letters. They let us spell the ward, the containment unit, which, what is the word spelled on? The letters let me spell a word on something. We spell it on a page. A page, the meaning of a page is to call, is to summon someone. So a page, even in the king's court, is to page someone over the microphone, over the voice. Hey, we're calling you. So the spelled words, the letters spell words on a page to summon, basically, to summon the spell. And it goes deeper. The spell, right, is spelled on a page, but it's spelled in what? It's spelled in the form of a sentence. So it's as if we're sentencing ourselves to what we're saying. So we have to be very careful about what we're saying. Can we even be careful enough if the language is totally based on that? Which it seems to be that they say in ancient times we could communicate with our thoughts, which would be looked at as today as a type of telepathy, basically. It gets deep. It gets deep. In the Truman Show, reality like ours, in my opinion, language is the script. If you control the words, you guide the behavior in a controlled structure. It sets the stage where minds move. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. That is so real. That's, yeah, you're stating facts right there. It's beautiful. Well, in your opinion. I'm not even concerned about AI as I am quickly outgrowing large language models. There isn't any controlling me through AI. You're free to break the chains of fate that bind you. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. Intention creates the setting to the spell that has some create good intentions while ignoring the ego. Yeah. The ego is the person or the thing or the entity. It's part of us, maybe, I would say. It might be that thing that they used to put on the shoulder to say, okay, this thing is influencing you on the shoulder. The movie Revolver, hopefully it can still be found, is a very good movie about the ego. Reacting reinforces the script. Yes. Instead of acting of your own accord, you shouldn't react. If you react, you're not making the choice. The choice is making you. If you think and then act, now you're making the choice. You're choosing what to act. So we have that. Yeah, that's actually very good. Choosing words consciously is how you step off autopilot and don't give the driver's seat to the matrix. Absolutely, man. This is so important, and we should treat it carefully. It almost seems like we're in a movie. Like we're in a movie saying, hey guys, yo, man. And we met up, like in the movies, you see the friends meet up and say, look, man, this is what I found out. You got to be real careful about what you say. You have to, it's important. We need to treat it carefully. The intent of what you say something matters as well. So we have all of these different things. Create with good intentions and don't let the ego overpower you. And this is the type of thing, hopefully, people will start to see more and more. But this is why, American Zombie, because it's like we're in a zombie movie, because everybody we encounter, it's like, holy smokes. They've almost all been zombified, as if the zombie movies were trying to tell us something. To say, hey, you know what? There's not going to be that many people that are aware. And some of the ones that you think are aware are going to try to zombify you. And I had that done with people I care about deeply that have these different views on the earth and stuff like that, which, hey, they might be right. They might not be right. But I don't think that's as an important thing as Mr. X has seen when I was talking with people about it, is that because it distracts us in a way. Yeah, we need to know. It would be good to know exactly stuff. But the three more important questions, where do we come from? Which I'm getting pretty close to, at least knowing where we don't come from is very important, because it gives us a clearer path to see, okay, if we don't come from that, at least I can eliminate that. I can keep that on the side. It's not going to confuse me. So now the research that I'm doing, the scientific genetic research, is showing me the possibilities. And most of the biology that I'm uncovering, there's no argument. It's like, look, I'm presenting biology. How do you explain this? This totally is not happening by random. It's not happening by random mutation, neither natural selection, because we already saw what that was about. It's built on a model meant to separate us from each other. Remember, on the origin of species by means of natural selection, which we know is not scientific, we don't see that. We see adaptation. Oh, well, they try to say that means evolution. Again, we're smart enough to know the language. No, you're not going to use the language. You're not going to bring that in and mix that meaning. To evolve means to unfold. Adaptation is a little different. It's to adapt to the environment. What is triggering the adaptation? How does something know to adapt? But the second part of the title is the real definitive thing about it that shows it is the religion of racism, basically, because it mentions race, so it says, or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life. So we're struggling, and we know that it's not a struggle for life. We know that it's not a struggle. And science, you know what it is? Science, there's a pseudoscience posing as science. And it's not it's not science. So this is why things need to be published to say, okay, you see, like Mr. X and I have very good conversations on this because he understands how they try to change the language to say, well, evolution this, evolution that. Ali, good to see you, brother. Mr. X, could you please just give me a second. I'm going to grab my tea if you want to like go in.
How does vegan skeptic? How does he feel about evolution? Is he a believer, or do you accept
Absolutely not.
Oh,
I mean, I honestly, like, way back in the day, I don't remember if it was like 18 years ago, I had a website on evolution, and I was even sued by someone named like Harun Yahya or Adnan Oktar, also his other name, in Turkey, because basically, like, I was speaking for evolution at the time, because I came off of like Muslim religion, and I was like fully on board with evolution and Big Bang, epigenesis, all this stuff, and I was kind of debating a lot of people. I convinced my like whole family and my best friends to be an agnostic atheist and to buy into evolution, basically. But yeah, I mean, eventually though, I realized, like, especially after my like astral projection experiences, of realizing like, oh, I've been wrong. Wow. Like, because to me, I was just coming from such a hardcore skeptic, hardcore like scientific mindset, and I'm still am in some ways still, but at the same time, like, I was blinded by it. It turned, for me, science turned into a scientism religion, and evolution was the biggest belief in it, right? But afterwards, I definitely realized that, oh, actually, it's actually basically a spit in our face to tell us that like, it's totally racist. It's totally, you know, it's just honestly spit on our face to tell us like we came from monkeys, or we came from these common ancestors or whatever, right? Like, all these bacteria goes back to abegenesis. Like, it's just a story that doesn't make sense at all, and it's just a funny thing. So yeah, I mean, that I definitely do not believe in it. I see it as almost like, sure, like, you're born into a religion that's a mind prison, and then to get out of it, there's only two things that it can get you out, like the spiritual stuff usually, or the evolution type of stuff, right? But the evolution stuff, when you get into that, then the issue is that you started with level one here, like a level one video game character born into the family, and you just get their religion. But then if you want to get out of that level one mind prison, then you have to now go get into these other mind prisons. But evolution to me is almost like level 0.5 type of a mind prison, because once people kind of get that religion, get that evolution religion and scientism religion implemented into their like minds, then they are all of a sudden like on their high horse. All of a sudden they think that they figured everything out, and that's kind of how I felt at the time, but then everything changed once, definitely. I looked into the evidence, and I had my own experiences with astral projection, and then Mandela effect experiences, glitch in the matrix type of experiences. But so yeah, I mean, that's what I think about evolution.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Do you think that I don't know who Adnan, oh yeah, I don't know who that is. If you want to explain, matter of fact, let me look it up. Adnan
He is now in jail for like 800 years or something. I don't know. But yeah,
I didn't know. Yeah, I
later
don't
he
know.
got cut.
Yeah, add.
Well, thank you. That was a great explanation. Sorry about that.
Oh, thank you.
You there, vegan?
Can you hear me?
Oh, now I can hear. I had my volume turned down. Sorry, I had a call
Oh,
coming in.
okay, no
No,
problem.
great explanation. Yeah, I really can't stand the miracle of time. That time can make all these changes. They always go back to millions of years. Excuse me. Science is what you can prove in a lab and repeat in a lab. That is not scientific. That's religion. If you believe it happened millions of years ago, no, but they won't accept it. It's so obvious. You don't need to be that high IQ to figure it out. A below average IQ person could figure that out. That millions of years is not scientific. That's a miracle worker.
There's a lot of background noises, by the way. Not sure where it's coming
That's
from.
on, I think, on MD's side. Do some
But
dishwashing.
yeah, but yeah, I was gonna say also the interesting thing though I later realized is that this character, right, Eden Oktar, another just Truman Show character, obviously, but so this character, actually now I kind of believe the way he kind of believes, because he even had a book. Like, he doesn't write these tens and tens of books that he has supposedly. He just kind of steals his ideas, and his men, his workers are writing it. But basically, now, when I read his Matrix related book, I'm like, what? He's now basically, I like 20 years ago almost, I kind of disagreed viciously about this stuff, and then now seeing his Matrix book and seeing kind of basically talk about stuff I'm talking about, it kind of was interesting, interesting experience.
Yeah, what I really, there's so many bad things about how it's treated people. Me and MD have gone
You're
over.
coming in a little low, Mr. X.
Sorry, I just have to get ready. They call me.
Oh,
Yeah, I
all
was
right.
about
No, that's cool. All right, I'll boost up your mic a little.
How's this
Oh,
better?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see my thing too.
Yeah. Much better.
Evolution is it's a number of things. Me and MD have discussed human zoos, that they pet people in captivity, these tribal people, treating them like animals. It's promoted racism. The 20th century was the most violent century in world history. More people died in that century than the others. That's all based on evolution. You look at the German army back in World War II. That was basically another repeat of Charles Darwin's favorite species, his book Mein Kampf and so forth. He took out of Darwin's beliefs. And then, of course, it keeps us out of reality to know where we come from, where we've been, and who are these ancient civilizations that were so advanced. It just keeps us in the dark. So there's a lot of bad that comes from evolution.
Yeah, no, I could definitely see that. Brother Arabian says, my Muslim friends who wanted me to take my Shahada, the Islamic faith confession, used to send me Haran Yahya, Adrian Oktar articles. Something felt off about the guy. Yeah, it definitely. Mark, good to see you. What's up, champs? Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, brother, too, for all the good streams this year. And here's more to come. Yeah, thank you, bro. I appreciate that.
MG, real quick, I have to apologize. I got to run for work. So
yeah, sure, man. Thank you for being on, brother. We'll talk again tomorrow night, or whenever you can come on.
I try.
Take care, Mr. X.
All right,
Take
bro.
care.
All right, take care. So it says, by the way, Haran Yahya is a disciple of Edip Yuskel, Quran only Sheikh. There's another guy, I don't know his name. I don't know if you mentioned it here. The guy in Pakistan. I mean, that guy is seeming kind of he seems militant. I get the feeling, that's the feeling I get. He might not be, but that's the feeling I get, that militant. And again, this is nothing against anybody's personal. I know Brother Ali, he himself has lineage that is linked to Islam, I think. So we, people here, we respect everybody. There are good people in all religions, and then there's people that go off the handle. So this is in everybody, and evolution is one of the main religions. And that's what I'd like to state with making that statement, to show that I'm not just talking about monotheistic or polytheistic religions that deal with a deity of creation. Evolutionists are creationists as well. But again, the laws of stupidity apply. Stupidity is independent of every other characteristic you have. Also, there is more stupid people than we thought, written by Cipollone and also Bonhoeffer. These are authors that spoke about this, that when you think about it, it's dangerous. It's more dangerous than somebody who's openly malicious. Brother Ali says, yeah, I have Christian and Muslim relatives on both sides. We got Jewish origins as well. Yeah, bro. That's why you've seen, I am so, you know how people try to get me to say stuff about, certain parts in the Middle East. And I'm like, no, I have family that's for just like you, bro. That's very close. And I got Hindu families. It's like, oh my goodness, very close, bro. Vegan Skeptic says, in a Truman Show reality, because, honestly, you have it too here, Brother Arabian, because if you have Muslim relatives and it's from anywhere by like Indonesia, even India, they have Hindu, the Hindu lineage before that in there, because that's what the whole going to Thailand and Indonesia and all of that, a lot of Hindu motifs there, that Indonesia's Muslim now, or Islam, and the small part Bali, it has a majority of Hindus that still survived. But yeah, you have that. So you're basically Christian, Muslim, Hindu, Jewish, and it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing, brother. The diversity is the spice of life, bro. Yeah, we all, it's a beautiful, and see, just that alone makes me feel better. It makes me feel better. Hopefully it makes other people feel better, to be happy with other people, to say, look, we're, like my friend told me, she said, we're just all walking each other home. And it's so true, to be kind and loving to one another, and to understand that we've all been through a lot of trauma, our ancestors and ourselves. In a Truman Show reality, I think evolution was a backstory. Yeah, some of these movies are low-key evolution pushers. Yeah, without a doubt. I've noted Jurassic Park is just openly evolution, but the other ones are low-key, like The Time Machine by H.G. Wells. Great movie, man, with the Eloi, but the evolution was in the backstory, that the Morlocks evolved into these, and the Eloi were the upper class that evolved into basically a farm animal, a sheep, that the Morlocks would farm. And the backstory, evolution, it supposedly almost explains everything. So nothing needs questioning for a while until they present the deeper yes, showing, and this is a good example because it's showing how evolution, as the backstory, it seems to explain everything, so no questions need to be asked. This is an excellent statement, because nothing you say, well, what do you need to ask a question for, man? This explains everything. It's evolution. It's evolution, the common ancestor, the missing link, all of the rhetoric. It can't explain the awareness aspect as well, which is the most important. Yeah, man, they don't have a clue. And if they do say they have one, they've been known to lie previously. So that we have to take that into account, that they have, when, oh, look, we found this, a lie. It turns out to be a fraudulent fossil made by somebody who had a preconceived notion based on the religion of evolution implanted in them when they were very young, or to a point where it was implanted to them during trauma, which is even worse, because now the trauma opens them up for the imprint of the religion of evolution. That old saying, man's extremity is God's opportunity. And something that might not be the real, looking at something that is actually something that goes further back into our creation, or how we were manifested in somehow, which is clearly not looking like chance. Scientifically, it is not lining up with chance. So yeah, the awareness, that consciousness, the spiritual, however somebody would put it, is the essence in us that tells us, that shows us we go further than the physical, much further than the physical. Now, I think it was Gaia said earlier about the I think it's the Carnelian effect or something like that, where you look at the physical and the spiritual as something separate, but it's not. It's like the same. I would like to go deeper into that. Let me see if I still have it. Yeah, I don't see it in my Carnelian effect. Maybe I forgot what he called it. Oh, I think that is it. Did I hit it? No, I don't think that's it. If Guy the Sage is still there, because you had mentioned it in the other stream about I thought it was the Carnelian effect, but actually that's not it. I have to look. Let me see in the history. I gotta find this because that I needed to save something with that.
But by the way, afterwards, I like to definitely like speak a little bit about the awareness aspect and evolution.
Oh,
You know,
please
stuff.
go ahead right now, please. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
oh, thanks. Yeah, basically, like when people talk about evolution, I think there's definitely like a huge category error that rarely gets addressed here, because evolution, okay, like how it tries to explain like the body changes, the survival traits, like adaptation over time. I get it, but what about awareness, right? Like, what about the conscious experience here? The fact that there is like something, it feels like to be here. That part, like, so that part is completely unexplained, and obviously that should bother everybody, because isn't like that's like this science not having an answer to that is just baffling. It should be baffling. And it's that like evolution is often also presented like it's presented as if it's already solved it, right? As if it's already solved everything, and that's the biggest annoyance with it, because if random mutations plus like time somehow produce an inner observer, then the kind of like that leap is a huge, massive, leap, and it's usually just skipped over, and that part I don't like. And from my perspective, on my end, I think I see it like evolution kind of more functioning as, again, as I said on the chat, like just a background explanation story. It kind of tells you, where your body supposedly came from, and it kind of says like nothing meaningful about the awareness again. And so, yet though, like awareness is the most fundamental thing we actually know exists here, right? Everything else is like inferred. Consciousness is the only thing directly experienced. So when in that sense, then I feel like this type of a Truman Show simulation reality that we live in my opinion, you'd then definitely expect to see like a biological narrative to explain our avatar, right? Like while the player kind of remains unexplained or ignored. And so yeah, to me, like it's tried to explain the suit of the avatar, but it doesn't explain us, the wearer of the suit. What's going on with us, right? Because there's so much unexplained stuff, and there's so much like double blind studies on astral projections that are done that kind of shows that yes, two different minds can share an experience in the this out of body type of states, and then we have the shared death experiences, like near death experiences, shared psychedelic experiences that kind of show that yes, our minds can also be interacted with basic like telepathy ways, basically, in these non-physical environments. And that's a huge thing, and now there's more science coming out that, which is fine, but where was this science all along? So yeah, I just wanted to add that in there. Thank you.
I appreciate that. No, I definitely do, man. That we have the search. Alexis Jun this is an excellent question. If evolution exists, why can't humans survive in any climate without clothes? It's like, look at how we are so almost defenseless unless we have tools that we make to protect ourselves in the form of weapons, in the form of armor. We have to be careful. If we see that if we're without technology, we're just another list on the menu for something in the wild, a tiger, an alligator, or something. We have to have a weapon to protect ourselves against that, whether it be fire or a type of stick or a spear or a firearm, something. We cannot go hand to hand and battle the majority of nature. The majority of nature, when you look at it, is we're just prey at that point. And it's like, holy smokes. One lady, even though she's an evolutionist zombie, I think, produced a book in the 60s called The Aquatic Ape. And The Aquatic Ape, it does bring in some good questions, not as saying that we transformed from something magically to another life form. It's to say that we have characteristics that do have similarities to water mammals, that we have like a layer of blubber over the entire body that's very similar to porpoises and dolphins and orcas. And we can see that. So, but we also have very much primate stuff that could be considered to be primate, with the 5 fingers, the arms, the limbs, the certain different parts. Not a lot, because they'll try to bring that 2% lie in and say, oh, we're 2% the same. No, we're not. That was all shown to be a lie. Oh, Asvarun is backstage. I didn't notice you're back there, man. What's up, man?
Hey, welcome
Nothing,
back.
MD. I mean, like, finished attending to the work that I had to. So,
Yeah, no, that's good. Brother Ali says, what separates humans from animals is a higher form of abstract logic, hence the necessity for technology. Now, I do think that's there to an extent, but what studies are showing is that crows, and this is using technology in a good way, if they're not using it to manipulate the animal afterwards. AI is being used to decipher crows' language, and they're finding, which I didn't need AI to know this, but I knew it, but this scientifically verifies a lot of it, that crow's language is very deep. It has a syntax to the language. So the lexicon is basically what the vocabulary, I think, right? The syntax is how it's set up with the grammar. So the fact that they can identify humans by face differently, whether we're carrying an item that's the same item, like a broom, whether we're using it to intend to swat them or to just sweep with it, they know the difference. AI is beautiful with detecting stuff like this. So I think that there is a lot more with, look at spiders. I mean, the stuff they're finding out about spiders, the intelligence level on the Portia spider in comparison to other spiders is phenomenal. It's way ahead. Just the way the crow's intelligence is ahead on many other birds as well. And we see this in other types of life forms. It's fascinating. It really is. So I think it goes, humans are separated, but I think it's more than just the abstract logic. I definitely think, but you have a very good, that is a scientific fact. We do see that. It's just, yeah. Plus, if awareness is just an accident, then nothing deeper needs to be questioned. Yeah, exactly, man. A lot of people don't see this. This is great, because they're like, oh man, don't question nothing. It's just an accident. It happened by random selection. That's what science is about, man. Hey, we pioneer boldly into space without a care in the world. Everything is material. There's no such thing as spiritual stuff. Oh, don't come with that nonsense. Spiritual. What you talking about? They're so afraid of spirituality. They don't have the slightest idea of what consciousness and existence and how it started. That's giving them the benefit of the doubt, because if it isn't for that, then they're blatantly lying. They're plants, which we know that exist. Oh, we know that exists. So this is excellent. If awareness is
MD,
just nothing deeper is
MD,
question. Yeah.
you there?
Yeah. Is everything all right?
Oh, some voice. I think it got cut for some time. That's why.
Oh, okay. So Vegan Skeptic's comment, is making a lot of sense. Like this is people, look at this and say, wow, it's true. Evolution, how it gets you. This is a psychological awareness statement to say that's what they try to do. It's just an accident, man. Nothing deeper needs to be questioned. This is really good. Looking deep into this with this statement that he's putting out here, because it rings so true. That's why they have the metaphor. It rings true. The vibration of this is true because we can also test it. We see people fall into the nothing needs to be questioned because evolution explains everything. It's an accident, and that exonerates you from any explanation. Oh, it was just an accident, man. The magic wand. Evolution did it. When awareness doesn't behave like a byproduct, it behaves like a starting point, which is excellent because that's what Michael Cremo was talking about. He wrote the book Forbidden Archaeology, Hidden History of the Human Race and stuff. But this, when awareness doesn't behave like a byproduct, it behaves like the starting point, which shows that the spirit, whatever is the consciousness, whether they want to call it consciousness, spirits, awareness, whatever, the non-physical, the non-corporeal, had to have come, like there's a more than 50% chance, clearly, high, probably 90%, that awareness has to have come before the physical universe. So awareness is the starting point. I think this is Escape Matrix. Are you there, bro?
Yeah. You can hear me now, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, I hear you. Definitely.
Yeah, sorry about earlier, man. Tried joining in, didn't work.
Oh, it's always a pleasure having you, man. What's on your mind?
Hey, nothing much, man. I was just listening in, so I thought I'd hop in, because it's been a while since I called in. So yeah, I like, just for don't mind me, keep talking. I'm just listening in.
Yeah, man. Anytime you want to jump in, we got Vegan Skeptic put such a deep, profound comment up here. It's requiring a breakdown.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, to where we can assimilate the knowledge of it. Which this statement, see, and this is where we learn. We see that he put a statement up. This statement needs to be in historical, the way like how you see them statements from Nietzsche and other philosophers. This is a philosophical statement. Evolution, and because this is just a clip of it because what he's pertaining to is evolution, so that would have to be put as a note, because they say if awareness is just an accident, then nothing needs to be deeper questioned. That's a perfect way to get a person to become zombified, to zombify themselves, to say, hey, you know what, you don't need to know anything deeper, you don't need to question nothing deeper, it's just an accident. When awareness, and then he adds it up by educating, when awareness doesn't behave, that's the science of it. It doesn't behave like a byproduct. It behaves like the starting point. So the consciousness is the beginning point that manifests somehow, and that is what research is beautiful about. Like how Cremo and these other people, the spirit verse created the physical universe to inhabit. So we're looking at it a little more scientific, or in a way that's just explained differently, saying like, look, the consciousness had to have come before the physical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead, Az. Varun?
No, I didn't make any.
And he says, and that's where the narrative stops making sense. Exactly. So that is the point where you realize that awareness doesn't behave like a byproduct. It behaves like a starting point. That is the point. That's the starting point when the narrative stops making sense. You say, wait a minute. If you're not zombified, you're going to say that, man, no, that doesn't make sense. Evolution does not make sense. Now you try, and this is excellent because this is hitting it from the consciousness side. When I look at it from what they've presented and what they have been exposed to be definitively defined as fraud and lies, where Ernst Haeckel, what the university didn't even want him there anymore.
Yeah. But by the way, there's a background noise coming from someone. Just
Bob?
not sure.
Is this Bob? Oh no, this is the Seeker, right?
Yeah, it's Sanctuary Seeker, man. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So what's up? Oh no, I think that was Vegan Skeptic that was just speaking. That's who it was.
Oh yeah, I was just letting you guys
right.
know that there was some background noise coming. But yeah, I wanted to touch upon also like this, because yeah, like if awareness is just an accident, right, then there is no reason to look any deeper. So, and that's exactly why that idea is so convenient, because like awareness doesn't behave like a byproduct. So then it doesn't feel like a secondary or incidental, and which means that it feels primary, right? So then everything else appears within it, and which means like bodies, thoughts, theories, even like evolution itself are like things we observe, but not the things doing the observing. So then you can explain structures, processes, and mechanisms all day, but none of that explains why there's an experiencer at all. So awareness doesn't emerge at the end of the story, right? It reads like the starting point, like to the story, trying very hard not to talk about. But yeah, I mean, that's why, like, to me, that's the biggest issue with evolution. So yeah, I just needed to mention that. And thank you for your kind words, always.
Yeah, no, I'm really glad. Thank you. That, yeah, I mean, you made history, man, with this philosophical quote, man. I'm so glad I highlighted so long. So when I look through, I don't really look through the streams that much because I'm too busy producing stuff and writing and editing. But this I wanted to highlight because this is so profound. I mean, you said so much that can be looked into, although it has so many things that doesn't make sense as with it as well, of course. And that's what opens up to consciousness and the other questions, like you're saying, that it's beautiful that it leads to more questions, lead to more questions. So it is beautiful. Yeah, 12:43. So there's a background noise. Escape the Matrix. Do you have any background thing going on?
Yeah, I got to. You want me to go on mute? I can go on mute.
Okay, yeah. Whenever you want to speak, just unmute and speak. Yeah, because you can just unmute it. Yeah, there's a background. I just noticed that in the private chat. Yeah. So when we look at the just the whole reality, the existence, the saying, wow, consciousness, reality. So that's what we think is everything possibly. And then more than that, existence itself. What is this? What is this? Where did we come from physically? So that's what I'm working on with the genetic stuff. And then also hypothetically putting into speculation things like, okay, we could have come from things like this. It seems as if we were created in this type of an environment. And the scientific reason is this. And then beyond that, to show things in our biology that cannot be created by chance. We know blood clotting is one of them. You can't miss one of the 12 major components. It's not like the 4 major components or 7, or even if it was like a lot more. It's saying if you miss one component to blood clot, the organism, according to evolution, is not going to exist. It's crazy. Escape the Matrix. You got something?
Yeah, what do you think of, just as far as when we're talking about the existence? I came up with this idea that in Genesis, when it says, do not eat from the tree of good and evil, surely that's the day you'll die. I take it more as like that fruit, do not eat from the fruit. It's like a metaphor for the red pill in the Matrix. Like, take the red pill and you'll awake. Because it says surely
so don't take the red pill or take it. Is it
saying? It's saying don't take the red pill because the day you do, surely that's when you will die.
Yeah, but you'll see the fruit.
Yeah, but I don't think it means you'll die in the physical, because I think it means just consciously you'll die and then gain a new conscience. Because right after it says surely that's the day you'll die, it also says, but then you'll have knowledge of the truth of good and evil. And I think it mentions you become like a god. Now I'm just kind of again, I'd have to go back and properly read it, but it's something along those lines. Now I'm just kind of, I don't know, wondering if you guys, what do you think of that? As far as like it could be in a way hinting you to not go down the rabbit hole, to in a way just stay as a zombie, because there's a big burden as far as trying to figure it all out. Like it's not for the faint of heart, So it kind of seems like it's giving you a heads up, like, hey, like we didn't actually tell you to go down the rabbit hole. We're telling you not to do it.
Yeah. Or it's like telling you that if you go down here, you better be ready. So don't go down here unless you're ready, because we already
Right.
know that, yeah, some people will lose it if they, they're better off just living in the matrix, and they're actually dangerous. Like Morpheus was saying in the movie, that if they're not unplugged, they're not one of us. They'll turn you, they'll agent, not that they'll turn you in. The machine is so like embedded in society that Agent Smith will pop out of them. That's how much we're under surveillance.
Exactly. Yep. Yep.
Yeah. People we care about that don't even know, loving, caring people, Agent Smith pop out. I think they call it Agent Smith syndrome. And the fact that all of us can prevent ourselves from having Agent Smith syndrome, to have it pop out, because we'll always question and say, okay, does that make sense? So we have critical thinking. Critical thinking is what separates us, from the zombie that has Agent Smith syndrome. They'll come out and just say, oh, well, this is why 100% you should listen to what they're saying about this medical opinion or something like that, which is, we've seen, is very, very totalitarian. Vegan says, so where?
No, that was about like the previous stuff, background
okay.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess they're all kind of talking about it now. So it looks like that's all the comments are about now. But I was gonna say, so as far as that, what you're getting at, Max, it's really funny because I think it's been maybe 4 days now. My right jaw, and I remember I had this happen years ago. I'm pretty sure it's called TMJ that I'm having.
Clicking? Is it a clicking?
It's not a clicking, but it's doing the pain, and it's literally only doing it at bedtime. I don't know why. Like, I'm good
which side of the face?
My right side. My right.
Okay.
But
yeah, the left, it's like a risk for a heart attack, they say, or something like that, on the left side.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, well, yeah. So the right side, I mean, I don't know. It could still be at risk. It's I can't give medical advice, but it's there with the internet, man. The beauty of the internet, you can look it up. You can basically become your own like researcher, and it. I think that a lot to do with what you eat, man. I mean, there's so many. I was just reading a book, and also the pharmaceuticals. If you have to take any like pharmaceutical stuff like diabetes medication, something like that, you got to look into, does this have a reaction? There was a since 2005 I was reading some stuff. There's a book, The 100-Year Lie, and they talk about some articles that's in the I think Journal of American Medicine, and it talks about certain medicines will interact with something else, not even just another medicine. It could possibly, in theory, interact with just another food that you're eating.
Yeah. No, that's true. That's true. It does that.
Yeah, it's important, man. It's very, I look at it like we're living on like a farm, like an asylum farm. And only a few of us can see what's going on and say, like, man, there's nobody else I can talk to. One of my friends told me today, he goes, man, you're the only guy I can talk to about certain stuff, especially with like the jab, the from the previous thing that happened, the magic potion that they were telling everybody to take, and forcing some, if they didn't, military members, all of that. So when I look at that and I say to myself, man, this zombie thing is real. It's real in a sense of it's a battle of the critical mind. If you can think critically, that's what they worry about. And you say, wait a second. And it's not even that I got to prove a point. It's showing me what area the person is zombified in. It's like, okay, voting. It's like, you really think voting is going to, you put that person in? It's like, really? And they could be smart in a totally other way. Like they could be a genius, almost a mechanical genius, a genius of knowledge and philosophy or something like that. But as far as looking at it from, oh wait, so you fell into believing what the government said again. Now some of the stuff, okay, is going to be true, and some of it you got to use critical thinking, in my opinion. It really, just the fact that I got to say, in my opinion, we already know what time it is. So it's like, it really makes you wonder.
Oh yeah. No, you got to be careful, yeah, because like some of the stuff I would say, I guess, isn't backed up by science, right? So it's like I got to give you a disclaimer that, hey, this is just my views and not anybody else's views. But I was trying to tell you though, the TMJ thing, I'm like pretty sure, and I know where it's from. And I mean, it's a big rabbit hole to go down. But as far
Yeah.
as, I don't know if you get into how we like, okay, our like the electromagnetic field that's around us. I don't know if you guys know much about it. Like every human has it, and so that's actually where injuries start off at, right? Because it first starts with your like your negative, if you got negative thoughts, negativity, all these low vibrational emotions, and that all manifests into the physical. So I kind of know where the TMJ came from. I don't want to say a lot too much on here, but it had to do with like I'll just be a little transparent, not too much, but just as far as being not in a confusion state, but as far as reverting back, I'll just leave it at that. And I could feel it, that's what that's all about. It's like, okay, now you took a hit right there on the face, like on the right side of the jaw, because this is what's happening. So it's kind of like a hidden message in a way. Now, again, I know I'm not saying anything scientific whatsoever, and that's fine because my beliefs only serve me and me only. Um, but I'm seeing a lot of these signs happening more. You know what I mean? Like if the mental and the spiritual is healthy, then the physical has to align. And so I really want to figure out if we talk to people that ever get cancer or anything like that, if they're willing to be 100% honest as far as like what their thoughts are and what their emotions are, because I don't really want to accuse people of having negative thoughts on why their health is bad, but that's kind of that's my belief system right now. That's kind of where my belief system is leading to, and it just sucks trying to talk to the average person because if you talk to someone that has cancer, for example, the stuff I'm saying, they're gonna want to nail me to the cross for. They're like, how dare you? You don't know what you're talking about, and they'll even try and have me crucified, right? And so, and they're gonna stay in such a negative victim mind that it would be impossible for them to even try out like manifestation, like, oh, let me speak highly of myself and I'll manifest that reality. Like if I tell myself long enough that I'm healthy and I'm good and I have a clean bill of health, that eventually it will come to be truth. They won't even give that a shot, right? Because they're going to stick in the negative thought of, and I get it. Let me say this for the record, Max. When you're in a bad position, it doesn't matter in any position, financially, physically, whatever. It's kind of hard to tell somebody, "Hey, think positively." It really is. But again, I've been doing some experiments and it works, man. Like
Yeah.
it genuinely does work. Like manifesting better things with just better emotions and it really does work. It's not a joke. And that's why I try and preach it, but again, nobody um uh, at least like from the average public, they'll just think you're nuts, right? They're not going to want to listen to it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Vegan skeptic, you wanted to touch upon something with
Oh
the
yeah, I mean, What yeah, Escape the Myth just said is also I want to talk about. But yeah, when you were talking about that, jab stuff, that what happened
Mhm.
a few years ago, right? For a few
Yeah.
years,
Uh-huh.
yeah, like because that thing revealed us everything, like so yeah, like when that thing happened, the what really struck me wasn't that fake narrative thing, which I right away started to expose, and my whole life changed anyway. Like all those jabs and all the history of it, because I'm someone who was writing articles for 15 years on conspiracies, and as soon as this happened, this was obviously the most obvious. Script that's since they did all these simulations, like there were literally five different examples of them running the same simulation, like this pandemic simulation, like predictive programming ways. But anyway, so what really struck me though is like how fast everyone synchronized right away, right? Like almost overnight, like behavior, language, gestures, everything shifted, and most people didn't stop to think. Like they just moved together, right? So this was a something that I observed for sure on my end. I know a lot of people observed it, other truthers, and so to me, like that's when also like this Truman Show reality of ours, I feel like really clicked, right? For a lot of people it clicked afterwards as well, and because we are also kind of in our rooms researching, like this place forced us to ponder deeper in those time. But the the part like with the authority, cues, like the social cues, moral cues, like once those lined up, right, like the script ran its own. Then like the mask stuff, like wasn't just object at that time, even though it's like a mocking, and there's all kinds of stuff that goes with it, but it became a symbol and a way of saying like, you know uh, you know um they are they are kind of like putting on a show where it doesn't make sense at all, like how like you had to take off the mask, and then at times you put it on, at times you don't, you while eating, and it's just that none of it really makes sense, but still all these people followed it, all these countries followed it, right, in a massive way, and for years and years and years. Like what is going on? So what bothered me also wasn't like that, that obedience as well too much, but it was like how few people noticed that this is going on, like this. Like didn't you guys see for decades they are saying, all these conspiracy guys saying about jabs, the chips, the the mark of the beast, and all this stuff that's been discussed, and then this happens and then nobody speaks about it. What? Like all these Alex Jones and every other shill, basically all these actors that do their jobs basically, like they are not all of a sudden, like they already spoke about it. They were these theories were already famous in the whole conspiracy community, but all of a sudden when this happened, now there's a big hive mind collective kind of event with it, and there's much less people questioning it, and it's obviously censored. That's a big part of it too. But yeah, I mean, the years went by and no people, like just too, it was like too much when it was like years and years and years, and like the collective is not saying, wait a minute, like what kind of world are we agreeing to here? Like this, how is this script still rolling after a few years? Like and how is these most people still staying in character, right? And that's what it is, like these people are staying in character. That's why I believe most people are in on it, like this. How are all these people are still wearing masks when it's like, even there's studies to prove, like there's so much issues with it. And yeah, I mean, so that moment kind of showed me, long story short, is like there's something to pay attention to. Reality doesn't run on truth alone, and kind of it runs on coordination, right, like on repetition, loops, and on like kind of like people watching each other and adjusting. So once you see that, I feel like you stop thinking in terms of good guys and bad guys. You start realizing this place is optimized for reaction, not reflection. Like for compliance, not awareness. And once you notice that, it's very hard to unsee it. But then again, the later humblings come in. All of a sudden, oh wait a minute, there's a spiritual aspect to it. Oh wait a minute, maybe we are very powerful creative beings in our essence. And oh wait a minute, like if it's true that most of everything is fake, with gematria all the news are fake, all these movies, TV shows, games, and music is kind of scripted and everything, then you start questioning that, oh, what if that thing is reversed as well, like us, them saying, oh, we are the 99%, they are the 1%, we can take them over, we can do this and that. I think even that's reversed. I think that, most people are on this whole theater show. People like us, are the ones that are players, who are kind of being put through mind games. But I'm seeing this as a, holistic, like, a bigger picture, like 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 a bigger p almost like a computer game again, almost like a Truman Show thing. Not necessarily, because after realizing that, yeah, probably most people are in on it, then and then I see many great people in them too, very lovely people who are the ones who expose the truth to us anyway, right? Like, who all these characters, all these movies, like these deep things that make us ponder, like, this is the place, this simulation, this matrix is the one that's waking us up slowly when it doesn't have to. It could if it was nefarious fully, then it could have tortured, it could have been way worse, obviously. So yeah, I mean, once I kind of clicked that with the astral projection aspect of it, like, kind of like got really humbled by it as well, because I definitely thought like evolution, Big Bang, everything was real, and there's not at all any spiritual aspect to it. So yeah, then things changed, and so yeah, basically, I just wanted to mention that part as well. Like, that thing that happened for years kind of showed us that maybe most people are in on this too, or a lot of people, because obviously it's a one world government, because every country acted like one anyway. So that was another thing that kind of raised our awareness, and it made us, like, in those rooms to seek deeper, and just have more time to ponder upon it. So yeah, that was another just scripted thing, obviously.
Yeah, yeah. No, definitely. You're right. What I noticed, just like you noticed, that's amazing, because hearing that you say that, it's like, that's how I know so much few people know this. It's like, you're one of the few survivors that can actually think and say, hey, you know what? Every country acted in accordance. So all these countries that are acting like they're angry with each other, or they're at war, they all complied with the jab. They were like, the magic potion, everybody's got to take the magic potion. And the 3 countries in Africa, I think, I got to look it up. The 3 leaders of African countries who refused the jab. Let me see. Okay. Tanzania and Zambia, and I think both of them got off. Then I think they might have even been a Haitian when they're saying. So just when you look at what's going on as far as I mean, all of these countries was on board, and whoever was not on board was basically, in my opinion, it looked to be ended. It looks like anybody can look it up on Google to see. There was African countries, yeah, and they don't even, sometimes you got to use DuckDuckGo because they'll try to censor it. Yeah, exactly. The whole basic medical thing on it needs to be studied, and then people would understand. But the average zombie is not going to want to do that. They're going to either be just smart enough to say, you know what, I don't think this is a good idea, because the conspiracy theorist is the one that's actually going to think, even if they think in some crazy other type of conspiracy that we know is basically, not true. We realize that, okay, but they do know that this magic potion is dangerous. So they can see that far. When you look at the other people that might not believe in the crazy conspiracy that we know not to be true, but they are pro magic potion, then we see, holy smokes, these people are aware to certain things, but they're so zombified in this area, which is what led me to make the zombie spectrum, because it's sort of like, you got to have these spectrums. So they might be aware, like, okay, to what's going on maybe with the school system, or what's in the food, or in politics, but in medicine, they're like zombie, just straight zombie in the medicine. So it's like, this is the zombification spectrum, basically. I think Scribe's here. What's up, brother?
Going on, bro?
We got Vegan Skeptic, Escape the Matrix, as Varun, man. It's a good show, man. It's a good show, bro.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, you got anything?
I was listening to what you guys were talking about earlier. Yeah. I mean, for me, like, to sum it all up, and like pretty much in retrospect, like, of all the conversations from what I was listening, I heard bits and pieces earlier. for me, it all kind of just dwindled after the 9/11 thing. It's like if people, because that was something I got to, you know, some of us got to experience personally, as in we got to see the after effects. Okay, this thing happens, all of a sudden we're going to war with Afghanistan, we're back in Iraq, this whole thing spins up again. Yeah, because I'm from Panama and I got to see the first, war and the experimental technology they were using here, which, was seen very much so in the 9/11 thing and in the war in Iraq and all this other stuff. So I have a very deep root in that. And, you know, being both Panamanian and American is like, what side you're supposed to pick at that point. My dad was, military. So I always had to choose, that side. But um, seeing friends that we talked, about this and we did research back in the early days about this and we found this stuff out. It's like talk to them, 5, 10 years later, and they're, oh yeah, Trump this and all that, and they're just right back into the zombie thing. And I'm just like, you know what, this is crazy, man, because it's like you can learn the truth at one point, but then you just get sucked right back in. But you know, that which was like a domino effect that led up to wars and everything else, 20 plus years over there, still, lost on that basically. And we like to make fun of those people. Oh, they just got rocks or whatever. No, they kicked our ass too. So it's what do you call it? I'm saying the effect is so strong to where you see what's going on. You got to research it while it's happening, and you have an inside view of what's really going on because it's actually happening. It's like we don't have an inside view of JFK or anything that we weren't here for. We weren't born to see that or anything else, or Jesus Christ Himself. We weren't born to notice the Messiah or doing miracles or all that stuff. Could be whatever. Because when I saw what happened there and experienced it, and then saw what happened afterwards. Uh, and then saw the textbooks that the kids have to read now with the official report and all that stuff, and seeing the differences and what was true from what I learned, and now seeing how they pave it over with basically straight up lies, in my opinion. Uh, it just told me that anything you hear, anything you see on the news, anything that's going on about any type of event that happened in the past or whatever, you weren't there, is spun, twisted, refabricated, redone, completely repackaged for your consumption, so that you choose a side and you stay in that circle, in that limited circle. You never get to see the full truth. So for me, the 9/11 thing was like the last straw. I pretty much left the U.S., went to Panama, I've been here ever since, and I'm looking at from a distance. I'm just observing the U.S. I'm like, they're just backing it again. It's just nothing's changed. It's just worse. It's actually worse. Yeah, it's worse and worse and worse. And we're still fighting over the same thing that should have been seen many years ago. And I'm realizing this happens all the time. I just got to see it during the 9/11 time at a much closer lens. But this happens over and over, like the jab thing again. Another confirmation. That this is what's going on. And um, if we're still fighting over stuff that's already been proven that it's pretty much all a segregated setup, a chessboard to where we're put against each other. And the race thing again, to me, that was like something that I think was resolved a long time ago. It's just now people, they want to use it as a tool again to more segregation or whatever, the Floyd thing and the Black Lives Matter and all that, and then you have all this other stuff. So and the thing with Palestine and Israel and all this other stuff. So it's like all these separate and separate groups going at it, and we're supposed to, I guess, care about all these different things that are going on. It's like, wait a second, what about the general public and everyone? Here we keep talking about these specific groups helping foreign aid, whatever, and all that. And that's another crazy, ridiculous thing that happens, that we can't even fix our own stuff, but we're gonna be helping other people, whatever. They got contracts in other countries, whatever their obligations are. We're just gonna, again, we only get to observe what's going on. Why do they give Israel billions of dollars, whatever? Why do they give this country billions of dollars? We don't know the underlying cause. We don't know the contracts. We don't know what's really going on. So again, we unless you're there to witness it and to do the research to really find out what's going on, and then you look at what the after effect is on the news and how they report it, and now how it's introduced in schools and books and everything else, the official story. then you realize, wow, you know, you've been duped this whole thing. I mean, the story is so far from the truth, and that's what we get to read afterwards as well. So how are we supposed to even be educated in any of these topics unless you were there to really witness it and you actually took time to study it? So we need to come forth very well educated to be able to discuss these type of topics. So they're so far out there. There's a lot of mis and disinformation, right? Because misinformation is an honest mistake, whereas the disinformation is purposely put out there, lie sandwich. They'll mix the truth with a lie, and they'll create this. They'll taint the pool. And when you have enough pools that are tainted, and you try to bring them together, you can't make sense of them because, again, you were not there. You didn't do the proper research. You're just going by whatever this side says, who's fed information from mis and disinformation from the teachers and everything else. They get fed their mis and disinformation. So by the time you get the information, it's already completely repackaged, remodified, completely built for zombie consumption. And that's the issue I have, because it's like people want us, like Billy Carson talking about, aliens on the moon and stuff. Like, man, that stuff is like, we learned about that since Bill Cooper back in the mid 90s. And this guy's talking about this in 2025. I'm like, it's just like we're just re-looping this thing over and over and over. And it's just, I'm pretty much at the end of my like final research, and that whole thing led to the realm thing and all that stuff. That's a whole nother topic. But yeah, I ran for a while there. I don't know if you guys want to comment on any of that stuff, because I'm pretty much at the end of that research as far as that. It's like it just keeps happening over and over, and there's no end to it. But the reason there's no end to it is because there's never any closure. There's never any conclusion. There's only separation, segregation, and division, and which creates nonstop war. That's it. So that's the distraction. If anyone else wants to jump in and comment off that.
Yeah, man. It's deep, bro. It's definitely deep. I think Vegan was saying he'd like to touch on the hive mind. Like, we know the spiritual, stuff that you're saying too is definitely deep. The hive mind. I mean, stuff that happened, ontological system during what was going on. What we see, I mean, the consciousness question, how do we get here? What are we here for? Where are we going? We see helping each other while we're here seems to be the best, beautiful thing. Where we came from, I'm working on that with the genetic research for the book. And where we're going, that is the ultimate question. We don't know how much. I was talking with the egg today, and he was like, yeah, you don't know how much time you got, and you don't know when. So I'm like, yeah, you don't know when you're going, and you don't know how much time you got. It's like, holy smokes, you just any time, and that should make us appreciate each other more. As Rune, you had something?
Yeah, MD. I think this might sound as a crazy theory, but I feel the reason why people are zombified, and they'll be zombified, most of them will be zombified forever. If everyone woke up, this what we're in, I think it's just like a movie that the creator has created, and he's the souls that come from, that emanate from the creator, are deluded in maya or illusion, so that this cycle of creation, destruction, and preservation, it just keeps going on and on again. Very few are allowed to wake up, MD. And if everyone woke up, the way society functions, it will stop, right? So I think God himself has just kept everyone in delusion, MD. Only he allows a few of us to wake up.
Only
So,
a few, yeah. Like
yeah.
What do you think
Like
about what Scribe was saying?
Yeah, Scribe is right actually, but the way he analyzes things, how many people will you find who analyzes things like that, MD? Like, if everyone woke up, then the way the society works will stop, right? So it's like we're all like actors in the creator's dream, and only a few of us are allowed to wake up, and even that's also like chosen actually, who will wake up and who will get out of this matrix actually.
Okay. Vegan skeptic, you wanted to touch upon what Scribe has been saying later as well, or was that
Oh
recently?
yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Like because yeah, I've been noticing the same stuff as well with him, and that I also consider like this reality basically, as we notice, right, like how the same patterns keep repeating, right, like the different faces, different headlines, different reasons, but the same structure always, right, like the separation, division, conflict, distraction, deception, manipulation, it's all on loop. So and it doesn't matter what the topic is as well, like politics, health, identity, science, culture, like it always gets split into sides, right, like pick a team, defend it, attack the other, stay busy arguing, while nothing fundamental ever changes. So um when it comes to this, like most people don't even notice the repetition is another part of this issue, right, like yes, we notice it, but where is this other people, like, and so they think like this time it's different too, like, but it never is. It's always on loop. It's always like just like Scribe said, same thing. So what feels intentional to me isn't the conflict itself, though, like the constant fragmentation of attention, right, that distraction, the attention, like always seeks your attention, and you are never allowed to kind of sit still long enough to see the pattern. As long as like one crisis fades, another one drops, new outrage, new fear, new outrage, new fear, new enemy, same emotional charge, right? So in a Truman Show like game like reality of like ours, in my opinion, that makes perfect sense, though, because like conflict keeps the player engaged, distraction keeps them from zooming out, right? Like if people are always reacting, they never observe, and observation is dangerous to systems that run on momentum, that like ours, as far as I see, and especially proven by obviously gematria and inversion patterns of all celebrities and even regular people. But anyway, I don't want to get too deep on that, but that's why like the unity isn't encouraged here too, like, and silence also like feels uncomfortable, because stillness here kind of breaks the loop when you notice these things, because these patterns are there for a reason, these clues are there for a reason. Once you follow the rabbit, the rabbit kind of follows you, and the soul system kind of knows. Once the neo wakes up, sends more and more stuff to make it see that, oh yeah, there's a loop going, there's this structure going, there's these repetitions going, and it's all on purpose. It's for you to see how many times it has to repeat for you to understand that yes, it is something like simulation. How come all these words in English, all these words in all these other languages, it's all scripted? Like in a place like this, obviously there's something else is going on, right? So uh so that's why I think the repetition is obvious here. Even that stuff we talked about that happened for a few years, the jabs and stuff, like it every 100 years, kind of, it's, and when you look at the story, there's loops on that. Even every 19 years, the moon resets, and there's so many things I can go into that too. But like, there's so many loops in this place to kind of also expose that yes, this is something like a simulation. Like, well, how come can these things repeat and repeat and repeat? So once you see how scripted the cycle is, basically, and all these cycles are, then it's hard to kind of get emotionally hijacked the same way again, ever. It starts to feel, less like a chaos at that point, and then more like a machine that only works as long as we keep finding our attention. So yeah, I mean, it's all about kind of that positive mental perspective, mindset shift, to understand that this is all kind of like fake illusion, Maya, and why then like kind of keep kind of involving our emotions with it, when it's actually the game is to realize not to do that, is basically. But yeah, I just wanted to say those things, and yeah, they're within the very smart stuff. Scrap, yeah.
No, you're absolutely very, very well said there. And yeah, the more, because I am, pretty deep in the computer stuff and, games or whatever, MMOs and all that. And the older I get, it appears from what you just said, that God itself is what you would call, I guess, an administrator or GM, a game master that is, or there's the administrator, then you have the game masters that are in the game to administer. But the main administrator, you're not going to see, that's controlling the servers and setting all the rules. And if they want to wipe the server, they'll wipe the server. Everyone has to restart over, aka the flood. So it's very reminiscent. I mean, almost identical, literally, to what you would call a simulation and to like a video game MMO, for example. That now they're getting to the point of extreme realism mixed with VR and AI and everything else. You're not going to be able to tell the difference between this reality and that reality. And the fact that we're creating these things and becoming ourselves. Basically, it's almost like the AI or whatever is eventually going to recreate us. Like there's gonna be a point where they don't need us anymore. It's going to do its thing, and then we come back as a collective consciousness or something. But it does seem like there's an administrative aspect to all this, and maybe it could be that maybe one day we could administer our own little Truman Show world and administer our own thing once we learn humility or learn certain things, I guess, or whatever it is. But that's what it definitely seems like. It doesn't seem like they want you to learn morals. They want you here to learn all this stuff. No, it seems like this thing is completely has been completely corrupted and completely rigged to a point where it's blatantly repetitious. Everything is very simulation like, very rigid. They've gotten rid of all the spiritual stuff from the ancient tribes and all the ancient knowledge that used to be here, and a lot of it's been pre-packaged, pre set up, and created to make us, I guess, consumers, and I guess to keep that going, then you have to have the factions and the wars and everything else. So yeah, it's very reminiscent of a simulated type of reality, and that's why I don't see it as what I said before is this sacred thing or whatever. You know, I don't know. Azra, you want to say something?
Yeah, what you said is right, MD, and I mean, sorry, Scribe. So we've always been consumers of experiences. It's just that in today's world, we have to pay for that, and everything has been made into a market. Otherwise, you're always destined to consume a particular experience. It will be predetermined for you from cradle to grave, what all you'll go through and what you can do about it. And as vegan skeptics said, there's always a pattern that repeats itself in every field, actually. When you notice the pattern also, you can't stop it, because vibrations is nothing but the back and forth and to and fro motion of an object. So if matter is what exists on the outside, then it is an atomic level, it's like it's just nothing but particles coming together, right? The back and forth to and fro motion of particles. Then the wavelength will determine the frequency of it occurring. If the wavelength is very high, then the frequency becomes less. If the wavelength is less, then the frequency becomes more. So these patterns that repeat itself frequently all the time, that we are subject to, we can't even change that, actually, Scribe. Like, we have to go through it, even though like we know that the outcome will be like this, and we're helpless, we can't change the outcome as well.
Yeah, it appears so. It appears it's something like that. That we're definitely got these controlling factors, that we can't do anything about. But let's just June, man. Appreciate the donation. He said, "Tell Scribe my louder question: where you could take the money and become a puppet, or disappear and then create a clone puppet of you anyway." Yeah, that one. I mean, honestly, my being wouldn't be able to accept that. Regardless how much money there is, it just cannot live that way. At some point, it's just the fakery and all that stuff. I mean, that's why we're doing this stuff, because when you go against the grain, you stay poor. I mean, you're not going to make money preaching truth or talking truth or trying to speak on the highest levels of truth or any educational stuff like that, because it simply doesn't fit the narrative of what they want or what they value or what they think is worth, money. Again, the money is what kind of corrupts everything. And yeah, they want to come at me with the money like that. It's just, unfortunately, it's not something I can do. I mean, I have to be able to have peace of mind. I have to be able to live like I want to live, or else there's just no point. But there's plenty of people gladly take that, gladly fake it, gladly. You have all these, you already see it. The majority of people are happy doing that, playing their part, and staying asleep. And look at Joe Rogan. You saw him flip. You see guys that are. They know once they get up to that level, it's either that or or you have to, the other. I don't want to say it, but yeah, when you affect too many people on the side that they don't want you to affect them on, then that's when bad things are going to happen. And that's the part I just can't understand, because if we were truly supposed to be righteous and all this good stuff, you would think that would be rewarded, but it's not rewarded. For some reason, this system is designed to not reward you when you're a free thinker, especially in school. They will fail you. They will not allow you to proceed to the next grade if you decide to say no. I think it's this, it's not that. So that's just how yeah, how it's just all fake. In my mind, it's just completely fake.
Yeah,
Go
because
ahead, Escape the
everything's a
Matrix. What do you want
click.
to say?
Because everything's a click. Anywhere you go, it's all a click, right? You kind of have to fall in line with their ways. Where the cool thing about these type of communities is we're actually not a clique. It's like we have disagreements. We're not all in agreement with even our own beliefs, right? Like we might all be like awakened, but still even different opinions and different beliefs. And it's like we're not here to pretend like we all agree with each other, which is why it's cool, right? I like that. Everybody can be free spirited. Um, but yeah, definitely in school you can't disagree with the teacher and say the ancients taught this and not what you're teaching. And she'll tell you no, well you're wrong, right? Like and you can't go against her. Um, but yeah, I wanted to kind of get into the whole thing about as far as you guys remember Cypher in the Matrix when he decided to go back to being plugged in. You guys remember that?
Oh yeah.
Joe
Yeah.
Pantaloni is the one who played that part, right? He
The
played the
act.
part of he played Ralphie also in Sopranos. So yeah,
Yeah,
Joe
yeah, yeah,
Pantaloni.
Yeah,
yeah.
he was also in that movie Memento. Remember that movie?
Yeah,
Yeah, so
yeah,
he and the funny thing about Memento is it also had Carrie Ann Moss in it. She was
yeah,
Trinity. So it had
yeah.
two people from the Matrix back to back in the same movie. But yeah, just to touch on what he did, he chose to plug back in. Um, and I was gonna say it. You can kind of, I don't want to say you could see it with some people who awaken, but some people who awaken, I think at times they will get a little miserable as far as like, okay, well, what's the meaning to life now? Like you could kind of see them going down like a nihilistic type of mindset, and that's kind of that in a way can be a little dangerous if you don't know how to snap out of it. Because I might have, I don't know, I think it was maybe 2 years ago. I was maybe a nihilist for like a week, maybe a couple days or something. It's just some things weren't adding up. So I think even that I could see that being a possibility for some people to where they'll take the cipher route. You know what I mean, and want back in. They'll say, "Screw this! I want to get plugged back in." So that's dangerous. That's another dangerous way.
Yeah, that's the sad part. It's like they know the truth, but yet they're willing to live a lie just to get some gratification and some indulgence. He's like, I don't care, make me rich, whatever. Not knowing that that could be. It's like when they say, "Be careful what you wish for." Being rich and famous. Yeah, it sounds nice, but can also mean you're gonna go through some of the worst experiences of your life simply because you are rich and famous, or something's gonna happen to a family member because you are rich and famous, or you have to go through the loss of a son because you are rich and famous. All these things they don't want to talk about the dark side of being, on that and pretending, oh, it's just all good life, whatever. It's like, I'm just tired of all the fakeness, man. I cannot live around fake people. I just cannot. That's the whole NPC thing. It's got to be an NPC spell or something. Because why do I? Why am I repulsed by it? But this guy's cool with it.
Yeah.
Does that make me a better person? I don't know. I'm just who I am.
You know what I think the biggest NPCs are, and it's because the whole thing stuck in their old ways, is literally the older generation, like the baby boomers and anything older than that. And I just, how do I say? I like it would literally be damn near impossible to get to them. It's impossible. Like I can even just say, don't even bother. I see some hope for the Gen Zers. Like I think where the Gen Zers are, they're kind of they're at a stage to where uh, like whoever's a role model in their life, they'll kind of listen to them. Just from what I see, but unfortunately, from my observation, they're being molded by the Gen Zers, sorry, by the baby boomers and whatnot, and so they're gonna kind of, in a way, end up like that, which is unfortunate. Like, um, you're not gonna have too much neos in this new generation. You're not gonna like. How do you spot the neo? How do you say, "Hey, that's the kid right there. That's the one trying to break"? You don't see it, right? A lot of them are just and to me, it just, man, it gets cringe when I run into like a 20-year-old and they're talking like a fucking 60-year-old that annoys the fuck out of me. Like that to me, I'm like, dude, like stop, because I'm like, that's not you. Like, stop trying to be that, right? It gets cringe. It gets weird. Um, but again, that's kind of what Robert Greene talks about, where we wear a mask. Everybody kind of wears a mask and they don't really realize it. You know, everybody's just it's all make pretend. What did that one guy say? Franz Kaz, I think is that Kavsa, right? He said he was ashamed when he realized life is a costume party and he came with his real mask. You know, I kind of feel like that a lot of times, right? Like I kind of like I didn't get the memo. I didn't get the memo to the costume party.
Yeah, like going to church. It's like one guy's like we go to a building that compares each other's clothing and go up there and pretend we're righteous and all this. It's like what's the point, right? I mean, that's one thing that really got to me when I was forced to do that as a younger kid. I was just like, what are we doing, man? It's like we have all this and you're going over here and doing this. It's like, leave me
Like,
alone.
what the
I want to
hell?
sleep,
So
And at
how long
4
did it
years old,
take you
looking
to
at my dad,
realize?
I'm just like, what is this? Yeah.
So let me ask you this. It's funny you talk about the church, but in the church, have they ever read the Acts 17:24? Have they ever read that?
Who's that?
Acts 17:24, that specific verse. You want me to read it out loud?
I have no clue. Go ahead and read it. Yeah.
I'll read it out loud. It's one of my favorite verses, but they'll never read it in a church because this is what it says. The God who made the world and everything in it is the Lord of heaven and earth and does not live in temples built by human hands.
That's a good one. Exactly.
I mean, it's kind of like you can't, if you're in a church, how are you going to read that? You can't, like, it's like you're contradicting yourself, right? You're going to read a verse that tells you not to go to a church or any temple, because that's what that verse says. I mean, I don't know, unless, like, am I misreading it? It says there, he does not live in temples built by human hands.
I mean, that you can't be any more specific. I mean, it's letting you know right there. It's not that's not official, but yet they
Yeah.
want to make it official.
And then if you read, it's in Corinthians, it's somewhere in Corinthians that says, your body is your temple, right? So it says that the temple is your body. That's why the side of your forehead, the side of your head there, that's why it's called temple, right? They're like, don't ever get punched on the temple because you could die. But that's why it's called the temple, because your body is your temple. It says you are the church.
No, it's definitely you take the body, like I was saying, like the Chinese they practice that chi energy thing, and it comes from your torso, from your navel air cavity, the navel area, where it creates like a vortex of energy, and you're able to project that, with electricity and do things, healing stuff and all that, or or the opposite. But the fact that we're not being taught a lot of these things about our own anatomy and the spirituality side and all that stuff, they want to keep us in these denominations of these religions and religion. Get rid of the word re. What is it? It's a legion. And it's a religion, as in they're regrouping. Right. That's why we have so many of these different denominations constantly.
How about the word lie? How about the word lie in there? Religion.
Right.
Exactly.
Religion.
That's also in there, lie.
Yeah, being said, do you have
Like
anything about
believe.
that? You want to say?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Like that belief as well, right? Be lie as well.
Hmm.
But I wanted to also actually touch upon the NPC topic you mentioned too, Scribe, because that's a fascinating topic too, in of itself. Since like I went back and forward with this issue so much, and I was always like fascinating. Like, are these NPCs like Westworld robot type of beings? Are they like Truman Show actors? Knowing, are they like the Good Place type of nefarious beings, or like what is going on here, right? And now I kind of like use that as like a metaphor basically, because like it's a misleading one when you say NPC, since so like when someone, like if someone is pretending to play a role here, right? Like the Charlie Kirk obviously playing a role, and again I talked about that before, but then by definition though, they are not an NPC. They are like conscious enough to perform, right? Then in that sense, yes, it is like a Truman Show. It is like the Good Place TV show. So, and characters who look kind of scripted, right, like the might be other players who are choosing to play this game, right, the game of life, whatever this thing is, but they are choosing it to play it straight, maybe. Like they could be even again other players, but without breaking the character, right? And so that wouldn't make them less aware. It might make them more committed to the experience, right? On that end. So from that angle, the so-called NPCs could actually be, to me, smarter, because if someone is pretending to be dumb and it makes you buy into it, and not thinking that, oh, I'm dealing with these dumb people. No, in reality, perhaps, yeah, they are very smart actually. So it's like less resistance. So, and
You're talking about like they live scenario. It's like, oh, we found one, right? They know, but they're pretending to be,
no,
human.
I'm talking about like yeah, kind of like, yeah, they live situation, but also like this all celebrities in on it, right? But at the same time, I've seen even like potentially majority of public being in on it, like exactly like the Truman Show, and that's kind of the evidence led me, like my 20 plus years of research and conspiracies and writing so many articles on it, and then that ebook about Matrix stuff. So yeah, I mean, I think that like if they are more willing to inhabit the role like fully, right, while others like of us like feel stuck watching the show and questioning the stage, right? We are now, it feels like almost like we are forced to watch this show. At the same time, it's revealing us so many different things. But and I have seen it as like a very dark, very nefarious, very negative thing for so many years, until last few months, literally, to kind of shift my perspective. And as soon as I did that, the external world shifted for sure. At least like my tangent simulation in it, right? So far, so. But I actually think this stuff now I realize points to something positive, especially from my astral projection experiences too. Like me realizing that, yeah, maybe we are eternal, powerful, creative beings, like co-creators, powerful gods. Something like gods, basically. And for like when it
Well,
comes to our
I'll stop you right
understanding
there,
of
Vic. Vic, I'm gonna stop you right there because that's a really good topic there because I brought that up a couple times. I don't think people grasp it much the last week, but so I said this seems like what it seems like is like this is like some type of a, I guess, prison planet. I don't know you want to coin Alex Jones on that, but some type of place that you go to and you have this godly consciousness, but you're put into this vessel which is animalistic and feels pain, and you have to, and you cannot manifest thing with thought. You have to create with your hands to go through the pain of experience and humility and everything else through this vessel body. And it's almost like a school for what we call mortal gods, where this body dies off, but you still have this godly consciousness that lives on forever. It's only your body that ages, but your consciousness stays intact unless you get any physical brain damage or something like that. Then it's not working properly. But um, so what's your thoughts on that? Feeling like we, because we're the only ones having this crazy conquer the world type of attitude, thought, or even asking the question, why are we here? How do we get here? This is not what I expected. Just asking these questions, meaning that you probably came from somewhere else. Whereas animals, they're just here. They do what they do. They're pre-programmed to do what they do. They never deviate. They never start creating, technology and stuff like that for no reason. They stay in their lane, and they stay in their, habitat and their ecosystem of how that works with insects and trees and everything else. So we're the only ones walking around thinking, we want to take this over and all this. Where does that come from? And why do we think like what we think God would think? Because anytime we talk about God and the way he thinks, it's like that sounds like you're talking about a human, right? That doesn't sound like a God, because a God would be something that you can't even fathom, but yet they want to personify him as some dude up in the sky, saying stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. And but when in reality, like when people do go into these astral projection experience and do go into even higher experiences, like they call soul travel or nirvana planes, mental planes, whatever, they usually come back saying that, oh, I can't even explain it with the words, that doesn't allow me, like this English language or whatever language they're speaking. But that these people always usually describe how, oh, now I get it. Like we are very powerful in our essence. Like I can literally create a world in an instant, and then make changes to it instantly, and then like destroy instantly. Teleport instantly, transform my body into anything I want instantly. Like so that basically like that. That's God mode unlocked, basically, right? So yeah. Oh, I heard myself, I think. But yeah, basically, I want to also speak about a little bit when it comes to like this place kind of being like a potential school for gods, right? Because that's the idea that I went kind of back and forth for so long. And even in my ebook, Waking Up from the Matrix, uh, basically the second chapter is literally about like how this place is super negative, nefarious. Like this was written almost 4 years ago, we have many reasons to think that, though. We have many reasons to think that. But then later on, now I see kind of in a differently, because it is and kind of seems like a training environment, as long as there's no reincarnation, kind of like forced, especially forced reincarnation is not involved. But it could be, right, it could be a volunteer thing. And as far as I see, like it could have been way worse if it wasn't that way as well. Because again, if it's everything is fake, then why are we necessarily worried about it anyway? But so when in a constrained system, right, like where consciousness is limited on purpose, uh, something specific can be learned from that. Like not necessarily like lessons like morality or obedience, but things like like maybe like restraint, focus, creativity, under pressure, like us being maybe like not creating these npcs in a matrix world and making them suffer. Maybe that's what we are learning here, right? It's kind of like that 8th season Rick and Morty's episode, the first episode actually, that they were like in a simulation. Like Rick was teaching Morty and his sister about like why they should give Rick's phone charger back. But that was like a funny idea. But again, he put them in a simulation and kind of slept. And for 17 years or something, they were in their simulation trying to learn that lesson, like not do this and that. We don't know what kind of this place is, this in that sense. But uh, so yeah, I mean, when it comes to like maybe, yeah, we are learning maybe like decision making with kind of incomplete information as well. So in other words, not necessarily like a classroom, but more like a maybe like a sandbox with consequences, right? If this were a school like in a traditional sense, it would give definitely like proper answers. And you would ask like, where's the teacher, right? If it's a school, and nobody really likes school anyway, like why are we in a school? And so this place uh, seems to does the opposite, though. Like it hides the rules, like the fragments, attention, adds noise, conflict, distraction, manipulation, deception, everything. And so this all tells me, like the point isn't instruction, like it's kind of like self-discovery under constraint is what's going on as far as I see. And so to tie everything, basically, that's why I kind of, you could call it kind of like School for Gods for sure, like that Nine movie, or yeah, the Nines, I think. To kind of in that movie, the actor was kind of realizing that, oh yeah, I was actually a god, basically. I maybe put myself here, or some other things happened, but now I realize that, yeah, like I don't have to do this if I don't want to. And so I think that's kind of what we are potentially realizing here, hopefully. And so yeah, I mean, all this stuff, if you think in terms of playing players like voluntarily entering in a difficult mode, it's kind of maybe like difficult, almost like video game, right? Like a horror show. That's hopefully like, I'm just hoping the revelations, the show here will be just more strange, as they say, like it's gonna get so weird that people will start everyone will start questioning, like, why is it so weird, what's going on here, like this is so. And then eventually, maybe hopefully better revelations come, or maybe we have to kind of save ourselves, like we have to be the Jesus for our souls, kind of. So yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. uh, because here, with the limited memory, limited power, high immersion, maybe not to be punished. Hopefully we are not being punished there, but maybe we are being kind of saved. We don't even know, like, to see maybe like what awareness does when it forgets what it is, to have the joy of, to have the power of, kind of like mind mapping yourself, and then to have the joy of kind of ever slowly waking up to it, and then now you are free forever. Like, imagine that, like billions, gazillions years, basically. Like, there's no time over there probably, but what's going on is that, now you get to feel that whole joy from the beginning to end, and maybe that's something to be experienced. Maybe there's something at the end we'll say it's worth it, especially if this does turn into like, okay guys, it was a prank, it was a this and that, or it's like now more absurd, and then it's now funny, or, or something like that. So uh the reveal, like, there is one I feel like that's going on for sure. And can you guys hear me, by the way? I don't know if my internet cut off.
Yeah,
No,
We
yeah.
can
we
hear
can
you.
hear
No, I
you.
hear
Yeah.
you.
Oh,
We
okay.
hear
Yeah,
you. Yeah.
my live chat kind of went down, or yeah, I thought my internet went out. But yeah, just to just kind of final thing, it's like it would be like, you were always capable. You just had to remember it without being kind of told. You just slowly kind of, sense, and then realize that, oh yeah, this is kind of like a game. This is kind of like a Truman Show. Yes, everything is fake. I don't believe in wars. I don't believe in this, all this stuff, right? And there's so many reasons, so many evidence to not kind of believe in and buy into that. And yeah, I don't see it as like a new age now. I just see it as like this game's design. Even though before I did see it as like a super like new age ideas, this being a school. What kind of school would mind wipe you and then reincarnate you again to learn the same lessons? And my whole second chapter is about that. And still, like, it's good to realize those ideas too, to not kind of buy into these new age things. Oh, it's all love and hugs, it's all this and that. No, no, no. Maybe if you believe in that, you will have to reincarnate again to realize that no, it doesn't have to be that way. But yeah, I just want to say that stuff too. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Escape the Matrix. You want to say something about
No, I just kind of came off on mute to let him know. But yeah, to me, I think it's as far as when Vegan was saying, the teacher, it's like you can't. They're not there to just kind of give you the instructions. It's not like that, right? And I just really, I mean, the system I've come to the conclusion of, it's really a belief system on however anybody wants it to be. That's really, so it's like if the, by the way, I'm not certain that I really believe atheists exist. I think they're more of what's called an agnostic, or what's called an agnostic atheist. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
It's,
the better term. Yeah.
yeah, because they really don't, like, when you talk to most atheists, it seems like they're willing to believe in a God if you could prove anything. And I don't really think that's what an atheist actually is. Um but anywho, if you go down that route and you preach the whole thing about, oh, I only believe in science and what science says, then it's like your heart is genuine with that, and that's your reality. So that's the reality you manifest. And that's what I'm just getting at, is manifesting what your soul really desires, what your soul really uh, gravitate and speaks to you. And I really think everybody should just really go down that route, go down to the fullest that their soul speaks to them. Some people, they could be really really good people their entire life, but never have a spiritual belief or anything, and then that's fine. And you somehow just can't get to them, and it's kind of impossible to. But they are good people, though. Like, I've been around them; they're good people, But it's just they don't really believe in what the ancients taught, And so that's really what I think it is. I don't really think it's so much only about the souls are here to get a lesson, um, because this really is it's really a cool reality. Like, I don't like a lot of the stains that a lot of spiritual people put on it. They say it's schoolhouse earth and you're just here to strengthen the soul. No, I think there's a lot of play in this reality. Like, you could have fun here as well. You really can. Like, I did a bunch of really fun things today, and I did some real cool fun things yesterday. And I tend
There's
to do at least.
definitely a lot of indulgence. There's definitely that's one thing in the sex and everything else, and whatever, all the whatever, all that stuff you want to bring up. But
I wasn't
what
actually
gets me,
talking that. I wasn't talking that, but I know where you're going with this. I
well,
know where you're
there's
going.
a lot of that.
No,
But I
I
mean,
was gonna.
the thing that,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Go
but
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say the thing that gets me is that they want you to believe in this, spiritual God thing and all that stuff, but at the same time, they're still trying to prove the existence of ghosts or the existence of Bigfoot or the existence of things that have been around for thousands and thousands of years that the Native Americans have tons of lore on that have obviously existed, but yet we're still here with all our tech trying to figure out if a ghost is real or if the demon is real or whatever. So if we're being constrained from just basic knowledge like that, and like Einstein took out the ether and replaced it, or and they added gravity or whatever, and they took the ether out, whatever. Um, Now we're just physical science. Now the spirituality and everything else is gone from that. Therefore, that would never be explored, and that's part of the truth of the equation. But that's how they keep you away from the full truth. Um, that right there is what it's like. We're gonna have an institution for this, but we're not going to give you the truth about it for that. We're going to keep that, the ghost thing, a mystery, even though it's blatantly obvious. You know,
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And they kind of keep you just hunting for more. And I think it aligns with what you guys were saying earlier, as far as like this the game in this reality, that it's like the awakened versus the NPCs, and it's just like a never ending game where you're constantly having to get around the lies, that like you got to kind of unlearn every lie you've ever been told, so to say, in a way. Um, and I remember I found myself questioning it the one time. I said, you know what? Like I've always been like that, to where I didn't believe everything any superior told me. But I remember just one time it was getting a little too much on here, and these kids, I'm like, man, they just tell you everything's a lie, and it's like, okay, like come on, enough's enough, right? And I guess I got annoyed for no reason, and then it all just makes sense that's just like whenever you watch any action movie, or anybody that's ever made anything out of their life, it never came easy. Like you always get these obstacles that you have to fight. That's really what makes like a beautiful, like, underdog uh story, Nobody likes a story where a guy didn't fight anything. And that's what it would be for like awakened souls, is that like you're gonna have to like fight the system. Like the system's gonna be feeding garbage, and you got to just fight it, right? And fight around it. That's what the whole purpose of it is. That's what it is. It's that fight. Like it just everything has to have a fight, a struggle, or else it doesn't. There's no reward, right? That's what makes the reward that beautiful, is that you like fought for it. You know, it's just like that with anything.
it's kind of like the whole thing with the worm, the butterfly. Like, if you help it out of the cocoon, it'll die, but it has to fight its way out for it to actually, spawn into that. So we're manifesting the butterfly web. But I mean, yeah, I mean, it is comical at the same time. Like, he was saying, like, this could be a big prank or whatever. It's like, I wouldn't be surprised how ridiculous, how just insanely ridiculous the more and more it gets. I'm just like, is this just a bad joke or something? Someone just put me here to mess with me or something. It's just like, it just seems so, I
Does
don't
seem that
know.
way.
I mean,
Yeah. And
yeah, go ahead.
also, yeah, I mean, when it comes to, like, I've been an agnostic atheist for a long, long time before I kind of went into spiritual aspect. Even when I went to the spiritual aspect, still, like, I kind of kept my agnostic atheism when it comes to the real, quote unquote, for the real reality, the God of that being, loving and everything, or it being a God behind it too, a singular one. That kind of, as a safety measure, also, I don't believe in it because of the later running into the kind of like the best rabbit hole I found is called the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap Theory, right? And I'm the guy who wrote the first ebook about it as well. What kind of like went deep into it, but basically, uh, when it comes to like this loving external God watching us, right? Uh, I still don't necessarily want to see it in that way. Definitely, like especially not as singular. I see all of us as kind of like a co-creators, basically here, and in our essence, we are kind of like the gods, like not the gods rather, like, but powerful creative beings, as far as I know, right? And but it's not because I'm like kind of cynical that I think this way. It's because like too much doesn't line up when it comes to the soul trip theories, like the evidence that's behind it too. Like when you look at the suffering here, when you look at like, all these manipulations, repetition, memory wipes, supposedly, like, and the way reality seems to recycle consciousness based on that soul trap evidence, then blind faith starts to feel super risky. Like, why would I have then blind faith into any loving God, any type of entity? So especially through the lens of the matrix, right? Or the soul trap stuff, it's definitely important to believing everything is run by this, like, a loving overseer kind of, can actually make people stop just questioning things that deserve synchronity. And that's another part. That's why I always keep my soul trap gun on my pocket, basically, like, just to never buy into it. Like, if any entity tells me, oh, you have to reincarnate, no, I'm not reincarnating at all. I'm not even listening from you. And that could be like the last final boss fight, final prank, oh, like, we made you think that way, and then we presented you the story scenario as well, or a different scenario that kind of maybe leads to reincarnation. But that's a joke. It's even that's another fear game, another obvious mind game maybe. And all these, many of these NDs or many of these cases of reincarnations, like, if 99.9% or whatever, like, most people is in on it, then obviously why would I even buy into anything at all, anything? So yeah, that's kind of how I think.
You've heard you've heard of Midgard, right? Like they call this Midgard.
What, Midgard? I don't think I heard it.
Have you heard the term Midgard? Like they call, like in the ancient time, they call this Midgard, to where the Cabal and all these other ancient wisdom from all the different areas of the world described it as this is Midgard, and then you have the lower realms. That's what they call hell in the Bible, whatever. And then you have the higher realms that go all the way up to the godly thing. So there's 7 different realms, and apparently this is like in the middle. So there's 3 above, 3 below.
Yeah.
And we're like in the middle, to where the yin and the yang, it's like you can experience the dark and the light at even times. So you don't have too much darkness or too much light. It's in the middle, but you can experience both hell and heaven at the same time in this realm. To where if you're in a lower realm, it's more of that. If you're in a higher realm, then it's more. Have you heard of that? Like there's different levels to this.
I've heard somewhat of it, yeah.
Simulation.
It seems like also the layers of like that inferno stuff. But yeah, like definitely like the heaven and hell perspective, you can definitely experience kind of both here, and it's also up to your mindset as well, and obviously the conditions of your environment too. Not everyone has the good fathers, good mothers, good house or whatever. But at the same time, uh, all of it, once you realize it's fake, and maybe it's actually going to lead to a forever bliss, sovereignty, freedom, where you are actually basically like a god now, like, and then you experience that forever afterwards. Maybe then you will say, yeah, this was worth it. Or maybe, no, it wasn't worth it, I'm not going to do it ever again. But it will, once we are waking up fully and then realizing that it's all fake and it was all structured, it was all, I don't know what it is, but maybe we will say it's worth it at the end. So yeah, I'm kind of now realizing that's probably what's going on. But at the same time, I'm not gonna, just based on, again, all this evidence from the soul trap theory, I'm not gonna just buy into anything. I'm not gonna just listen to these entities, or I'll go my own way. I don't want this, and again, ever again. So yeah, that's how I kind of see it.
We are looking at that because like in Game of Thrones, you're seeing that, like they have the 7 kingdoms, but that's representative of the 7 different realms. Like this is one realm, and apparently we're in the middle here, and we're in the center of this, like, expansive thing. So it's interesting. When they say reincarnate, it's like, well, are you going to reincarnate here, or are you going to ascend, or are you going to go lower? So I mean, that could be a thing there. I mean, that makes sense that this game doesn't just stop here, that there's other realms or dimensions, whatever they want to call it, that exist and you show up there, I guess, when you're ready. That's what this feels like.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah. It's like also like a there's so many like stories and fantastical stuff about it too, like that seven stuff too, which is cool. But I don't think so like I think of states of perception and agency, right? Like realms as bandwidths of awareness, and not like locations you fly to. So from that angle, the real question is like, are we ascending or descending? As yeah, indeed. So it's how we are relating to the system as well. Um, so I mean, you can be in the same physical world and move higher or lower depending on attention, fear, or responsibilities of us. And this can be literally again like hell or heaven depending on our mindset shift. Like to me it was hell for like last how many years, like especially like this, ever since learning about the conspiracies. Like as soon as I had YouTube on my house, for some reason in Turkey especially, like we seem to be very interested in conspiracies, to the point of even on TV talking about that Adrena dot Chrome thing, right? So yeah, I mean, as soon as I opened YouTube, all of a sudden, all the videos is about Illuminati, subliminal messages. So I was deep into it as a kid, basically. Then, even like way before that too, in lucid dreams and all these nightmares that haunted me for many years. But then I kind of now see it as almost like, oh, now I feel like I'm almost part of it, like I'm almost in on it with them, with these actors that kind of around us. But I still don't like it. I still don't like what they're doing. But I'm hoping that it's going to be more weird and better revelations. And just like they say, that you won't own anything, but you will be happy. How can you achieve that? Maybe that's with realizing that, oh yeah, we don't need to know anything. We can actually create it even here. Maybe we have powers that can change this dream, this shared dream that we are in. So yeah, that's kind of how I see it.
do you feel like what do you call it? Because I've heard some guy, I forgot the guy's name, but he said you're more limited, more handicapped in these bodies than you are when you're outside of the body, as in when you're in full soul form, spirit form, whatever, because
Mhm.
you have full capacity of your vision and everything, smell, everything else is amplified, and you're able to travel just through thought or manifest or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's almost like those powers were taken away. We're going to put you into a physical body, animal body, and your brain and your heart and all stuff is going to control. It's like a antenna or something, but it's a filter to filter certain powers you have. Like apparently we used to be able to have telepathy and these other things. Now we don't,
Yeah.
or we still have it. It's just that it's been suppressed. What do you think about that? Because
Oh
when
yeah,
I
I have a lot.
dream, I've had a couple of lucid dreams in my life, and when I understood it was a dream, I could fly, I could do whatever, I could do anything, and it felt like I was like, talking about godly power. That's what it felt like, but it only happened a couple of
Yeah.
times in my life. Go ahead.
Yeah, so for me that's the thing that woke me up the best, because like a year or so before the pandemic, like I went back into lucid dreaming hardcore. Just like as a kid, it was like fascinating to me, these dreams, but kind of lost passion. But then afterwards, uh, basically, yeah, like once I started to, I really wanted to like lucid dream just like my brother, right? And then I kind of started to learn it. And as soon as these stuff happened to me, and then like me seeing 11:11 everywhere in these dreams, waking up to see 11:11 at the clock, I'm like, what's going on? All of a sudden, I'm like in this doing this spiritual thing, even though it's like basically kind of agnostic atheist. Then kind of realizing that, oh, this is actually something bigger, something way bigger. Then basically keep getting humbled and humbled and humbled in those aspects too, because I thought again, these things are all BS. So but yeah, I mean, once you tap into those things and then you come back here, especially you tap into these higher aspects, not just lucid dreams, but astral projection, and not just astral projection, but these higher like mental planes and all that, then, it definitely feels like, whoa, like this place, as if like they tied my hands, they tied my, legs, throw me into a mud, and they say, oh yeah, you have the free will to crawl to the right, crawl to the red. Like this place feels like that compared to what we are capable of there. So one thing, that's hard to kind of ignore is definitely like how restricted we are in this physical body as compared to that non-physical, astral states like people report. Because in a
It's
body, yeah,
crazy,
everything.
but it's
Mhm.
also crazy. It's also crazy that when we sleep, we wake up in another body somewhere else.
Oh
Right?
yeah. Exactly, it is crazy, and especially when you realize that wait, where are these dreams coming from? Are they coming from me? Or am I being put into a dream simulation where everything around me is basically structured? Because that's kind of what I kind of wake up to. Like once I realize that this dream environment is fully controlled, and then I wake up, and then all of a sudden these dream characters like act like robots, and they know that I'm awake, and like it's all of a sudden now I have to kind of ascend from that perspective as well. And yeah, it is definitely weird. Like all of a sudden we are in these multiple back-to-back simulations every RAM cycle, even in non-RAM cycles we can dream.
And have you had it to where you're in a dream and you somehow in that dream start dreaming, like you sleep and you dream a second layer, and like you get out of that second layer of dream and you're back in the original dream, but you think that's real life, and you realize, wait, I'm still in a dream, and then you wake up and you're like, whoa, that is insane. Like, have you
That is
ever had
insane.
that where you're in a dream and then within that dream you dream and then
Oh
you
yeah,
wake up
my
from that dream? Yeah.
yeah, my brother and I had plenty of those for sure. Like, because those are called false awakenings, and definitely it happens to it's rarely though, but to some people. But once it happens, it's definitely feels like Inception movie, and it feels like all of a sudden, whoa, this is like. What is this? This thing is deep, Especially some people experience it like 20 times. Imagine like going to work, driving, maybe working a little bit, and then waking up, and then doing it again, waking up, doing it again, and then it feels like a night, fully a
Oh,
nightmare.
that
Like, oh
would
my
be
god, I
scary.
can't wake
That would
up.
be scary.
Yeah, it is scary to many people, just like that sleep paralysis thing. That's super scary. It can be, but at the same time, it's all again like once you face your fears, you beat them, you then level up in this game. That's what's going on too. So yeah.
But it just blows my mind that it's like we jump into everybody. But I think Azra been trying to say something for a while. Did you want to say something, Azra?
Oh, yeah.
Uh, yeah, like regarding this, the dream state, there, like there are three states actually: waking, sleeping, dreaming, and the state of Turiya. So in Turiya state, you actually go beyond the dreaming, sleeping, and waking up state, and then you're aware about everything that's happening in the cosmos at all times, like what happened, what will happen. But it'll be a very strenuous experience for the physical body actually. Because like see, you're constantly concentrating on all planes of existence, right? The strain on the physical body and your nervous system will be too strong if you become completely aware of everything that's happening all over the planet and in the universe as well, and both taking into consideration past, present, and future. It's actually, it will be a crazy experience. Very few people will be able to handle it. It's for your own protection that you've been given these limitations. If all these limitations were taken away from you, you wouldn't be able to handle that kind of cosmic power actually. Only few people who've trained their nervous system for countless years will be able to handle the strain. For most of the people, they can't do it.
There's a lot of fears with it too. Like this media, right? There was a Netflix show about it that kind of made it go viral. This like lucid dreaming thing, and then there's a lot of people who came into the community, and I've been in the community of like lucid dream and astral projection for maybe like I don't remember 8 years, but yeah, I mean. It's there's a lot of fear games like oh you're gonna get possessed or some many other things that they do, but in reality and then there's also the aspects of oh you have to like
Oh,
train years and years to learn it, but in reality no, like if you know the cheat codes and shortcuts, which I like fairly
yeah,
shared
I was
also
gonna
in the
ask
Yeah,
video.
you. I was
the
gonna ask.
cheat.
Hold on. Oh, yeah, Azra, hold on a second. Let me ask him. So, have you, or actually both of you? I'm gonna ask both of you. Have you ever had a dream? Because you said your brother knows about the lucid part, where you guys meet up in a dream, like you're both conscious, like you meet up the next day, like yo, I saw you in a dream. I remember you doing this, and you remember, yeah, I remember I did that. Has that ever happened?
Yeah, for
uh,
me, it's happened, Scribe. It's happened. I've
oh
dreamt of
nice.
people I'll meet in the future, and that dream played out in reality. Like I met them exactly like the way they were,
No, no, no.
and
That's the reality. I'm saying you met them in the dream world. Well, no,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I
similar
met
to
them in
me.
the dream world, and then I again met them in reality. Like that dream became real. At
No,
first,
I mean
Interesting too.
real. I'm just saying you had a dream and you met up with someone in the dream, and then next day you're like you can recall, both of you can recall what happened in that dream.
uh, I've not had that experience, but I've had the former experience. This
Okay,
experience is a
let
little
me ask
advanced.
vegan. Okay, let me ask you
Mhm.
again then. If he
Mhm.
had,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
he's
I can share something interesting about that because didn't necessarily have it. Even though like we keep sharing like every day almost like with my brother, we keep sharing our dreams, and then sometimes like it's often like I am in his dreams or he is in my dreams, but it never really we shared that type of an experience where we both remember the same thing. It never happened to me, but I know that if I can recall, the Tom Campbell, for example, who wrote the My Big Tour, right? My Big Theory of Everything, like these three massive books about this stuff that we are talking about. He was also on Joe Rogan recently too, but he's just another character of our Truman Show. But yeah, I mean, he has this very interesting story because Robert Monroe is known as the father of astral projection, who has his own three books at the time, and Tom Campbell being the NASA scientist and with another scientist, I believe, like they went to him, Robert Monroe. Like, don't quote me on this. I don't remember the full story, but yeah, like they basically went to Robert Monroe, told him that yeah, like we don't necessarily believe in this, but or like we want to work with you to kind of prove this if this is real, like this, let's do a double blind placebo study, like proper research on this. And then long story short, they did that. Like Tom Campbell learned lucid dreaming or whatever, like the astral projection rather, from Robert Monroe, or like they just work together with it. And then eventually like third parties recordings did confirm with the third parties with this double blind study that yeah, the Tom Campbell and another guy basically like you know shared an experience. So that's why yes, there are those anecdotal evidences out there that kind of proves that or shows that potentially our minds can share experiences in those non-physical states, and then come back to tell the story. And I've seen so many in the community for over the years of these people claiming exactly that, like they're talking with their husband, they're coming back to confirm it in reality, or they are kind of going to their mothers trying to heal them. Also the next day the mother says, oh, did you come to me yesterday, what's going on, did you enter into my house, like, or because I did see you while sleeping where you were there almost, and then no, like that was my astral body, the guy says. So yeah, like I've seen so many anecdotal studies about that, and or just YouTube videos of people kind of talking about their experiences. Yeah, that's all I can say on that on my end.
Yeah, I mean, I had an ex of mine who, I mean, I didn't believe it at first, but she was telling me, yeah, when stuff happens, my family, because she was in Panama and her family's in Ecuador, and she would remember, she would have these dreams of something happening to her house, her mom's house in Ecuador or whatever, and she's here in Panama. And she calls the next day to her family, and that which happened in the dream happened there. Like somehow she's able to just envision these things or see it. And she knew stuff about me that I never told her. And I'm like, how the hell did she even know that? And so there is definitely some certain people that have that type of clairvoyance or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I mean the dreaming thing. I've had dreams to where there's been multiple dreams and people that I know in the dream. Like one specifically where I go to this mall and I would know the people there and we'd always like get together. And I've had multiple dreams with that, and like knowing the people in the dream and then knowing where I lived in that dream, driving to my house and stuff. It's and my parents and stuff. Yeah, it's crazy. And it's like fragmented lives that you're somehow either experiencing or you jump into a different body or something, or it's really strange. It only happens sometimes. It's not something that happens all the time. So that's it. But yeah, we're getting to
Yeah.
the four. Yeah, go ahead, Vin.
Oh, the premonitional dreams that Warren was talking about is the also the other aspect, the very very strange part on it, right?
That one
Because
I
like
think I've had a couple
being into the
times.
future,
Yeah,
kind of,
like
right?
deja vu. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like it definitely like some aspect of deja vu could be explained by that too. If we do see all these so many dreams, like 4 to 7 natural dreams they say a night everyone sees, but again, it's I see I can turn a dream into like 20 different dreams too. Once you realize that you are lucid, and then once you go back to your body, basically, like that your body is on your bed. Once the dream is kind of crashing, you just tell yourself, okay, I'm not gonna move when I go back to my body. I'm gonna not open my eyes, not stretch, not swallow my saliva, not turn around, ignore all these brain signals that kind of tells the brain, oh, this guy is awake. Instead, you kind of trick the brain into thinking that you are sleeping, and boom, you're right back into the same dream or another dream and another dream and another. So yeah, that's my favorite technique. But yeah, I mean, the premonitional dreams is the most interesting aspect, like how it kind of tells us what if time is not necessarily linear, what if it's circular, what if we can tap into the future, past, present at times in these spiritual non-physical states especially. So yeah, Warren, I'm interested to hear definitely that experience of yours for sure. Like that's very interesting. Like you seeing that in the future in your dreams, and then all of a sudden in real life you see that exact same person that you saw in your dream that you didn't
Yeah.
even know about that person before, right? Like yeah, can you
No,
talk
no,
more
I
about
didn't know.
that?
I don't know anything about the person. I didn't know anything about the place.
Wow.
But when it happened, I was able to recollect that I had the dream. The
Mm,
futuristic dreams, they've come true many times for me actually. But like
wow.
meeting someone in the dream and then sharing that experience, that I'm not had. But futuristic visions of what will happen, I've had that in my dreams.
Nice. That's awesome. That's kind of to me that shows, like you're definitely like obviously spiritual tapped in. And I know that I've seen a lot of like Hindus as well in virtual reality, and they are always the one, as well as Buddhists, like they are always the one who are just so deep with it, right? Like just they just got it, and they are not reacting. They realize. So I love these understandings for sure, because yeah, like this is a mystery. Like the life is a mystery, like Madonna's song,
Well,
and every time that
here's a
gives me
question:
goosebumps.
have any of you occupied like a wolf or an animal or something, or has it always been a human? That feels
Occupied
crazy.
a what
Uh,
for an animal? I didn't
you
understand.
mean
What?
it could be in a previous birth, not at the same time,
Oh,
possibly in a previous birth.
you mean you think that we reincarnated as an animal before? I didn't catch your
Maybe
question.
they say
No,
that there
I'm
are
saying,
some.
no, I'm saying, have you had a dream like that? I'm saying where you're not in a human body, you're in
Oh,
some other body.
oh yeah, I
Oh
did
no, no,
transfer my
no.
body. Yeah. Yeah, that's so to me, I have these videos that I usually watch before going to sleep, right? Because if you occupy your mind about lucid dreaming, especially like last 1 hour before sleeping, like you read books or all these Facebook groups, Reddit groups about it. I love doing that because that kind of puts my mind ready on that state, right? And then yeah, like and what the kind of videos I like watching sometimes is titled like 100 things to do in a lucid dream, 25 amazing things to do. And I remember watching one of those videos where they gave the idea, oh, you can transfer your body into any animal you want, all of a sudden experience the life from an ant's perspective or a lion's perspective, and how you fly as a bird. Or so that idea was interesting to me, and me being Leo, in my like in my thing, basically, like I wanted to be a lion in that dream. Like I was thinking of, oh, what is to be a lion? Like just walk on four, run on fours, and then I transferred my body. I remember into like running like that. And you can, yeah, like it's up to your imagination. Everything is possible, and it is amazing to experience like that different perspectives of different animals if you can kind of achieve that with the practice of lucid dreaming. Yeah.
Wow, yeah, that's crazy. To experience, excuse me. But yeah, actually experiencing that from perspective, yeah, a four-legged animal, or let's say a shark or something in the ocean, or even an insect would be insane. That would be, and they have their own world. I mean, the insect thing is even more crazy than the animal stuff, because the insect stuff is almost, you look at some of
Exactly.
these things, it's like completely constructed as if it was a robot, like 3D printed type of thing, but it's organic and biological, but it's able to do these crazy things that no animal can do. And you're just like, what in the world? How did this thing even? So yeah, it's almost you just put into this world where these things exist, and the truth is stranger than fiction, as they always say. When you look deeper into it, you got Wido in the house. What's going on, bro? If you want to jump on, we're getting closer to the end, but yeah, the dream state thing, like they're saying, it is a form of, like, when you go to sleep, it is a form of crossing the other side, without feeling the pain, like death or something. But you definitely are crossing over to some other thing, and your body is doing its hibernation state, and then your consciousness doesn't need to sleep, so it needs to go somewhere else. So therefore, you occupy some other body or something, and you go from there. So that's crazy. The consciousness never sleeps when you look at that. Let's see. We got Timbo. He said, "This is so intriguing. The last OB he had is where I went to the golden white realm and spoke to a being. I was practicing lucid dreaming just prior to the experience. I remember the joy acceptance. Wow. Because a lot of NDEs, near death experiences, people talk about that. and some are crazy, horrific, and other ones are like really healing, and they've never felt that joy ever, in this realm. It's a completely different experience. But yeah, have any of you guys heard about any of that stuff? Like anyone doing the? You said vegan that you have done the astral projection. You've gone out of your body.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, what's
And
the length of time that you? How long do you do it for? Like, do you see your body when you're leaving, or
yeah, like if it's like a sleep paralysis type of state, and before I used to think that, oh, you have to have this astral body where it's in your body and you have to remove it. It's actually, now I realize it's all about awareness states, and like dream level of awareness is different than a non lucid dream of awareness versus lucid dream, or versus out of body level of awareness, which means to me exactly like real life. Like right now, you scribe, you Warren, like you remember what you ate today, you remember everything you did until this point, you are fully lucid aware, everything. Once you are at exactly that awareness in the lucid dream, when you know your body is sleeping, you know what you did that previous day, you are fully there, fully there. Then to me, that's now an astral projection, basically. And that type of experiences, unfortunately, is rare for me too. But if I work for it, like I have this 15-step thing, I created this chapter that kind of like shortcuts and cheat codes of astral projection, because I realized, being in the community for so many years, that all these techniques that these people teach is very hard. Like it can take months and years to master it, versus when we have all these, like the one I just mentioned, for example, recently, we have so many cheat codes and shortcuts to this thing, where people can actually learn it and do it in a week, do it in 2 weeks, do it in the next day sometimes. So yeah, I mean, that's why I like to
What's the
make.
most important thing to do before you go to bed? So basically, because I remember when I'm younger, I was able to catch it. I was like, okay, this is a dream, and know what's going on, and I can kind of manipulate it. Whereas as I got older, it seemed like I didn't have the same uh, control, like to where a few dreams I had when I was like 11 or 12, to where I knew it was completely lucid. Like you said, I can remember everything, and like, whoa, cool. Okay, let me try this. Let me try this, and it all worked, and it was amazing. Especially the time when I had like a Lamborghini in the garage. I was like, cool, man. I want to go to bed and then wake up, and the Lamborghini's gonna be there. I want to take it for a test drive or something, and then I wake up in my house. I'm like, God damn it! I thought that was real. I thought it was so real, man. It was like,
Yeah.
but it was kind of depressing when I woke up. I was like, come on, man, are you serious? I mean, it was so real that I literally thought that, and so
It's
that part
strange
of
when
it
it
has
gets
kind of
more real
got
than real life
has kind of
itself.
gone. Yeah, I'm just saying that part of it of lucidness kind of went away, and now it's much harder for me to have any type. I mean, if I have a dream, I can maybe control myself a little bit, but I'll never get to that point of lucidity like you're talking about. So, what's the most important thing to prepare yourself into when you are in the dream to be conscious? Okay, I'm in the dream. Like, what is it can you do to prepare yourself to realize that? Because they say, okay, look at your hands or look in the mirror. I've only done the mirror thing a couple of times, but I've never had the remember to look at my hands to see, if I'm dreaming it. So what kind of stuff, like if you sum up, a quick thing, you don't do all 15, like what's the most important thing you think that needs to happen before you go to bed to be aware once you enter that dream state?
Okay, yeah, that's like, yeah, two different things. So what's to do before the bed, and also what's to do within the dream to realize it's a dream, right? Because you did mention about the hand thing and mirror thing. Those are to me the worst ones. Like, because you never really remember to look, and if you remember to look, sometimes your hands could look like literally like natural life, right? In these dreams. Same thing with the mirror. Sometimes you look into the mirror, it's you see yourself. Sometimes you see different things. Sometimes you don't see anything. So to me, I always teach that what is the best thing that works every time. And we are talking about right now reality checks. What is the best reality check that works every time? It's literally plugging your nose, trying to see that if you can breathe through your plugged nose. Obviously in real life you can't breathe through your plugged nose, but in dreams you can. So yeah, that's why I always encourage that method, because there are literally hundreds of reality checks out there. All of them is like worse, like they say, oh, you gotta jump, and then if you slowly, come down in gravity, then you realize a dream. Or again, I don't even want to talk about them. So yeah, the best one is the nose for sure. But when it comes to what you can do before sleeping, I already mentioned how you should engage with the topic, right? Like read books, read this post on Reddit, ask whatever that interests you, the speaks to you the most, and then just be fascinated by it, be genuinely curious about it, and then set a definite like an intention before going to kind of sleep. Like definitely, like I will remember my dreams, or I want to have this type of dream. Some people even have these different dream journals where they write their wishes, kind of like what type of dream they want to have. Like they really engaging with it, so they have more neuropaths in their short-term memory where dreams are stored, and now it goes into long-term memory more. But yeah, so there's so many things you can do. Like you can just increase your awareness during the day as well. Some techniques are called whole day awareness, where you just aware, focus on the now. Like most people are based on automatic stuff, and that's why all their dreams they can't remember, because their life they didn't focus on the now. Why would they focus on the now in the dream to realize it's a dream basically? And the other things you can do is, and I'm just trying to summarize, there's just so much to talk about, but uh, like other things I'm just trying to speak base, like the posture in your sleep is definitely important, but the most important, let me tell you about the most important anyway, like the wake back to bed method is one of the most important things to combine with the method of acting like sleeping. Like when you, every single time you go to sleep and every single time you wake up from sleep, if you were to make your body automatically be an actor, basically like act like sleeping, what I mean by that is that when your brain sends you the signal of opening your eyes, scratching yourself, swallowing your saliva, turning around, and all these other stuff, you just ignore them. You just keep ignoring them. Then eventually, boom, you're in a dream, right? The hypnagogic state forms, and then the dream forms, and boom. So, and that's the most important. But once you combine it with wake back to bed method, which means now you give yourself even a more chance to realize that while drifting into sleep or coming off of sleep, that you can kind of control that environment or realize that that's happening because you were acting and because you were realizing the all the vibrational stages and everything else in between. Then that changes everything. So yeah, and what I mean by the wake back to bed method is that this method is the most famous method because in the first 5 hours of sleep, it's mostly non-REM sleep, right? Even though yes, we can dream in those cycles too, but it's not vivid dreams, and it's usually like your brain needs the rest in those 5 hours, because our brains need 5 hours of rest, our bodies need around 8 hours. But after that 5 hours, it's mostly REM cycles then. So then your brain is rested, now your body needs to rest, but in that time you can be more aware for sure in these dreams, right? And that's why if you set up an alarm, let's say 5 hours into sleeping, and then you wake up but you don't go back to bed right away, in fact you go back to even sleeping on a couch, which would give you way more dreams, or just on a sliding chair, like the with a rocking chair, whatever it's called. But then also if you go back to the sleep then with intention, like 15 minutes or something, like 10 minutes, 5 minutes, depending on how long you need, where you can still go back to sleep basically. But if you go back to it with intention as well, and also with kind of like a detective, like a Sherlock Holmes, like what was the thing that I did bad in my previous dream where I should have realized it was a dream, right? Like you just keep thinking about that type of stuff while sleeping.
What about the dreams? It's almost like you kind of know it's a dream, but you can't move. Like your legs are like kind of just like can't really
Mhm.
run. It's like you know you're in the dream, like you're being chased by the police, and you're sitting there. When you try to move, it's like moving like your legs are in cement, like you're in a like in water. Like you can barely run, or you can barely like I've noticed that there's a lot of those too. I'm trying to get
Yeah.
away from something,
Yeah.
but I can't move the way I want to move.
I've
Yeah,
had
Adrian,
that.
you got some background. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Varun.
Yeah, what do you guys call that? What do you think?
I don't know what to call that, Scribe, but I've had that experience where I'm unable to move and I'm getting hit by someone, or I'm in a very unfavorable circumstance in the dream, and there's nothing I can do. I want to get up, but until the dream gets over, I can't get up. I've experienced that. I don't know what you call that actually. It's not sleep paralysis, but it's something else, Scribe. It's I don't know what term you can name that, but I've experienced that. What you've said right now.
Yeah, that's a lot of dreams. Sleep paralysis I only had a couple times. That was scary. That's really scary because I did see some things, but that's completely different. But this is like you're in the dream, and a lot of dreams I've had were recurring dreams through traumas I've had when I was like younger, and it's like recurring, always recurring. And it's like the same dream over and over, but it's in different areas, different locations. But it's always I'm getting away from something, and then I just cannot move the way I want to move, and it's just always like it's like your mind reminding you of these things. But then you have the other dreams that are the lucid ones or whatever, completely different, and you're able to do yeah some crazy stuff. So
Yeah, it's
it
I would
is.
say it's all up to your awareness state, it's kind of like it's almost like leveling up, just like we are in basically leveling up in this MMO game of life basically. In that dream environment, in the non-physical states, we have just a lot to remember because of our mind wipe, of not now realizing that we are actually in our essence very powerful creative beings. But we in here we are, they make us think like we are ants here, right? Just like these mere humans, just by accident and all that stuff. Uh, but yeah, in these uh, non-physical environments, um, you can kind of definitely train yourself. You need to train yourself to be more lucid, because there's so many levels to lucidity. Like there's a pre-lucid state where people basically question if it's a dream or not, but they don't realize the dream, right? Or it's a semi-lucid state where you are lucid for a little while, and then you eventually go back to pre-lucid and then non-REM sleep and deep sleep. But then there's like super lucid states, other states, and then the astral projection now is the next level, and there's stages to that too. But basically, in some of these dreams, you will notice, yeah, you can't run or you can't fly, even though you're trying to. But it's all about kind of that experience, that manifestation, that inner belief, that practice, and everything combined that can make you. Oh, actually, I can do it. Especially you combine with a reality check, like you again breathe through your plugged nose, and then you fully realize it's a dream, then more powers kick in for sure. But you got to keep it without
What would
excess.
you do, vegan? So if you had like I've had this dream a few times too, where I'm at the beach, I'm looking out into the water, into the ocean. All of a sudden, there's a massive swell, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and it turns into like 1,000 foot wave. And I'm just looking at this thing, and I'm by myself, and I can just see it. I can feel the tide pull in. I can smell the air and everything. I'm looking at this thing coming at me. Have you ever had a dream like that?
Not necessarily like that, but that reminds me of Interstellar movie, right? Of that huge wave.
Yeah, exactly. That type of thing. Yeah, exactly. Where, but you're on land, like you're at the edge of the water. I'm just looking at this thing, and it's just coming at me. Or I'm on top of a skyscraper, and all of a sudden it starts swaying. All of a sudden it starts, crumbling on the bottom. Pieces start coming off of it, and I'm feeling that type of dream. Or
Does it happen often?
yeah, those two seem to have more often than I'm just thinking about all the other ones that would include me about to near death, and then I wake up or whatever. Um,
Uh,
Then we can work with that. Yeah.
there was one where I was actually injecting like heroin or something into my arm, and I could feel myself just like I guess pull away as if I was like dying slowly or something. And then I woke up. I was like, "What in the hell was that?"
Yeah.
So there were a few that I could feel it. I could feel my life essence going away in that dream.
Hmm. Yeah.
Scri-
Oh yeah. Go ahead, Warren. Sorry.
yeah, one thing I wanted to tell you, Scribe, if you want to have good dreams and sound sleep and have have the sleep rejuvenate your body and mind, take a compass and see where the southern direction is. You should never place your head in the northern direction because it will strain your heart and it will make your body weak. The head should always be in the southern direction. That way you'll get sound sleep, and the type of dreams that you get will also be pleasant. It will rejuvenate you and strengthen you. It's there in Vastu Shastra how which direction you should put
Oh,
your
wait,
head in
Azra,
when you sleep.
you want me to manifest a compass in the dream and see
No,
where it's
no, no,
pointing?
no. I said take a compass, see where the southern direction is, and when you're sleeping, sleep with your head in the southern direction, and that
Oh,
actually
okay.
helps you control your dreams. Actually,
Oh, okay. That'd be interesting. But imagine pulling a compass out in your dream. Would that even, I don't know how that would even work. Yeah.
yeah. Scribe, I need to go. My battery is at 1%. The conversation is interesting. I need to go and charge my phone. So thank you
All
for
right,
having
that's
me on
cool,
your
man.
show.
Definitely, bro.
Thank you,
Definitely.
Warren.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Yeah,
Bye bye.
yeah,
Take
you
care.
guys, yeah, you take care. But yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
pretty much end it here pretty soon.
But
Black Circle,
Scribe,
man. Merry Christmas, bro. Yeah. Go ahead.
I just want to touch upon that thing you just mentioned with your like those two dreams, just to give you just one tip basically with it. Like what I would do in your situation, uh, since you have those two specifically more so, and those are like bothersome dreams, like nightmares. What I would do definitely in real life, right? I would do some basically like kind of like meditations where you imagine that you are in that dream now. And you just keep over and over again, maybe even multiple times in a day, you can do this, where you imagine that dream again, and then but now you are actually now becoming lucid, and you are doing that reality check where you plug your nose again and then breathe through it to realize a dream, and then you literally fly up, or you literally go face the fear, go face, all of a sudden turn that wave into a tiny thing, turn that into a clown, whatever you want to do. But basically, once you face that fear in that way, you will notice that that dream may not even show up ever again, right? So yeah, I just want to touch upon that real quickly before that.
Yeah, those particular ones, the wave and the building, I haven't had those in a long time, but
Oh, nice.
it may have been, I guess, certain events that were happening at the time or something. But yeah, I haven't had those happen. But the recurring ones are more from like the trauma thing. But
Mm.
honestly, I haven't really had many dreams recently. I'm trying to think. I've had a few, but not that many that I can remember. I can definitely remember them, but it wasn't like a lucid dream. But
Yeah, you
that
gotta
thing not
definitely
being
have
able to
more
move
now.
around, yeah, I would definitely want to. I mean, that's like the coolest thing, to be able to be a superhero, basically, or
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah.
for a limited time.
But one last thing, when see, like I'm hearing myself sometimes, like when you're I don't know if you just muted yourself, but yeah, I just want to mention this because sometimes when you're speaking, like if I say anything, I hear it on my ear twice. I don't know if other people are hearing. If they are hearing too, that would be bad for them as well. So I just want to mention this. I don't know if there's a solution to this. But yeah, I don't know if you experienced that. Did you hear myself as well? Like when you speak and I say something, yeah,
it's
me
actually
me
my
being heard
mic right now
twice.
because I'm using the speaker. Yeah, I'm using the speaker thing right now, so it does have background. So I do have to cut off
Yeah, that's
after
what
I'm
I
done
figured. Yeah.
speaking.
Okay. But yeah, that's that these dreams, I feel like you will have way more, is what I'm saying, is that one, especially today, potentially, because yeah, like this is why I like to keep my last 1 hour before I go to bed to read books about it, to read Reddit, posts about it, because there's again million subscriber type of follower groups out there, and there's so many, like literally hundreds of posts being made, and I just, there's definitely you're gonna feel interested once, and if you just keep reading before going to sleep, you will definitely notice more and more dreams coming up, more and more every time. So yeah.
Awesome, man. You have awesome information on like that. Not many people have, I looked into that can really speak upon that. But we got Wavy now, man. It's been a while, man. What's going on?
What's going on, Scribe? How you been?
Going on, bro? Yeah, just chilling right now on this channel. I think you hear what happened in the other channel, but yeah, we're just chilling. But Zubak has been out a few times, but I was like, yo, where's Wavy at, man?
Yeah, sometimes you gotta take a break from this internet thing. So that's why
Oh yeah.
I've been on. But I'm glad to see you guys are all good. I'm glad to see you guys are still streaming. Uh, just wanted to say what's up. I know you guys are probably like late. You guys are 4 hours from the stream, so I know you're not gonna stay on too long. But just wanted to say what's up.
See what's up with you, and if you've, I don't know, anything new you can add to what we used to discuss about and all this stuff. I mean, you ain't messing with single moms and shit, right? I mean, I can't even say that, but yeah.
Well, I mean, listen, man. This world is becoming more dark and demonic. I think that the 2020s is a different phase of the New World Order, and they're not playing around. They're using digital ID, and they're starving the economy, and they're creating a furthering the beast system. Um, I mean, maybe this might be a top. I mean, maybe this might be a topic for the stream, but I, that's just my perspective on things right now. Um, yeah.
The AI stuff, I mean, obviously that's going to be one of the defining factors here pretty soon.
Oh yeah, it's already here. It's already here. We're living in an AI governmented system as far as finance and social media. Like, there's already AI YouTube channels, AI girlfriends, AI banking systems. I mean, like this shit is real. Like this shit has reached a point where iRobot and you know, stuff like that. iRobot and like Wally is looking like prophecy more than just entertainment.
I mean, just the fact that it even exists, like the fact that, let's say Nostradamus could tell the future. One day you're going to have this thing called, you know, artificial intelligence that's going to run the world for you and all this. It's like, does that even seem natural at all in the progression of any species that you would think, okay, you know, industrial age, whatever, Stone Age, industrial age, whatever, you steal, you know, buildings, technology, cars, whatever. It's like, where does AI fit into that at all? You know, computers.
Well, I mean, if you're asking me personally, I think that AI is a cult reverse engineering of the jinn, demons, um, you know, the orishas, whatever you want to call non-human entities that you know, up until this point had needed to take a mortal flesh body for them to do what they do, so to speak. But I think AI and automation um, has allowed them to take form without a human body. Obviously, humans are at work, or quote unquote humans, like Elon Musk and Zuckerberg. But I would just say that we reached the point
Yeah, it's,
where,
you know, it's crazy you just said that because it's just on my mind right when you were just talking about the, you know, the demonic thing. Because MD and I were going to do like a funny thing back when Zuckerberg wanted to fight Elon, and we're going to do like a cartoon thing, and I was going to take the voice, and that's when the voice AI stuff first came out, and I was messing around with it, and I was testing it. I remember a few times I was testing it. I would have it say a certain line. It's supposed to say it in either Zuckerberg or Elon's voice. I remember a few times I had it say a line, and this demonic voice came out of nowhere. It was like, it said the line, but it said like in this crazy demonic voice. I was like, "What in the world?" And I realized there was like a fluctuation there or something. Like there's some type of kind of like when two phone lines cross over, like back in the day when you could hear like someone else talking or whatever. Have you heard about any of that shit?
I mean, I heard about that. Like, I mean, yeah, I mean, come on, like we know that these dudes are all in cahoots, but it's funny because
Well, I'm saying
in
with the
the
where someone's heard something or saw something demonic out of nowhere, like
oh, I
you
was gonna
totally
say
break this
like
down.
I was gonna say like there's this concept called the golem in ancient Talmudic Kabbalic you know small hat tradition that you know they can take a being a vessel made out of clay and attach a soul to it. AI is the digital version of that. In fact, it's more or less a digital voodoo doll, but it's on a mass level because they have connected it to the whole world. So we're fucking with entities that they don't need a physical being. They can create it through ones and zeros. So this is something that a lot of occultists call Marion, the marionette, and this is what AI is. Essentially, it's putting non-human entities into digital a digital form, whereas maybe a thousand years ago, to do that you would need to create a golem, something out of physical
Would you say okay
properties.
that you're saying that the AI can be compromised by this demonic thing and live inside the AI data the data set of the data center, whatever where the information is stored or the information is being pulled from? Because basically, from what I understand, how it's programmed is that you have these AI tools that basically look into the data set. You have a massive data set to buy it or cultivate it yourself over years, like Google and Facebook. All these guys have tons of metadata, billions of people. So they would have all the data. Now all they need is the AI tools to go through the data to recognize patterns and to produce, to render the answer, whatever it is. You're saying these demonic forces can somehow go in there and similar to how they were, if they were to possess a body, a human body. They can do the same with technology. You're saying?
I mean, yeah, I would say that the internet is a art. Okay, so the powers that be are trying to create an artificial version of every aspect of the supernatural or the occult, meaning that like when they created the internet, that was the artificial version of the spiritual realm where everything, there's non-human
Was that
entities
what
floating
was that
around.
called? The
There's
Ethernet cable, an Ethernet
yeah,
card, Ethernet.
right, yeah, like they call the ether the internet cable. Yeah, exactly. So you get what I'm trying to say. I know it's like a lot to explain to someone to people who are listening to this they may not grasp it because there's a lot of prior knowledge you need.
No,
But
you're doing a
basically,
good
what
job
I'm
because I did go this over like a while back, but I want to hear your perspective of that. So it's awesome that we understand that part. So the Ethernet virtual digital version was created by military thing. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, I mean, the military, they're into the occult. I mean, they have the okay, so basically, it's no coincidence that the cult of Saturn, the cult of Set, the Satanic Church, and then you can go into things like Freemasonry. All these things have been connected to the U.S. government. That's because the U.S. government is based on occultism because you because there's so much to say. There's so much background knowledge, but I'll just say this: that this world is governed by people who have understanding of these types of concepts. So when they create certain things, it's because they're reverse engineering occult concepts into physical form, like AI, like the internet, like automation. The robots are just a mechanized golem. The AI are just the jinn into digital form. You get what I'm trying to say? So where the time period that we're in now, they're trying to make it so where they're reverse engineering uh, every aspect of a different realm where they can bring in non-human entities. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Illuminati card game, but there's one card that basically is like demons made into the mortal realm and through AI and automation. I think is what they're trying to do. There's a thing called CERN. I don't know if everyone's familiar with that, but CERN is another
Yeah, the Hydrogen
aspect
Collider
of that.
and yeah.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, overall, I know I came in late and there's so much to explain with this, but I'm just gonna say that um, in 2026, we're going to see that veil be a little less. That veil is going to be more thin because now these people have mastered the art, the art of bringing in non-human entities onto the planet through AI, through automation, and through the internet and through social media. They've been doing this. They've groomed us to get to this point through social media, through technology. Technology is
Yeah,
just
that's a huge. I haven't even thought about that. That's pretty big. I don't know if you can accept that. What do you think of what he's saying? He's saying that now they're bringing in these things
Yeah,
using AI and all this tech.
yeah, I
yeah.
wanted to touch upon that for sure because to me, like just to summarize my recent awakenings with you, Wavy, like I've definitely thought about that perspective in that same way about like how this is all kind of like negative. It's gonna get dark. It's all this digital ID and everything in between. Like what is this dystopian future? But at the same time, now I see the Truman Show reality behind it. Now I see that potentially even most people are in on it, and it's all the suffering, basically, like most of it, or again, it's just a fakery. It's just this fake system that we are in, right? So, to me, I get why it feels or seems to be super dark because that's the theater they're presenting us right now, and that's the roles they are playing right now. And yes, AI is everywhere. The system is tightening. Like narratives getting heavier. But when you zoom in, right, it really can feel like sure, like things are closing in, and when fear rises, the mind naturally reaches for the most extreme explanations, definitely, especially for us conspiracy guys, right? Like it's always keep negative and negative and negative, like demons, evil forces, apocalypse level thinkings everywhere. These are the theories that are presented to us. But now what I'm thinking in 2026 is that yes, the veil will thin, but in the different direction, in the direction of, oh, it was actually all fake. This Charlie Kirk thing, it was a character. Erica Kirk, it's a character, and they're exaggerating everything to make you realize it's all BS. So for me, that's exactly I see how our matrix kind of works, right? Like the fear is the interface. I don't see these, quote unquote demons being involved. I see fear narratives being just activated. Systems don't need like literal entities to control people. I don't think like they what they need here is like uncertainty, this overloading us, making us panic, the sense that the future is already kind of decided. Like once people believe that they are powerless, then the control for the system becomes an effortless, right? So AI to me doesn't feel like demon. Like you can turn it into an amazing thing. You can turn it into depending on how you use it, right? Because you could, like me, I've been last 3-4 years using it, debating with it, making my arguments even more airtight, because again, I want to definitely wake people up to the understanding that not just don't be me, like being like this for 20 years, being in conspiracies, thinking that it's all negative, negative, it's all has to be, and negative has to be everything horrible, when in reality maybe this is a huge type of a prank. In a way, this could be a huge type of a video game, not necessarily like I don't want to play it, but still now I see the proof behind it with everything being scripted with gematria and all these immersion patterns of these every celebrity that I see, and even the regular people in some parts. So yeah, this is why it's, to me, like AI is almost like a,
But
even you could
basically,
say,
vegan. So now, do you see life more as not as important as it used to be? Like you realize you're making, if it's a big
more
prank or
important.
something, it's more important.
Yeah, it is, because now it wasn't meaningless, because I was that evolution zombie before, and now I realize that no, it was all to make us think that it was accident, to make us think that we are
Okay,
powerless, and everything else in between. But yeah, in reality it's not.
exactly,
So
exactly.
so yeah, AI is a kind of like a mirror. Like it reflects the consciousness that kind of built it, right? Like if people are fragmented, anxious, reactive, the tech then amplifies that. And if people are clear, grounded, observant, then it amplifies that as well. So the danger to me isn't AI. The danger is like unexamined fear driving how we relate to it. What I've noticed is basically like when you stop feeding the fear loop, when you face it instead of running from it, the whole tone of reality shifts. Like not because the world magically changes, but because you are no longer playing the role the system expects you to play, basically, because we don't realize, but we have been assigned these roles, these characters, and we are playing roles our entire lives in this theater Truman Show. So the matrix of this matrix like feeds on reaction for sure. When reaction drops though,
Oh,
then the leverage drops, right? So that's why I don't think this story ends in doom on my end at all. I think the fear-based interpretations feel like loud right now, justifiably, because they keep people locked in survival mode right now. But once you see the theatrical aspect of it, the exaggeration, the repetition, the emotional manipulation, everything, gematria in everywhere, every single movie, TV show, music, game, basically being scripted and being having these nuanced, layered, deep meanings into it that's related to this topic, then you realize, oh, what's going on. You realize that this thing loses its power. So like my closing thought would be that if reality like really is tightening, then clarity definitely matters more than ever, right? Not to panic, like not like the spiritual paranoia. I'm talking about clarity, like stillness, discernment, healthy skepticism. These
so,
are
so
the
that's where
best words we have.
that's what you don't agree with Wavy, right? You're saying because he's saying that that evil force is going to use it as a conduit to come in and do whatever evilness it needs to do, right?
Yeah,
Wavy,
it's
is
like
that
a
the
video game. It's like they are making us fear all these BS. They are making us feel all these jabs. Maybe in reality, when real ones do these jabs, it's just water, basically, right? Like we don't know. We don't necessarily know how many of us exist in reality. We could be just 144,000 in here, all Trumans, basically, not realizing that everyone else is like a Truman Show actor in a way, just doing their assigned role. For what reason, I don't know necessarily, but maybe it is like evolving gods, maybe it is something else. But as far as I know, astral projection proved it to me that yes, we are very powerful creative beings in our essence. And so I want to definitely go back to that. So yeah, I mean, the matrix doesn't collapse, when you fight it. Like, it loosens when you stop being afraid of it, and that's where I think real change starts. That's why the most important quote is, "As above, so below; as within, so without," which means once you change the within truly, then the without changes. The outside environment changes, because then you don't start reacting. You start understanding. You start to be basically see the show as it is, and then kind of you can even start to enjoy the show, because then it's all fake. But it's hard to enjoy this type of a show, obviously, when there's so much suffering, there's so much like seemingly, and obviously our own suffering is the one that we see, and that's what makes it the worst. In my case, seeing that other people's like me suffer, but at the same time, if it's gonna all lead to us being eternal, powerful, sovereign kind of gods, basically forever, maybe we'll be fine with it. And the joy of waking up to that would be amazing, as far as I see, and I think we will face that. And to believe this, to choose to believe this, while also having the weapons of your understanding the matrix, reincarnation, soul trap theory, like evidence behind it, understanding all these manipulations, deceptions, distractions that we see everywhere else, uh, combining everything like that is, I feel, like the best solution. And once you have that positive mental attitude, positive mindset, perspective, where you choose to not fear it, you choose to see the show, you choose to realize that yes, it's been a Truman Show, it's been all these
Quick
fake
question,
stuff.
Vegan.
Mhm.
Do you feel you've been here before, or do you feel you've been somewhere else and you're like, damn, they put me here? Like, do you have like a feeling that you've been, that this is not your first life, that you've been here either here or somewhere else, maybe that was better? Do you feel that way?
Yeah, as soon as I actually found this matrix reincarnation soul trap theory that kind of talk about how in these near death experiences we are being tricked into reincarnating or coming back here, and in the real death experiences they would claim like it's like almost like us being potentially forced back here or tricked back here, manipulated, and all this other stuff. Once I learned about this and then saw that immense evidence behind reincarnations, like the
No, I'm saying
1967
you
universe of Virgin.
personally, like you yourself,
Mhm.
like if you were to think to yourself, like I'm not talking about any outside thing you've learned. Do you yourself feel that you've been here before or somewhere else that was better? And you're like, damn, they put me here. Like, do you have any feeling of that? Like, is this your first time? Do you feel like you've never been here before? Is your first incarnation or whatever you want to call it?
I don't
Like,
have any
how do you
like
feel?
real
Like,
memories. Yeah. But feelings, when it comes to feelings, yes. Like once I figured out that theory and see all the evidence behind it, even though I don't necessarily consider everything, like if again most people are in on it, all the evidence could be dismissed too. But yeah, I mean, once I start to have my own astral projections and see that aspect, then I'm like, oh, maybe this is real. I did also reincarnate here many times. But if that's real, then that doesn't make sense to me, because why would I reincarnate into such a horrible seemingly place when I could reincarnate to many better places, or not reincarnate at all? Right? I would,
if it
especially
wasn't your
after this.
decision, maybe that was like, look, you got to go here. You did this, whatever. You have to go back to Midgard, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not gonna have to. Like, I think we
Like
have the
you
power
have
to.
like the cell block C. There's no choice. You have to.
Yeah, well, they can try, but I'll definitely beat their ass. But yeah, I mean, that's the
You
way
do,
we got to think about it.
but you do
What was
feel
that?
you've been somewhere else that was better.
I mean, I feel that every day when I come back from these dreams where I'm doing whatever I want to do. But yeah, I've been many places that's way better, where I have all the thousands of different abilities that I can do to make everything even way better then as well. So yeah,
I'm saying, but before this life, and I'm saying also, I think
nice.
there's evidence where people have fears, like certain fears of things that they've never experienced in real life, but yet they have fear of it, like fear of
Exactly.
heights or fear of the water, or fear of bugs or whatever. Like these are like inherited genetics or whatever it is, or past fears from other experiences they had. So they know they don't like that, but that didn't come from this experience. It came from some other past experience. What do you think about that?
Exactly. Yeah, that's the biggest thing that kind of also proves in a way reincarnation, because we have so many clinical uh evidence-based stuff to show that when these 2 to 6 year olds make extraordinary claims, and then that's proven with extraordinary evidence later on, like especially the birthmarks, right? All these uh, kids, for example, they claim, oh yeah, I was stepped on this side or whatever, I was shot in here, there's a birthmark there for some reason, and the kid didn't even know there was a birthmark there, for example. And there's so many hundreds of these clinical documented cases. So yeah, so basically, yes, seeing this reincarnation evidence, seeing this so many evidence related to soul trap matrix theories, that kind of made me see that probably with my birthmark too, probably yeah, I did reincarnate too. But I I don't want to even think about that at the same time, because why would I be so dumb to reincarnate to this place? I don't get it. Like, what is this? The think about this place, but
The reason I
only in
said
the last
because
2 months now I understand.
I have heard real quick. I have heard stories where people claim that they were conscious in the belly of the mother as a fetus or whatever, and they can remember being casted down, I guess, from heaven or whatever to the woman's abdomen, and as they're coming down, they're like, no, not back here or whatever. Like they're like they've
Exactly.
gone through this before. It's almost like a punishment or something, and they can remember that. What do you think about that?
Yeah, there's so many of those they are called pre-birth memories, and there's a big community of that. I even have a friend named Harold who had that experience where he was in this before coming to Earth. Basically, like he never wanted to come to Earth because he saw it like something like black blowing, like a like bubble of like where like a such a horrible place where spirit's energy is being hyphened, he said, right? Like a matrix, basically, us being used as batteries and or processors. But yeah, like these two entities were trying to convince him the whole time to reincarnate, and he said that no, I'm not gonna. And eventually, long story short, he said that the only way I'm reincarnating is if I remember this whole experience, me speaking to you entities, me seeing the Earth as what it is. Then eventually, they gave him the option. They said that if you don't remember, just like the Cipher from the Matrix movie, who wanted to be an actor, wanted to forget everything, right? But what they offered him is that they said, if you don't remember, you're gonna have a much, much better life. But if you choose to remember this, then you will only have to pick from these worst lives, right? And he had to basically eventually pick the best of the worst and had to experience a very bad life. But then all of a sudden, when he's 18 or something, all these memories came back to him. Then he found out that, oh, there's a huge pre-birth community where all of these people do remember basically coming here and how they came here. And yes, there's those evidences that relate to us being maybe forced to come here or us being manipulated to come here. And this is why I always keep the matrix reincarnation soul trap theory on my left pocket as a gun, basically, to kind of, if any entity tells me, oh, I have to reincarnate or what, I have to have this, believe in these higher powers. No, I don't believe in a higher power as a self-defense. I believe that I am the highest power and I'm going to be sovereign and free and, for forever. And that's what I'm going to risk everything to achieve that. And now I realize that maybe this game is kind of slowly is gonna make us do that anyway. Like, it's not gonna force us in the other direction, but if it does, I'm gonna fight to death for it, and I'm a martial
There you
artist for
go. There
life.
you go. There
So
you
yeah.
go, bro. That's where we agree with each other. Is I think we are the highest power, the highest form, and what we call God and all that has been what the Bible is written by what scribes. So, and who are these scribes and these people that write these things? We never get to know. You can look it up, whatever, but they're not prominent figures. Like this guy wrote the Bible and all that. You hear about Shakespeare and all these other guys. We don't hear about who wrote the Word of God and all this. Oh, that's not important. Don't worry about that. It's like really. So but yeah, I think you're probably one of the first people that ever said that we are the highest form of that power, and that has been diminished and eroded and destroyed by the powers that be that teach us that we're just an experiment or not experiment, an accident that we just so happen to be in the lucky spot in the Milky Way or whatever, in the Goldilocks zone by the sun, whatever, and all this nonsense. And yeah, and that's what these streams meant to reach that pinnacle of understanding that we are that and we are what they call or what they personify as God. So it's like we don't want to pretend whatever. It's like, look, that's what it's pointing towards. Because we don't see anyone else coming in here and changing stuff around like they claim. How many gods are there? There's Allah, there's Ra, there's Mithra, there's whatever, there's Jesus. There's how many different gods are going to come and intervene? You know, it doesn't make it just doesn't make sense. In the end, we got to realize that we're that divine power that they want to call God. So, but good way to end the stream, man. We guys, I mean, Wave, you got to come back on. And it's been a while, but being a skeptic, man, definitely agree on that high degree. So that's pretty awesome. But you want to have any closing words or?
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, definitely. Like the highest gods part is definitely interesting because I see it as like a protective perspective, like not an ego claim, right? Because most people will see it as that way, but no, in reality, I've seen the evidence. I don't want to believe in these higher powers because it seems that from the evidence they keep sending us back here. So I don't want to come back here. I just want to go level up. You know, they don't want to play this bullshit, game here. So because the moment you truly believe, like when you are small and helpless or dependent on outside saviors, right? Then you are vulnerable in this place. That's where like the trap of this works the best. But in that framework, then fear becomes definitely like the hook. Then authority is like the lure now, and anything that convinces you is to surrender your agency and your discernment and your awareness. Now that's the danger. That's the real danger. So the idea that our kind of core essence is powerful, like is powerful isn't about domination or control, right? It's about sovereignty. It's all about sovereignty. So when I say we are like maybe like gods in our essence, I mean like awareness itself, the thing that observes, chooses, creates, like the meaning, right? And not the body, not the personality, the conscious presence behind it. That's the one thing no system can fully capture unless you hand it over. So from that angle, the soul trap kind of like loses a lot of power because the traps only work on things that feels lost, guilty, or incomplete. If you operate from the assumption that your awareness is like primary, not owned, not judged, not owned at all, then external uh, narratives start to bounce off instead of stick, right? Then and yeah, so interestingly, that perspective doesn't make you reckless or arrogant if you understand it in that perspective. It makes you actually calmer, like less reactive, obviously, like more careful with the belief, and you stop rushing toward lights and saviors or explanations that promise safety in exchange of for submission, basically. So I don't see this as spiritual fantasy. I see it as psychological armor, literally a way of relating to reality that kind of keeps your center intact, even in your like even in confusing or threatening environments. So if this reality is a game, right, a test, a school, or a filter, then remembering your own agency, your own powers, like is the strongest, definitely protection there is, but not fear, obviously, not like blind trust, especially like these or those religions and stuff. But it's all about clarity. So from where I stand, that's the difference between being trapped and being unhookable, right? That's when you become unstoppable, and that's what I want to have, and that's what I want to kind of put out there. And that's why, like, my main almost mission, I feel, is to turn my ebook into a huge book series, because I know I'm capable enough to. I feel like I can write the best books to wake people up in the best way possible, like take them from level 1 theories to level 100 theories. And that's kind of like what I want to do. And I'm now, for the last few months, as soon as I realized these things, my whole now simulation changed. Now it's sending me back to Turkey after 15 years, and it's now giving me chance to finish my books in an immense way. So that's what I want to be doing. And yeah, that's what I want to say at the end.
Yeah, most definitely. If you do write them, we definitely can show them on the show, whatever. And
Thank you.
that's empowering. I mean, I think the world needs a lot more of that understanding. And they might say, "Oh, that's blasphemous, whatever." If you're Christian or originally Christian, you're saying, "Well, I have a different perspective on that." I think it's completely different than what we're being told. And again, it's just funny how the whole thing with like the Bible, the Bi has two, the Old and New Testament, how it has to be in a code, an encoded message, and this cryptic thing, and we'd interpret it all these weird ways. Well, I think God meant this, or I think God meant that, and then now you have wars going, like who interpreted God's word in this way, this guy interpreted it the other way, and nothing's ever really clear. It's all allegorical, metaphorical, personified, and all this pre-processed and all that. It's like, how are you supposed to make sense of any of this? Wait, go ahead.
Um, well, I know I came in kind of late, and I know we're wrapping it up here, but I'll just say this: until you get to a level of spiritual optimism, like our friend vegan skeptic says, which I agree, to the extent that it's you reach a certain point in this reality, in this existence, that you no longer are attached to this physical existence and what happens in this physical realm. Unfortunately, most of us probably listening or just in general in this world have not, we may not reach that point anytime soon, and hopefully that it'd be nice if we all did. But I'll just say I'll say this: um, if you're dealing with this physical reality as we know it, understand this, that while you're working towards spiritual enlightenment and spiritual detachment to where none of this physical realm shit matters. Doesn't matter what the president does or what they do to us. While you're still working on that, just understand that everything that you're experiencing is out of your control, number one. But number two is it's been prophesized, and it's in when you when you understand that, you you can't fear it. You're gonna experience it, but you can't fear it. So no matter how ugly things get, just understand that it's not your fault. You have no control over it. It's been they lined it up for this to be this way. All you have to do, well, not all you have to do, but what I how I look at it is that you just endure it until you have a level of spiritual detachment and freedom to where nothing physical affects you. And I'll leave it at that.
So here's the issue I had to clear up. So people think they have freedom of choice, and you're saying no, it's more destiny based. How do you explain the two when you combine the two, destiny versus freedom of choice?
Okay, well, I'll say this. Yes, you do have choice, right? But I don't think you have the level of choice that maybe some spiritual philosophies or some thought, you know, so basically, I don't think that that in this mortal flesh, in this existence, you have the freedom that we think we do. All I would say is that this physical realm is controlled, and there's nothing that the average person can really do about it. Your goal in this life is to learn your lesson. Is to learn why you're here and leave here and not have to come back. That's the control you have. That's the freedom you have. What happens with governments, nations, um, just the current of this is the world itself. You have like there's no collective karma that can override that. This is something that is of a unfortunately of a dark cosmic purpose. But that's not in the entirety of existence. It's so much to explain, but I'll just say this: you don't. Your job here on Earth is to leave Earth and not come back. Whatever happens on Earth stays on Earth. This might be a topic for another another time.
Why does everyone say we have to leave here?
Well, because okay, well, see, that's a very intricate. That's a very interesting question that has a very intricate answer. But to sum it up, in my research and understanding, is that you did not you okay you did choose to live your life the way it is, but you did not choose to come here. Um, to some people's spiritual observation. But I would just say that yes, this world is a matrix. Yes, you may or may not have chosen to come here, but if you had it, I'll say this. I'll preface it like this: if most people had the choice to come to Earth, knowing what they would endure, most people would not come to Earth. So, with that premise, you could ask yourself, okay, well, if I did not choose to come here, why am I here? And just like our friend said,
So do you mean that you're in spirit form, you're in energy form? You're saying if you come to Earth and I have to occupy a body, and that body is going to be, I'm gonna have a lot of pain and a lot of suffering as I get older, whatever. And it's a It's a finite
Well,
body,
if
only has a certain amount of.
well, I'll say it like this, Scribe. Every religion on earth has always preached something to this extent that life is a spiritual, human existence is a spiritual journey that you participate in human form, and the idea is to leave this earth with a with better understanding leaving than when you came with, meaning Christianity, Islam, Judaism, um, other spiritual religions have all taught that you're here for a limited time. Your goal is to get better, do better, and leave better. So that way you don't come back and then perhaps you enter a heaven, nirvana, um, or a higher plane of existence. But you have to go through here. So whatever what they call Midgard or whatever you would word this physical existence. The idea is that you come here and you leave here, hopefully with a better spiritual understanding of yourself and of let's say the cosmos. So that way you're at peace to where you don't come back. The idea is to not come back. You know what I mean? Every religion, to some extent, teaches that. I think there's a level of truth, there's a level of understanding, there's a level of truth to that interpretation of this reality. If every world philosophical spiritual belief
So
is that
basically,
the
you got
goal is to
busted. You're
leave.
in jail, and you're trying to go back to heaven. That's what this whole thing goes back to.
You some could say, I don't have all the answers, but some could say that the goal is that yes, Earth is a what they call purgatory, what they call Midgard, what they call Sheol, whatever. There's always
It's
been
supposed
this.
to be the low below Midgard. That's the lower realm. Like so, it's 3 realms above, 3 realms below, and Sheol is supposed to be below this realm.
Well, think about it this way. This to the people that run this earth, they have told us that this earth is mostly water, and that water is surrounded by ice. Sheol is supposed to be cold and dark. What they say, I think in the Torah it says that Sheol is supposed to be quiet and cold, like a sleeping baby. Um, interpret that as you may, but I look at that as that okay. Well, this mortal plane
Well, it's
is
underground, right? It's not. It's under beneath the earth, right?
to some. All I'm saying, Scribe, is that this is the holding ground. If all the suffering in human experience is here, but also some of the enjoyability is here, then that's kind of like a mediation or a balance, which means that this world may be a middle ground between heaven and hell. If for some people earth is heaven and some people earth is hell, then that leads me to believe that this realm is in between heaven and hell, and that we have to experience it to know which way we're going, which way we're coming, which way we came, which way we're going. Like, and this is open to interpretation, right? This isn't stuff that is like concrete and any finalization of understanding. I mean, if you know what I'm trying to say. So we don't know. However, I will say that this earth seems to be some kind of placeholder realm, some kind of halfway point, you know, between two other realms or multiple realms. But you start non-existent, you become existent, and then you leave non-existent. That to me means that Earth is a middle ground.
Yeah, you have the yin and the yang. It's an even ground. It seems you can experience both heaven and hell on here. If you get taken out when you're a little kid, what are you supposed to do? I mean, like I say, oh, you're just gonna have to throw you back in. What's gonna happen there?
Well, it's funny you mentioned little kids, but like when you're a child, you know, well, they say when you're a child, you're fresh from the other side, and that children have amazing imaginations and have the level of sight that adults don't have, which is why children, they say kids see ghosts, kids can see ghosts. There's a level of understanding that children, they're not quite as concrete into this world as adults, which means that as an adult, you lose your imagination, you lose your spirituality to some degree, right? Even if if you grow up religious, you kind of get concrete. You kind of your perception of this world gets stuck in stone as far as this is how it is,
dreams,
right?
yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, I will say that children, because they are fresh into this world, but they're not entirely concrete to what the perception has been given. The perception that the level of perception has been given to them, that they represent the middle ground to this reality, right? As a child, you have imagination. You're not held to certain ideas of reality to where you're flexible, you're still moldable. It's not until you become an adult that you're stuck to those perceptions. Like, I gotta pay taxes, I have to own a house, I have to do this. A child has no perception of that. A child has no perception of time. A child has no perception of space. Everything is free to a child. That, you could say, in my opinion, is the purest form on this earth, and the middle ground to the middle perception of this earth, if that makes sense. You're not held and you're in between worlds, but you're here. But I know it sounds kind of crazy. I'm not sure if I'm making sense
I'm
here.
saying that because if it goes back to the destiny thing, what this kid, let's say like 9, 10 years old, gets taken out, whatever, for some weird horrific thing. How does that make sense? Was that his destiny?
I don't know. I mean, I would say that, sometimes, Scribe, I think I have it bad, but then I think about, like, oh, well, I could have been born retarded. I could have been born disabled. I could have been born deformed. I could have been born in a way worse situation. It was that destiny that, and who determines that destiny? Is it destiny that one person is born with one arm and one eye in Palestine? But then is destiny for me to be born with all my senses, all my limbs in America? Like, this type of conversation can go on forever. I would just say that you're here for a reason, but there's not a specific reason. Personally, that's how I think. You're here for a reason, but it's not a specific reason. Meaning, you could be here for whatever reason, but it's not because you're not here because this is all right. I'll put it this way: you're here, and you're here. You're here. You've been chosen to be here, but there may not be a specific reason why you're here. Now, why you were born a certain way, well, it may not be fathomable to you, fathomable to you, but you know that you're here. And I know it's not a great answer. Some people might hear this and be like, "Oh, what the fuck does that mean?" But that's the thing. We don't know.
Okay, could that have been a glitch? Okay, he accidentally left the house 2 seconds too early. He got hit by the car as he was crossing the road. But if he would have left the house 2 seconds, later, he would have been okay. Or just some weird, it's just some weird statistical stupid thing like that. Or you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. Or is that destiny? It's like it's a paradox at this point.
Well, that's the thing, Scribe. We really, as much as we think we know, I go by the philosophy is that despite how much we know, we really don't know. We really don't know why we're here. The closest thing that I've come to some kind of conclusion or understanding is that if I was shown what life on Earth is, despite how terrible it is, I would say, and if I had the choice to come here knowing what life on Earth is like, I would say no. I'm cool. I'm gonna stay in the ether, the spirit realm.
So you're chilling somewhere else. That's much better. You see what I'm saying? And no one talks. They want to call it heaven. Well, where is that?
Well, I can't say, right? for sure. I can't say what I'm saying is fact, but what I am saying is
Something
that
says there's something better than this. That's all I know, right?
yeah, well, I would say yes. If I had to pick between being in the spirit world, quote unquote, or being on Earth, life on Earth, and experiencing life on Earth in the human experience, I would say no. I don't want to be on Earth, but I'm here. But we're
That's
here.
what I'm
You're
saying.
here.
He
I'm here.
also said the same thing earlier. He's like, you know, I don't want to, what, I don't know why I'm here or why I was here, or, you know, don't want to come back here type of, you know, vibe. So everyone has this vibe of why am I here? I don't even want to be here type of thing. So whenever it's like that, it's like you're being forced into a situation, thrown in jail or something like that, where you're like,
That
yo,
means you
what's
must
going
have
on?
to
But
learn. You're here to me with that level of logic. That to me means that you don't have a choice, and the reason why you don't have a choice is because you have to be here to experience something. If I don't have a choice to be here, no, if I know, okay, this is what human life, this is a human experience, I would choose to not be born, but I'm here. By the way, scribe, and to those who are listening, I'm an anti-natalist. So I already don't believe that. I don't believe life is a gift. I don't believe that life is a blessing. I think that if you have the choice to be here and you choose to not, and you choose to be here, well, you can say that, okay, well, there's a reason why you chose that. You may not know, but I think it's a rather foolish decision if it's conscious enough. But if you're here and you didn't choose to be here, that must mean that you are here for either a punishment or a lesson or something to that extent.
okay, so main, you're being judged from a previous life. So the kid who gets killed or whatever, he had to go through that because he did something in some other life where that happened. So now he has to experience it here, type of situation.
I mean, to those who for to adhere to the reincarnation, the Hindu Buddhist interpretation of reality, yeah, you could say that. But for those who subscribe to the Aramaic religions, where life on Earth is
Man, let's
a
get real messed up. You remember Tupac, you know, Burn I Got a Baby, where the women, you know, at some point the crack epidemic,
scribes.
women be leaving the
Scribes.
be
Some
leaving
people don't want to
in
hear
the
that.
dumpster, right? In the dumpster.
Yeah.
So what did that kid, that newborn, is going to die in the dumpster? Where is that written in God's situation there? So I'm trying to figure out. Let's look at the worst possible scenario. You're born, you're thrown in the dumpster, you're gonna die, you're gonna get eaten by maggots, whatever it is, some horrific death when you're a newborn. Where does that come into play?
Okay, well, another thing to consider, right? Just going off what you said, is that this universe is governed by a fair and just God, which, if you look at the logic of what you just said, some may say that logistically that that if there is a God,
Is bad luck or what? Is it bad luck or what?
well, I mean, like, well, what I was gonna say is that some may say that there's a randomness to this reality, or that God, the God, quote unquote, of this universe is not fair and is not just, and that everything is random. So there is no divine order to how people are born. They're just born, and some people are lucky and some people are not. Obviously, in this reality, some people are born lucky to be born with wealth and good looks, or not deformed, or not born in a trash can. We don't really know. Like, we don't know, which is what
Was it
the
Billy's
premise.
destiny to be born in a trash can? You see, that's what we're getting at now.
What? Wait, say that again?
Was it destiny that had that poor newborn kid end up in a trash can?
Well, okay, if you're gonna go with the whole, okay, this is destiny in that you may not understand why, it just is. Well, then I mean,
That's the theory. That's what I'm saying. Let's look at the worst scenario. This kid's not even alive for a minute. He's already in the trash
what
can.
would be their destiny? Their destiny is to what? Suffer on Earth?
Yeah, well, it happens. I'm saying, well, how do you explain that? Let's talk about the kid who was just born and he's in a dumpster.
There's different ways there's different ways. So what I'm saying is,
glitch. Was that just we messed?
I mean, this is like a super what if thing, a hypothetical thing. I would just say that: are you destined to live the life that you're living, or is it by happenstance, or is it by some kind of free will, but like pick your own adventure, and that you're very conscious? Like we, at the end of the day, Scribe, like these are the type of questions that, like, as human beings, we have been pondering since the dawn of time. What is what? Is it destiny? Is it free will? Or is it some kind of test, or like kind of like something in between? We don't fucking know. You can't ask a question like that expecting like you're not gonna be satisfied with the answers. What I'm saying, because one person can say one thing, depending on your worldview. If you have a Christian worldview,
if okay, let's say the newborn could talk to you, and you're there with a microphone. You're like, hey, what's up? And you're at the trash can. You're like, hey, what do you think?
the trash
You're over there. What do you
sitting with a
say?
fetus.
If he could speak, if the fetus could speak to you, what would it tell you? It's like, yo, this is like,
Strive, like this is such a like just a crazy question.
It depends on the perspective of the person living, based upon how they grew up and how messed up it was. They're gonna have a different perspective on it, right?
Well, okay, I'll humor you and say that if I were to somehow speak to a magical fetus that has been a prom night, what do you call a prom night dumpster baby, I would say, well, was your destiny to be a prom night dumpster baby? Was your destiny to somehow make it out of being a prom night dumpster baby and becoming something significant in this world? Or did you choose to be a prom night? Like, you see what I'm saying? It's kind of like this is kind of this is so ambiguous.
Who chooses that? No one's going to choose that.
Well, but then, I mean, okay, yeah, but you can say that some people choose hardship. Some people choose to make harder, some people make harder decisions. I mean, some people choose to make decisions in life that make their life harder, that may result in a bigger goal. That's the thing. Like, this is so ambiguous that, like, I don't even like to get into this because it's so ambiguous and hypothetical. All I'm saying is my whole point is that we don't know, but if we're going by this world, the closest thing that I could say is that if you if God or whatever higher entity told you this is what life is like on Earth, this is the human experience, do you want to come here or not? Would you say yes or no? I'm asking you that, Scribe. Would you say yes or no? Knowing what your life is going to be.
Not for what I'm seeing. I'm saying I have this similar feeling to what all you're saying, as far as there seems to be a better place than this, and we weren't constrained to these constraints we have now, and we're labeled animals, basically. They say that, right? So
right.
That's been lowered to this form. It doesn't feel too good. It feels like we're shackled. It feels like we're in even though there's a nice sun and ocean, whatever, it looks nice. It's like you're in a retreatment home or something, or some type of rehab place in California. It's nice. It looks nice, but you're in a rehab place. I mean,
right.
It's not real.
Right. So you're basically saying that, like, this life is a middle ground to either what you did prior or what you're supposed to do while you're here, but like this is still some kind of a middle ground.
But the dumpster
is that what you're saying?
It's got me messed up. That's the dumpster baby thing that's got me messed up, though.
I know it's fucked up.
Yeah, all that we're talking about sounds good, but when you get to the dumpster baby, it's like, oh man, it just all falls apart.
Was his destiny to be a prom night dumpster baby? Did he choose to be a prom night dumpster baby,
or nobody decides to do that? Here?
I mean, I would just say this, right? Some people choose.
Okay, or you just tell me, okay, the guy decided to not come here, and they decided, okay, let him be a dumpster baby, and he ended his contract or something. Lie to me or something. Make something up, at least like that. And say, well, last minute thought he had. Okay, he ends up in a dumpster.
Well, okay. Well, here's something to think about, right? Some people look at life as not some theologians, but basically some people who believe that life on Earth is hell and that it's actually a punishment. So if we're gonna bring it to the prom night dumpster baby, maybe that person or the reason why we're here is that we did something wrong, and that this is actually hell is not a bunch of fire and flame and a lake of fire, but hell is human existence, right? we have to deal with so much in this human experience
Yeah,
that it may as well be a punishment.
So some people could see it as hell. Other ones can say they ascended from hell to here, and they're like, doing all the crazy stuff. I mean, vegan speculative.
Well, hell has demons. Well, to that was
Because we said a lot. We went back and forth quite a bit. I want to see what he wanted to say about that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because that question you just asked, like that scenario, is like the one of the toughest examples for sure, right? So um, and it should be like we should be talking about these toughest examples. And when you talk about especially like an innocent newborn suffering, right, there's no clever like philosophy that kind of makes that okay. Obviously, like if someone tries to turn that into a neat lesson, I don't necessarily trust that framework on my end. Like but at the same time, like from a human standpoint, there is no lesson in that. Obviously there is only tragedy, and I think like it's important to say that out loud, obviously, but because any worldview that casually like explains that away it can become dangerous very fast. Now where I go deeper is here. We don't actually know for a fact that reality is what it appears to be at that level, right? We assume continuity, we assume permanence, we assume that every narrative like we are shown is exactly as it seems. But if this reality has any kind of simulated, staged, or Truman Show like layer, then even the most extreme examples, right, like we may imagine, might not function the same way we think that they do at all, right? So that doesn't mean the
You're talking
suffering we
about the
perceive.
dumpster baby. You're saying the
Yeah,
dumpster
let
baby.
me get into that.
Why not?
Let me get into that. So so basically, what I'm saying is that the suffering we perceive maybe could not be real to us, but it is at the same time. So, but it does mean we should be careful about building absolute conclusions on appearances alone, right? Like when someone says who would choose a life like that, like because nobody would, obviously. I understand the instinct there, obviously. From inside this human perspective, I agree, no one would choose that as a conscious informed decision, which is exactly why I don't believe choice happens the way we usually imagine
Okay,
it.
what if it's this extreme thing where at the last second they said no, I don't want to go there, and they decide to do that?
Yeah, there are examples of that too. Like there are these pre-birth memory experiencers who kind of try to self-commit kind of suicide while being as a fetus, basically, like stillborn and all this other stuff, and then they do it again and again, like they're not trying to born here. Uh, but I don't think like souls line up and pick misery like items on a menu, right? Like even though like that's kind of what they showed in the Soul movie in Disney, but that story feels too simplistic to me, like honestly, like too convenient is what it is. But if that baby could speak to me, right, and this matters right here. Okay, let's get to the bottom of this. So I wouldn't explain anything on my end. Like I wouldn't justify anything. I wouldn't talk about lessons or growth at all. I would say like, you didn't deserve this, what happened to you wasn't okay, your value like isn't defined by this experience at all. And that's where like my skepticism of loving system comes from. That's why I always say no. I keep an armor of matrix interconnection soul trap theory within me always, because yes, there are so many evidence to show that narrative too. And so this is like not cynicism, it's just responsibility for me and all my listeners, basically. So I refuse to protect a theory at the expense of compassion on my end. So my closing thought is this: maybe the point like isn't to explain suffering into something acceptable, right? Like maybe the point is to not let explanations numb us, like to hold awareness, empathy, and like humility at the same time, right? um to admit what we don't know, basically, because yeah, at the end of the day, we don't really know much about it, and we are just recently kind of waking up to these things there anyway. So to admit that basically appearances may be deceptive, and to never lose our moral center just to make a model feel complete, right? I don't want to do that. If there's any truth worth holding on to, like in a confusing reality, I think it's this for sure. Like clarity without compassion is fully empty to me, and compassion without honesty is just fragile, obviously. And whatever this place is, I don't think it asks us to choose between the two, in my opinion. So yeah, I'll end it with that. There's just so much to say, but yeah, trying to summarize everything.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't choose. I mean, obviously this wasn't a choice. It was possibly we just need people for this experiment, and you fit the protocol or something. Or it seems like everyone has a similar feeling that they didn't really want to come here, but it is interesting if you're lucky enough to, you know, be able to do stuff, go to school, have a job, whatever, business, if it comes to that. But this stream has been crazy, man. We have 5 hours and we got so deep. I think that's a good point to end it here. But I want to say Merry Christmas to everybody. It's 25th already. It's what, almost 4 in the morning over here. So it's good way we came back, being skeptic, bringing in awesome info, both of you guys. Yeah, man, these are
Thank you.
very rare streams. We get to actually speak about these type of things, and very few times, people can come together to bring in extra knowledge like this. So appreciate you guys coming on.
Scribe,
Likewise.
real quick. I mean, appreciate you having me on, having the platform. Are you doing like an end of New Year's stream at all on this channel or Smash TV or the other channels?
No, the other one's shut down. But doing what type of stream?
Oh, like a New Year's stream, end of New Year's. I mean, end of the year and New Year's type
I
of
think
stream.
MD,
Or?
because MD, yeah, MD might, yeah, I'm sure MD probably will, yeah.
Okay, all right, that's cool. That's cool. Listen, I appreciate having me on. Appreciate it. Thank you. Good talk to you, Beacon Skeptic. Scribe, everybody in the chat. Have a good New Year's. If you don't do that stream, but whatever. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, same
definitely
here.
come back, man. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely much
Definitely.
appreciated, guys. Like we had really dived really deep today. It's probably like one of the longest live streams you guys did, right? 5 hours and 19 minutes. I don't know if
Possibly,
you guys
but
did
yeah.
longer.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's so cool.
We've done
Thank you,
9-hour
guys.
streams at another channel, but not this one, but yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, for this channel, this is one of the longest, definitely.
Yeah, and we did dive super deep. So this is awesome.
Definitely, man.
Yeah, you guys take care.
Yeah.
Take
Yes,
care, man.
take care. Have a good night, and we'll do this again soon. So